Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online Day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're joining us from in the world. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm with my co-host Greg Goes All In, and welcome to the final day of coverage at the Asian Poker Tour here in Vietnam from the lovely Phu Quoc, the beautiful island that we're at. Greg, it's a bittersweet day, the last day of coverage, the last day of the series. Plenty of events still going on, frankly, but here we are covering day 2 of the high roller. Let me lay it out a little bit. We started day 1, over 100 players. The entry, of course, just over $2,100. And what are we playing for here? Over 1.25 billion Vietnamese dong. I thank you for being my sign language interpreter. How are you feeling about that?
Let's not compare to sign language at all. That was, I just was like, my hands feel itchy. I feel like I need something to do. But yes, 1.2 billion VND up top, which works out to be about 50K USD. So again, day 2, final day, 31 players left remaining out of 102 entries. Level 16, 40-minute levels. Blinds are 5K, 10K. Average big blinds 33. Getting middling, shorter stacks. So should be some fun action here as Nguyen Tien Minh is representing the homeland.
So we're bringing, of course, the feature table coverage. 31 players left, as you said, Greg. We're looking at 8 of them here. We are going to redraw tables when we reach the 16-player mark. And we will be playing down to a winner today. That's what you're in for. We're thankful to have you here. Let's just lay the groundwork a little bit more, Greg. We did mention the first place prize, 1.26 billion VND, over 54,000 USD, as you said. Meanwhile, we have a lot of familiar faces from day 1 of the high roller. You had the pleasure of covering some of the feature tables. I did towards the end of the night as well. I do recognize some of these faces. Some crazy, crazy action yesterday.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And more crazy action to ensue here. Were you referring to any specific hands in mind or
I did
spots?
catch the coverage of you and Henry in the booth going kind of crazy with your background in Singapore, etc.
Oh, yes. Good times.
Tough to focus on the action, but I did catch a crazy cooler with the King 10-10-10 versus the Pocket Kings and King Jack.
Oh, yes, when King splatted pre-flopped, hit a set, river a boat, completely disguised.
At least a couple of players on our feature table from the feature table last night. I recognize Kan Kao from the main event. Of course, Yamamoto wearing the same spiffy jacket. I might add the blazer, I should say, the blue blazer. That's, I think, seat 6 or 7. And we will be introducing the players as we go along here.
Yes, I recognize Shun Poker here. You can see in the zebra-esque shirt. Shun Poker, quite the established fellow YouTuber with about 150, 160,000 subscribers. Really excited to have him here on our feature table. Hopefully he can get some good content out of this.
So how do you say his name, Greg? Shunsuke?
Shun Poker is the moniker he's going by here at the APT, and I believe that's what we have on his graphic as well. S-H-U-N Poker of Japan.
That's right.
Gonna see him into the mix here. 10-9 of hearts.
One of 2 Japanese players on the table. I did mention Yamamoto Kazuo being the other Japanese representation. 4 players from Vietnam. The home contingent doing well, and a familiar face in the scene, Grant Gardner from England. I believe he lives in Thailand now, if I'm not mistaken. Seat 7. Very, very familiar face at the APT. Has done really well across the board over many, many series. Hard to go to an APT stop and not find him. Not only playing, but usually meditating in some corner of the poker room.
Oh yes, I've seen him do that quite a few times now. Of course, mental game, a huge part of poker. Nevertheless, intrinsically meditating will also be a big part of that. But we're going to see heads up to a flop here. +1 versus big blind. Domination nation. As flop comes, 8-5 deuce, 2 hearts. Shun Poker with the best of it. 2 overs and the flush draw. Win, you're sitting on 10 high and peanuts. Backdoor straights, backdoor flush at best. His pair out with a 10, no good. Dominated by Shin Poker's 9. Like the better football team, Shin Poker does have the better kicker. Gonna make a C-bet here of 15K into 55K. Pink chips are 5K denominations.
And Tien seems to be wanting to stick around here and is reaching for a raise. My God, Greg, we are jumping straight into the action here. I mean, this might be the difference between high rollers and other events. 10-7 of clubs, some backdoor club outs, but pretty much that's all there is to write home about. Apart from that,
backdoor clubs, backdoor straights. Perfect card on the turn would be the 9 of clubs. But we'll see if he gets a chance to get there. To see if Shin Poker just calls to realize his equity or takes a more aggressive route. He's just going to call and try to hit his outs here. As the turn brings a 5 of clubs, things are getting spicy now. Both players with the flush draw. Both players still sitting on 10 high.
there is that backdoor club we were talking about. Now both players, of course, with similar hands, but the betting lead certainly with Tien.
And it's going to look like a bit of a smaller bet. Going to bet 35K into 125K. Just a little more than a quarter. Interesting line after check raising flop.
Very fascinating sizing here, Greg. As you said, usually you find this sort of sizing when you're really trying to milk your opponent. Perhaps with something like top 2 on the flop, turning into a boat, pretty much having them drawing dead.
And Shin Poker sensing weakness here. Gonna go for the raise. 5 of clubs is actually, though Win does pick up more equity, it does reduce a lot of the value hands that he was trying to rep in the big blind, like 8-5, pocket 5s.
What a hand we're seeing here to kick it off. My God, I mean, if you're joining us for the coverage, look at that, and a call. I mean, what a huge pot we have brewing.
Huge pot.
300
both players with 10 high. Well, that changed in the river. Shin Poker, best hand. Still had the best hand flop and turn. Improves to a pair here. Top pair. 2 pairs, 9s and 5s, 10 kicker. And does Win decide to turn his hand to a bluff here?
Time bank chip thrown in. Tien understandably wants to take his time with this decision. He's pretty much whiffed it. He's deciding whether he wants to perhaps put his tournament life at risk to make some sort of bold donk bluff. Decides against it, and looks like he will be letting this one go. Shun, after making some crazy moves, has ended up with top pair on the river. Certainly enough money in the middle. Checks behind, makes sense, takes the showdown value with top pair. Is going to be happy to see that this pot is going to come his way.
And very first hand of the day, first pot is going to get shipped to Shin Poker, our Japanese YouTuber running hot here. Take a look at our chip count. Shin Poker leading the pack with 82 big blinds representing Japan. The content creator dream, the poker YouTuber dream, being on a featured table and chip leading. But of course, going for gold, trying to win this high roller, walking away with 1.2 billion VND. Started the day with about 31 players. And today we're going to play down to our champion. So do not go anywhere if you're one of the 50 people here already watching. Again, commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Vidar Single. And we appreciate you being here. And we would also appreciate the like and subscribe and notification bell. Helps us grow the game of poker in Asia. Stay loose, play 7 deuce. Nope, hits the muck. They never play it. I wonder why. Yamamoto Kazuo with King Queen suited diamond variety. Gardner picking up jacks right behind. And we're about to see some fireworks here. Expecting to see the 3-bet jam from Gardner. Seeing as he's fairly short. And a jam it is.
Gardner started the day with about 13 big blinds. Certainly an ideal scenario for him to have an open 3-bet jam. And Yamamoto is going to be in a spot here, is getting a bit of a price. King Queen suited, likely to be flipping, less likely to be ahead of most of Gardner's 3-bet jamming range, but will have equity against pretty much any hand it goes in against. And what is Tien thinking about here? Enjoying some TV time?
Hey, if you got your 15 minutes of fame, you milk it as much as you can. As the blinds fold, back to Yamamoto with King Queen suited. If they were deeper, a fine hand to defend against the 3-bet, but against a jam, a little bit of a different story. There's a lot of the EV from King Queen 2 is going to come and playing post. And Kazuo Yamamoto finds the fold as Grant Gardner picks up some additional chips. Very valuable being at a short stack. As you can see, 18 big blinds now. Chip it on up as Chow Nyok An of Taiwan is our short stack of the feature table. 9 big blinds, and Vietnam representing hard at this feature table. 4 of the players here representing the motherland, Vietnam. Home game advantage is a real thing.
We did cover the 4 players from Vietnam representing the local community, as you said. Grant Gardner, I believe, lives in Thailand, but a resident of the UK. Somebody we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, William Jia from Australia. Came in with 30 big blinds. Should be in the mix soon. Not with that 4 deuce, understandably. Nothing to write home about so far. Grant seems to have a decision with Queen 10 off under the gun +2, but I have a feeling he'll find the discipline.
Cold run of cards as everybody folds around, but our short stack with 9 big blinds in the cutoff with a pocket pair, that's going to be good enough as Chow Nyok An goes all in. Looking to pick up the blinds or a healthy double. But not a customer. Small blind not a customer. Shun Poker, our chip leader, with King Jack offsuit on the big blind. Might feel tempted here.
Shun does have some money in the middle from his big blind, and of course the big blind ante, which technically you post for the table. 87k to call, 122k in the pot. King Jack off.
He's considering if he is dominated here, if Chow's going to shove with any other weaker hands like King 10 or Queen Jack. And instead decides to find the fold here.
Pretty good result for the short stack. Nyok up to 122k now. There you see the different flags representing the usual diversity you'll find on pretty much any Asian Poker Tour final or feature table. Certainly one of the beauty of coming to the APT is playing with people from different nationalities, which not only means the clash of cultures, so to speak, but also the clash of poker playing styles.
Absolutely. I've just in my short time with the APT, this being my 3rd series now, definitely see different playing styles from different countries. Again, that's a generality. But for sure, it's been interesting. Most of my time was spent commentating the Philippines, and I got to see the likes of Dave Spade playing, and Flo Compemanias playing, and Big Time playing. Of course, that's Christopher Mateo, and just to see their playing styles. And seeing that contrasted here as well at APT Phu Quoc has been very interesting. Ace 8 versus Ace 8. One of them has a suited, one of them suited, one of them not. The suited one still stands, raising from +2. Gonna fold around to the blinds here. Shun Poker picking up King Jack again. Finally decides, well, must be a sign. Gonna play it this time round. Makes the call, and William Jia with a great price, but terrible cards. Gonna make the fold. So we're gonna see heads up to a flop here, folks. Ace 8 versus King Jack as both players whiff, no pair. Let's go from there. Shun Poker likely gonna check to the pre-flop aggressor with his 2 over cards.
As we see people filling out in the stream and joining us in chat, welcome once again. Thank you for being here at the last day, bittersweet, of the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc. It's been a lovely event. Would love to hear where you're joining us from. Let us know what country you are from and who you're supporting, whether it's a player or a country, or maybe you're just here for us. Vidar and Greg.
That sounds like a good podcast or a morning talk show. Vidar and Greg in the morning. We got a bet here, 20K, and Shun Poker gonna put in the raise.
This guy's relentless.
Wow, knows that from the blinds here.
I watched a lot of these 3 bets on the flop with air yesterday as well. Mr. Bat Irden comes to mind. He was making a lot of these moves, and
Wow.
they really do tend to work out. That is because aggression is the name of the game in poker, and it's really hard to connect with hands. So
Yes.
when you put your opponent to the test, more likely than not, they're going to be in trouble. And Shun Poker demonstrating exactly why aggression pays off in poker. Well played, sir.
Exact result he wanted. Raising there, trying to get ace highs to fold. Manages to do it in such great style. Loving the shirt. I wish I knew how to make my hair do that as well. I remember you showing my barber when I was a kid, like photos of like Japanese or Korean pop stars with
Yeah.
hairstyles similar to that, and they just couldn't. I just could never pull it off right. But
Yeah,
Shun
it's
Poker rocking it.
It's too cool. It's too cool. It's like straight out of a fashion magazine, you know,
Absolutely.
putting us all to shame. I remember I got out of the shower once and my hair was just naturally doing that. I just tried so hard to not change it, but one puff of wind and it was all gone, Greg, forever.
Chow Nyok An, our short stack, in +2 with King 10 of spades.
Well, there you go. I mean, early on we saw Shun Poker trying to decide whether he should call off King Jack. Turns out if Nyok is shoving King 10 suited here from under the gun +2, perhaps King Jack would not have been the worst call off as it happens. He is getting most of it through, and there we go.
Takes it down. Chow Nyok An, as I'm learning, 594,000 USD in total live earnings. And here at the APT, has found himself a cash in this series already. 22nd place in the main event, bagging 4.7K. A nice tidy payday for Chow Nyok An. The issue with that is like some
Do have a button open, fairly standard, 9-8 off, good enough to raise an unopened pot. Grant Gardner with suited rags, but they are suited. 16 big blinds, and there we go, he does defend. Very common these days to defend suited hands no matter how raggy from the big blind, because of the pot odds you're getting.
finds the 4 right in the window, but an 8 peels off as well. William Jia with the lead with a pair of 8s. Grant Gardner. The bottom pair checks it over to the pre-flop aggressor, William Jia. He's going to make a standard c-bet here on this flop. Looks like 15K and 55.
Well, Greg, you don't defend 9-4 to fold when you hit a 4.
No, you don't.
But the board about as wet and dangerous as it can get for a measly bottom pair. It's going to evaluate what happens on the turn.
And William Jia here, notably, actually placed first in our series in an event. Placed first in the Turbo 8 Max, event 32, for a cash prize of 7.8k USD.
Very nice.
Looking to bag himself another trophy here.
Look at that. You're sort of free-rolling the series after that.
There you go.
William Jia gets the check mark. Can attempt to make a super slim value bet, I was going to say, but does take the showdown value, and because he's going to be pleased with the result. Small pot goes his way. It's very interesting, Greg. I mean, it's not a surprise that we have a lot of accomplished players in day 2 of the high roller here, as we have lost at least one player, 30 players left.
And of course, we're playing down to our champion today here at the APT High Rollers at APT Phu Quoc. Commentary brought to you by Greg Gozalian and Vitor Single. If you're in the chat and you're watching, feel free to join us in the live chat and ask us any questions.
Worth mentioning, by the way, we will be playing down to the winner, of course, as you said, Greg. 9 players will make the final table, but 15 players will make the money here. Certainly the first milestone we need to look at. And with 30 players left, half the field will be in the money. Will net themselves 89 million Vietnamese dong, of course, on a buy-in of 55, so just a hair under 2x the buy-in. And not a small sum of money when you're talking about the high roller. But the eyes on the prize has to be for the first place, 1.26 billion with a B Vietnamese dong, over 54,000 USD.
And Ton Chan Trong getting into the mix here, picking up the second pre-flop nuts. King Kong, Cowboys, Pocket Kings, raises it up, 2.2 big blinds, 22,000. Shun Poker in a spot here with Ace-Jack offsuit on the hijack. Gonna make a 3-bet to what looks like 60k. Yes, it is. Yamamoto with the pretty 10-9 suited, but at this stack depth, following that action, it's just gonna hit the muck.
Shun has just been the most aggressive person at the table. Has a reasonable holding to 3-bet, but Ace-Jack off, often in the 3-bet folding ranges when it comes to pre-flop. I suspect he will at least be considering a 4-bet, Tuan that is, with the Pocket Kings. Could consider sort of laying the trap with the Kings pre-flop as well, but there we go. We see the 4-bet. Shun might understand his image at the table so far. He has been active, to say the least. He's been making a lot of moves. His hands haven't been turned up. There we go. He does lay down pretty quickly. Ace-Jack off, as I said. A good 3-bet fold candidate, but does face the first resistance, really, that he's faced thus far on the table. Unlike us, of course, he can't know that Tuan had the goods, so has to be wondering.
Yeah, I see the benefit in 3-betting as well from the hijack. It just allows you to play in position post-flop as it disincentivizes the low jack cutoff and button to call behind you. Just unfortunately does run into the top of his range there. Pocket Kings, pretty nutty.
So players seem to be settling in.
As we enter hand 9 of the high rollers here at APT Phu Quoc. Again, it is the last day of our series. Bittersweet but true. Our series now run 10 days, and a set 10 days. Today is day 10 out of 10. The action here is 10 out of 10. My co-commentator is a 10 out of 10. And let's take this down, folks.
Here, here.
Here, here.
Right back at you, Greg. It's been an absolute blast.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Blind versus blind now. Win on 2. Wouldn't Win be the last name? Isn't Win a Vietnamese last name?
Oh, Greg. Is this a rabbit hole you and I are qualified to go down? I think not. But from what I understand, it can go either way.
I understand. Not really.
But not really.
We got some on violence here. Vietnam versus Vietnam.
That part I do understand. And I have to say, it is one of the benefits of commentating and just being present in the Asian poker scene to learn more about the culture and the naming and the languages of all the different nationalities and contingents that come. And of course, being in Vietnam, learning the most about Vietnam and its people.
The worst hand pre's now the best hand post. Top pair for Chow. Both very short here, with only 11 big blinds behind, effectively.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big factor. Nguyen might have considered sticking around for his backdoor outs, his ace-high equity. However, 30K, 129K behind for Nguyen. Does he really want to speculate with the marginal holding, a gut shot, ace-high? For a moment, I thought he just threw all his time banks in there.
It's something a lot of the players do. Instead of just putting one time chip out at a time, they kind of just like put them all out within the dealer's reach. And I can understand why, having played a few of the events here that utilize time chips. It's just like, you don't want to have to think about the time, you know, and think of, you know, you want to just take as much time as you need and allow the dealer to do their job at the same time as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a free roll. I mean, they give it back to you if you don't use them. So
Correct, yeah.
why not?
Also, they're very fun to shuffle.
One of the hardest prop bets I've ever heard of in poker is the non-chip riffling bet. Every time you do a chip shuffle, a chip riffle, you owe the other person money. And you do it subconsciously so much sitting on the table, at least most players. It's just you're leaking money when you make that bet. At the same time,
that is so good.
I know, and at the same time you're thinking, well, you're going to give me money for not riffling chips, for not doing something? This is the easiest bet to ever win. It's a great idea if you ever want to effectively hustle someone. Say, you owe me $1 every time you riffle your chips. And then just absolutely crush them.
And going to our floor cam here, another nice aspect of our production. Not only do we have our set cameras, you've also got one wireless one that we can look and monitor what's going on at the other tables. Especially useful during bubble time, in case the bubble happens at a different table other than our feature table. William Jia of Australia folding, and Yamamoto with Queen 5 suited hearts variety also folding. Grant Gardner, our short stack, looking to spin it up. And we're going to see another blind on blind dynamic here.
I love blind on blind, Greg.
Yeah, just the widest ranges makes for some real interesting poker.
Well, how about that for interesting? 16 big blinds, just puts it in there with the king high. Seems like it's going to go through. It's actually theoretically a very, very reasonable jam, not only because obviously your opponent is unlikely to pick up a hand that they feel comfortable calling with, but with the big blind and the big blind ante in there, were you to consider those pre-flop shoving charts, you'd find you can be shoving a range even wider than king 10 off, perhaps as low as queen deuce suited and more.
And not to mention, king 10 does have a good blocker. It's a strong hand, so with the king there, he's reducing the combinations of like ace king, king queen, king king, then Win could have.
All those hands you'd hate to be up against.
Absolutely, but takes it down. Again, our chip distribution here, looking fairly consistent. There's at least like a nice gentle curve. There isn't a huge space and disparity. Our shortest stack sitting around 12 big blinds and just gradually increasing to Shun Poker's 80x big blind stack.
Yeah,
leading the
we're
pack.
not exactly in that ICM pressure area, are we yet? 30 players left, 15 paid. I think most people have their eyes on really building a stack and not really trying to make it to the money yet. And after all, this is a high roller. A different class of player usually, trying to go for the big one. With Shun Poker on the stream, certainly am expecting to hear from some Japanese fans in chat. Please let us know if you're one of them. And teach us more about Shun Poker. I'm not as familiar with this content, but I do hear he's an absolute
Let's see what I can find.
crusher on
Hendon
YouTube.
Mob. Oh, let me take a look at his YouTube account actually. Let's see what I can't find there. 170,000 subscribers, more than 3x my subscriber base. Got some celebrities on this table, wonderful to see. And looks like he just makes, and to see just how much he's been grinding the content here this entire series. At any given time, he has 2 cameramen following him, shooting every single aspect of whatever he's playing or doing.
That's baller.
And it's the amount of raw footage you have from that, and the amount of work it takes to curate that into a digestible piece of content is incredibly admirable. Additionally, all of his content is in Japanese, so that's 170,000 subscribers in a niche that's already very small, that being poker, and also only catering to a Japanese-speaking demographic. So with 170,000 subscribers, that's really quite the impressive feat.
Well, it just shows the depth of the market in Japan and how far we've come, and poker being a global phenomenon, more recently an Asian phenomenon.
Blind versus blind again here. And Ton Chan Trong with top pair. Let us go from there. Win does have queen high here. May choose to float along. Not this time.
By the way, Greg,
Yeah, Spitter.
I think not even a single Indian poker content creator has even 10,000 subscribers. And India is basically the most populated country in the world. What's that about?
I don't know, but I expect to see Vitter Single goes all in coming to you this summer.
Are you
at some point.
franchising?
Oh, I should.
I'm happy to be a franchisee
No, you know, I'm.
of Greg Goes All In.
Ooh.
As long as I can get discounts on those merch sunglasses, I'm there.
Do I franchise Greg Goes All In?
Yes, answer is always yes, Greg. Got to grow that empire.
I would be a great cult leader. I will say that now. I have no desire to run a cult, but if I did, I would be an excellent cult leader.
Cult, media company, same thing.
Yamamoto under the gun has been playing very patiently here. Hasn't picked up too many cards to get into the mix yet, but exercising patience, an integral part to this game.
But really, I do want to know what you think might be the missing piece in India. I know you might not be familiar with the dynamics of the local poker scene in India, but what do you think was the key to success for you on YouTube? I think a lot of Indian players are taking different cracks at it, you know, for the personality sort of angle, the, of course, high-level skill / analysis angle, the streaming angle, and they have a lot of support from the local online platforms as well, but they haven't seemed to have cracked it.
So the situation I seem to be identifying here is that there is a lot of people in India who play poker. There's a lot of content creators, but yet none of them have gained a lot of leverage or a huge following. Despite there being a huge market for Indian poker players. That's interesting. That is interesting. I must say that the market for content creators in poker has gotten overly saturated, but let's get right back into that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
As
4-bet all in from
a raise, 3-bet all in here. Win did start with
4-bet, mind you, Greg.
Raise, 3-bet, then 4-bet, right?
Yep.
He did start the hand with only 12 big blinds. I think notable to see that he elected to go for the open as opposed to the shove. I know at a 15 big blind stack depths, theoretically, you have a range that min-raise opens and folds, and min-raise opens and calls, and then also a big part of that range that just open jams.
Let's just recap what's happened here. Oh, and we do see the call, and we're going to have a flip here. Nguyen decided that he wasn't going to be pushed around by Tuan, and it's ended up in a flip. Fairly reasonable spot to try and get back up to 28 big blinds from being the short stack. We'll need to hit an ace or a jack.
As flop comes king, queen, 3.
Let's add the 10 to the mix.
Yes, Nguyen on to
There it
finds
is.
the ace for his tournament life and finds the double here. Finding a fortunate ace on the turn.
There we see the steady cam shot. I love it. Feel like you're right in the middle of the action.
And something that's also been very notable for me watching is, and I personally just find inspiring, it's like win or lose, a lot of these players just exercising a lot of stoicism. No over celebrations, no, you know, huge sense of like grief when they lose. They played their hand.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What
Greg.
happened, happened.
Over celebrations. Let's not forget our man with the rail, John Perry,
Oh, yes.
the Australian sensation.
I was talking about basically everyone but John Burt Perry, yes.
Exactly.
But that in itself was also great. Great to see. Again, like we say, a very different mix of players from all over the world. Some series call themselves the World Series, and I don't know. I feel like I see much more diversity here at the Asian Poker Tour. Again, folks, we're in Phu Quoc right now, the very end of our series, day 10 of 10. But you can join us in Taipei, happening in 3 weeks, starting on April 28th. And it's going to be the biggest series of APT history. You're not going to want to miss that. So for all the dates and information, please do check out the AsianPokerTour.com. You can see the website there on our rail.
And don't forget to join the satellites happening on Natural 8 today, Sunday, April 2nd, and also Sundays following that.
And the Sunday following that as well.
Exactly. You can get tickets for as low as $3 on these step satellites. I'm personally a fan of the $30 satellite, which is going to have 10 seats guaranteed. Each seat, by the way, is over $1,500 US. And that's to get into the main event, which is going to have $1 million US guarantee. I mean, that is huge.
$1,500 seat for just $3? That sounds plus EV to me. APT give you best price. And you won't miss that. Again, as Vitor said, natural8.com for all of that information about the satellites. As we see, button versus big blind here. As flop comes 10-6-5. Both players not making a pair here. But Trong with the range advantage. Checks and flow to Trong. Does have the best hand right now with king high. Does have some backdoor straights, backdoor flushes. 59K in the pot. Elects for a bet of 14K. Shy of a third. More than a quarter. And Yamamoto going to float here with the queen high. As the turn brings the 7 of hearts. Giving Trong more equity with the open ender. Kazuo still with the 2 overs and now picks up the gut shot. I love the lead here. This board's going to favor his big blind range quite a bit. He has all the 2 pairs here that Trong won't have. Hands like 10-7 suited, 10-6 suited, 10-5 suited, 5-6, 5-7. But Trong here with the open ender, not going to go anywhere. It does make the call. It's going to be the right call as he is ahead with king high. As the River of Dreams brings the jack of diamonds.
And what now?
What now, Kazuo? You
150.
represented strength on the turn. Are you going to continue that story on the river? Yes, he will. Unafraid. Love to see it. Goes all in. Makes the better hand fold. And that's going to be a nice pot there for Yamamoto of Japan, chipping up now. 29 players left remaining in the High Roller 8 Max final day of this event, final day of the series. But just the first of many, many series with the APT. The next one, most notable, APT Taipei. It is the, if you're going to go to any APT series, the bosses told me, Greg, if you come to any series this year, we want you at APT Taipei.
Oh, absolutely.
And why? I asked. He said, because it's going to be the biggest series in APT history. And we want you to be a part of that. And I'm like, I'm in. So you will, if you also, so I'll be there, Vitter will be there, Henry Kilbane will be there.
It's going to be a blast.
Good times.
Not just for the poker, although that's my favorite part, but also good opportunity to check out Taiwan, see everything it has to offer. We have a really cool video that our colleague Ray Chu put together, exploring Taipei, and it seems like a great time. It has been one of my favorite things to do here in Phu Quoc as well. Check out more of the town, the culture. Looking forward to doing that in Taiwan, and I highly recommend you do the same. And don't forget, you can also just join day 1 online at Natural 8, day 1 of the main event of the APT Taipei, and then make it to day 3 directly and then fly down.
That's right. You can play day 1s, the day 1 qualifiers, as we like to say. It's you can just play from the comfort of your own home if you're not fully sold on, you know, booking your flights and trips to Taipei. It's like, oh, I don't want to go to Taipei unless I like run super deep. Well, you have the option to do that now. Play online on the day 1s, and then if you make it into the money, you skip day 2, go straight to day 3 live in Taipei.
Let me just interrupt you for
Please.
this crazy hand here, Greg. William Jia has bumped it up with King 4 suited. He's put 20% of his stack in the middle, 3-betting from the button with the suited king, and this is something I've seen a lot in this store. Just these suited kings, king rags, people love, and he is going to get a defense from Tuan. Doesn't want to be pushed around anymore. Does have 10 jack of spades.
So we got a spicy hand brewing here. 3-bet pot. Cutoff versus button as flop comes. Ace, king, 10, 2 spades. The gut shot royal draw for Trong. And William Jia representing strength preflop with a 3-bet. Does make middle pair in the best made hand right now.
Would you look at that? William with the better pair actually has lower equity. That's the level of draw that Tuan has flopped here.
Oh, and he's got the pair of 10s to go along with it as well. Wow. 30K bet into 157. Going to be a 5th pot bet here by William Jia as the stacks.
Not much SPR in it, but I have to say this is a spot for Tuan to actually trap. After all, if you raise and jam, yes, you do get some folds, but aces are probably calling.
Just find the call now. SPR less than 1 as the turn brings one of those outs, the 5 of spades, giving Trong the check mark and the jack high flush and the redraw to the elusive royal flush. Checks it over again to William Jia, who did 3-bet and whose 3-bet range should be smashing this board a lot. He's going to have a lot of the top 2 pairs. He's going to have a lot of sets. But as it stands, he's got second pair, 4-kicker, drawing dead as the river.
Yeah, let's not forget Tuan's calling range when he calls the 3-bet and then calls the flop. A lot of aces going to be in there. Queen Jack, of course, a hand pretty much Tuan is more likely to have. He does end up with the check mark, of course, with the flush. And now he's going to go for value. 217 in the middle. William, his opponent, has less than a 1 SPR behind. Does he want to go for all of it, I wonder? The jack on the river might save William here.
Bringing the 4-liner to the board. Sitting with second pair, no kicker.
And a milky bet on the river, if I could use that word. I mean,
Yes.
45K into over 200. Seems to be begging for a call, and not many hands that would bluff, and certainly not bluff that size. William, not the strongest hand to begin with. 3-bet light. Might suss this one out.
Might even induce the bluff.
Interesting. I didn't think about that. After all, if you're 3-betting King Rag.
Because it looks like such a blocker bet. trying to figure out if it is indeed a blocker bet or William just perceived range so weak that he just is trying to milk some value with a strong hand. But it is all up to William Jia of Australia.
There we go. He bumps it up. You sussed it out yourself, Greg. What a bet by Tuan. Has absolutely worked wonders. Has gotten William to commit so many more chips in a spot where easily it could have gone bet fold with a bigger sizing. Absolutely incredible. And you love to see it. I mean, the gumption that William has shown, 3-betting light, continuing to tell the story and realizing that he might have the right opportunity to punish a small bet. As that happens, he's run into the second nuts and effective nuts here.
All in, snap, fold. Takes it down. What an incredible hand here. Just fireworks here. Cutoff versus button, 3-bet pot, second nuts. As you can see, Vietnam dominating this field here, taking up more than half of our players as one of our seats are open. Gonna replace that soon with some new fresh talent, fresh blood, and of course, new chips to add to the economy here at this featured table. Again, about less than 30 players left remaining, 8-handed, which should mean that we have 4 tables running currently. In the money is 15. That's going to be our first milestone, folks. So you won't want to go anywhere. You're going to want to stay tuned because that could be happening. Probably not in the next little bit, but it will happen. So stay tuned, folks. Again, 65 people here watching in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. If you like what you see, if you like what you're hearing, please smash that subscribe button, smash that like button, and also smash that notification bell. People don't say that enough. Notification bell is very important because sometimes you subscribe, but you don't get the notifications for when your favorite YouTubers upload things because YouTube just wants to show you the stuff that it thinks you're going to like.
All right, Greg. I know your pain. I know your pain.
Oh, yeah. You feel that pain?
I sense we unlocked some deep pain there. Of
oh,
your
sorry. Was I projecting? King Queen offsuit by Win from Vietnam, going all in. Runs into the Ace King of William Jia of Australia. 7 big blinds. Fortunate for Win, it's not going to be a huge chunk, but it will be more than half. It will be exactly, pretty much a little more than half.
I mean, you're short stack already. Yeah, you're getting called by a shorter stack, but you can't be too happy. Going to be dominated here by William's Ace King. Greg, I was telling Henry this yesterday.
Okay.
The Twitter algorithm became public yesterday, and apparently likes make all the difference when it comes to the algorithm, even more so than things like retweets, etc. So you know what? If the YouTube algorithm is anything like the Twitter algorithm, I'll settle for a like on this video.
See, I just thought I had to post inflammatory, outrageous, hot takes about issues that don't affect me at all, and that brings me clout in the poker world. But what do I know?
Well,
or picking up fights with random people about who has more money.
No, you got to do exactly that. You nailed it, but then you just got to get a like. So
I see.
If you're watching in the chat, hit the like button, please and thank you.
Flop. Bring in Ace, Jack, 8, all clubs.
Wow.
King, Queen. Wow, is currently behind, but needs a club to stay alive, or a 10, and it's not going to come. And that's going to be a nice little double here for our Australian William Jia, and Win now from Vietnam. Gonna take a big chunk to his stack. Was already short stacked, now even shorter.
Too many outs on the flop, I'm afraid. Do you believe in too many outs syndrome?
Oh, you know what? No, I have
Are you a
I have royal flush draw out syndrome. I don't care what price I'm getting. I don't care if I have to call off my car. But I will call if there is a chance for me to hit that elusive royal flush, because I haven't hit it yet live. I have not. I've rabbit hunted it once live.
Oh, that's painful.
But no one's cheered with me.
Well, there's a lot of poker rooms that actually have a royal flush bonus, and then you can even justify the math. You're like, well, even if I lose $1,000 in this spot, I'll get that $500 royal flush bonus, so now I have the right price to chase anything.
Oh no, this is like in my home games, my like 50 cent home games.
Well, there you go.
It's for the culture. It's for the.
I do
to
remember
be a legend.
watching early episodes of High Stakes Poker, and Daniel Negreanu, of course, asks to rabbit hunt because he's like, can we see if I hit the royal flush? I've never hit one before. And this is probably 15 years into his poker career. And then Tom Dwan and other online players who are sitting there who've probably played 2 million hands that year are like, excuse me? 15 years of poker, you've never hit a royal flush? But that's the nature of the royal flush. It is just that hard to hit, unless, of course, you're some online sicko just putting in ridiculous volume.
I find it hard to believe if he's also including online play, but live play, definitely plausible.
Well, at the time, I don't think Daniel played much online at all. Probably still doesn't. I don't think he's putting in the volume, you know what I mean? Those multi-table chasing the lead status on all the online poker websites. Doesn't strike me as somebody who needs to do that. One day we'll see it on the stream, maybe, a royal flush.
Maybe?
That'll be content.
Oh, APT royal flush. That would be good. Come on, Kayla. Royal flush, please. For the publicity, for the promo.
Can you imagine, excuse me, can you imagine us, I meant to say, in the booth? We'd be losing our minds over here.
Oh, yeah. And we'd be late to the game because everyone else had already, live in the room, had already seen it half an hour ago.
We're 30 minutes behind, of course, a 30-minute delay for the stream so that we can protect the integrity of the game, but that would be weird too. We'd be watching it happen in the past. Oh no, I'm already losing excitement for when it happens because I would have missed it on the floor.
Grant Gardner with 8 big blinds, with queen 8 suited. Gotta find the better spot.
He's just a solid presence on the table, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think of the face mask, neck scarf situation that Grant is rocking? Style points, yes or no?
I would say, you know, whatever makes you feel like it gives you an edge in poker. It's like, you know, with poker being so high variance, any edge you can get, take it. If you feel like covering your tells is going to be one of those, all the power to you. But having said that, I must also, like, I think, also acknowledge, I think, I personally, like, prefer not to, because as an ambassador of the game myself, I think a lot of Rex or new players can find those intimidating. But of course, we are at a high roller, lots of money at stake, all the power to all the players.
Well, I trust your judgment on anything fashion related, Greg. That's for sure.
Thanks.
Seven-handed, as you mentioned, we will be filling that C shortly. In the meanwhile, not much difference between 8-handed and 7-handed in terms of ranges to open with, and Jack-9 suited under the gun, fairly loose. 7-handed. But William Jazz had enough sitting around. Uh-oh.
Runs into queens here. There are only 7 big blinds behind here though. So not too much damage to be done.
Easiest all-in ever, but now William might be priced in to make this call with his speculative holding, and just lets it go.
Just like Elsa. Let it go.
Wow, does not pay any heed to the pot odds he was getting. As it happens, he was fairly dominated with the overpair, but
it was a 2 big blind open versus a 7 big blind shove with Jack-9 suited. So I can understand the fold as well. Just kind of dominated there a lot, as we saw.
Your opponent could have, of course, the overpairs, jacks through aces, and then also a jack in their hand quite often. You would be dominated, but players do get tempted. Perhaps an extra factor, he might not want to show down the fact that he's opening Jack-9 suited under the gun.
That is fair.
Yamamoto, not involved in a hand off late, but certainly my favorite table presence in terms of fashion, demeanor, posture, etc.
I think we should bring fashion back into poker. I think we've gotten the reputation of now being hoodie wearing, sweatpants wearing degenerate. And when I first thought of poker, when I first came into the industry, I was thinking, you know, I was thinking of the luxury. I was thinking of the classiness of it, because all I had to go off of was Casino Royale. And then I went to my first 1-2 game, 200 max buy-in that I found on like Google, and I ended up in this back alley. Went into this game, and everyone was just. It was let's just say I was much too overdressed. But I think we should definitely bring the class back in. So love to see the blazers.
Yeah,
love to see the dress shirts.
We need this Yamamoto look where you can go to a business meeting, the poker table, or the nightclub with no change needed. Very versatile. Don't forget that bracelet, Greg. I mean, come on, man. If I could pull that bracelet off, I would not be in the booth with you. I'd be like
a nice bracelet.
I'd be like at the Paris Fashion Week or something.
Mm-hmm.
So players, I have to say, settled in certainly in terms of the poker, but none of that camaraderie that develops maybe an hour or two into a table. Things are getting fairly serious as we go down to the final 15 who will make the money.
That's what I kind of found yesterday as I was playing the Turbo. It's just like it started out super lively, everyone's having a good time, some people are drinking, and then it's like we're like 5 away from the money and everyone just went dead silent.
That's what money does, my friend. But also the sport itself. I mean, you are here to at least get that cash up on your Hendon mob and try to go for it all. First place, of course, 1.26 billion Vietnamese dong. No small money. It's 54,000 US dollars, give or take. And we've seen some crazy moves too, but for the most part, some honest poker being played. We did see that 3-bet with the King 4 suited that sort of backfired. So once in a while, players realizing that if they're card dead, they might need to force the action. And of course, we lost the most active person on the table, the YouTube sensation.
Did he bust? He didn't bust. Did he just a table change?
Yeah, I think he got moved.
Must have just been a table change. Well, all the best on your endeavors at the other table. Hopefully we'll see you back on the feature table. And I hope we make the vlog.
So is that what he does, make vlogs?
I believe
Mainly?
so. I believe so. But going back to what you're saying about Indian content creators for YouTube, yeah, it does strike me as kind of peculiar. I am curious about that there seems to be a huge demographic and demand for poker content in India, and there are people out there supplying that demand, but none of them getting that following. Like, what is the biggest Indian poker vlogger you know? Who is the biggest Indian poker vlogger you know, and what is their following?
I can't even name one that's cracked, let's say, 10K.
Grant Gardner all in for his tournament life. Blind versus blind is essentially a cooler. Where Grant Gardner all in for his tournament life needs to find a 9 to stay alive.
Yeah, really rough. Cooler is exactly the right word. King 9 is always calling off. 12K blinds, he had 94K behind, under 8 bigs.
Blind versus blind. Not much you can do here. Except hit a 9 as the flop brings Jack 6 for 2 clubs, giving Yamamoto the nut flush draw as well. 9 of clubs is dead out. Needs to hit a red 9. Only 1 true out left remaining. It's not going to come, and that's going to be a good game for Grant Gardner. A pleasure doing commentary for you, sir. And all the best. Oh, a little bit of theatrics and the humor from Grant. Good to see it.
That's awesome.
Cheers, mate. Thank you for playing here at the APT. And we'll see you next time in Taipei, hopefully.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to be there. Never one to miss the great APT series, particularly the upcoming one in Taiwan.
Six-handed now. 4 Vietnamese players, 4 of the 6 players. Vietnamese, Lim Jia of Australia, and 1 Japanese player? Yes, Yamamoto.
Well, I was wondering if the players were settled in. Certainly after some eliminations, some bump ups, excuse me, in their chip stacks. A huge majority of the table is doing way better than they came to the day with, which is a good sign when it comes to trying to make the money, of course, but also in terms of momentum, confidence. Got a good day of rest last night, I'm sure, coming in fresh. Helps you make better and better decisions, you know. That's why they say you shouldn't play on a downswing. You just make worse decisions, but when you're in an upswing, somehow, everything is easier to figure out.
Conversely, I actually play better when I'm on a downswing. Because
Really?
when I go on upswings, I have winner's tilt. I winner's tilt pretty badly. I get into the mindset of, oh, I can afford to lose this because I'm winning. And then I end up, and then that's how my downswing starts. We're going to see Chow here of Vietnam. Going to raise it up from under the gun. Effectively the low jack as we are six-handed. Going to get a call from the big blind specialist. Flop comes King 9-8. That's going to be pretty good here for Chow. Top pair, good kicker as 2 here from Vietnam. Sitting on 10 high and peanuts. Needs a miracle on drawing to a miracle on the turn and a miracle on the river. Understandably makes the fold. 25 players left remaining out of 102 entries. Top 15 get paid, so we're 10 players away from the money, getting closer and closer to that exciting money bubble here as the chip stacks on this table get shorter and shorter as the blinds keep going up. 3 things inevitable in life: death, taxes, and the blinds going up in poker tournaments. Everyone's sitting, most of the stacks middling around 20 big blinds, 25 big blinds at this table. So we're going to be seeing a lot of all-ins here, folks.
We will redraw tables 1 away from the money. Of course, when we reach 16 players, we'll have 2 tables of 8 going. Bit too early for our feature table to kind of care about what's happening on the other tables while we're still a few players away from the money. But pretty soon, you don't have to worry about the stacks on your own table, but the whole field matters.
2 of Vietnam with Jack King off on the small blind. 19 big blinds. It's going to make either what is a call or a raise uncertain. Oh, a little bit of dispute here. Kayla asking if he said raise. 2 saying yes, he did. Kayla said he didn't. She didn't hear it. 1 chip rule in play. If you just throw in 1 chip, not saying verbal raise, it's gonna have to be a call. And a call, it's going to be Kayla out here enforcing the rules. Big respect and many thanks to our dealers here at the APT. Literally could not do it without y'all. They're all out here working long hours. Kayla told me she worked herself like a maybe 14, 15 hour day the other day, and that's just the nature of it. Sometimes tournaments go on longer than you expect, and what has to be done has to be done. So again, a lot of respect.
I completely echo that, but look at this action, Greg. Just to cut back to it for a moment.
Please.
We saw the little bit of confusion with the desired raise from Gwen there. Ended up being a flat call, and then York decides to bump it up with Jack 9 off in position. I mean, a standard raise perhaps, depending on the big blind, small blind dynamic, but in this case, is he pouncing on the confusion that happened?
Well, I mean, he has to also consider that, Chow has to consider that 2 intended to raise, but when 2 is forced to call, why raise Jack 9 offsuit versus what you perceive to have been a raising range?
Maybe.
Or is there the meta game of, did he truly mean to call and trying to who knows?
Another interpretation might be that York is thinking, hey man, you wanted to raise, I'll raise for you.
Ah, yes, of course, the Vietnamese camaraderie between between friends. We're going to see a C-bet here on this flop, 40K into what would have been 96K. More than a third, shy of half.
Well, how do you like that raise now? 200k behind. Pretty much the same stacks for both players to begin with.
And two must also be considering that Chow's range must be fairly strong. If Chow is raising over what was supposed to be intended to be a raise, but forced to call.
Well, you mentioned the term meta game.
Yes.
This is like a meta game on steroids. I don't
Oh,
even
yeah.
know what's going on here.
And just blind on blind dynamics are already so wide. It just adds so much more to the complexity of it. I can see why blind on blind dynamics are your favorite.
Oh, absolutely. It's like a heads-up game happening every round. So what do you think about explaining the term metagame, Greg? You think you're up to it?
Sure. So there's the game of poker, right? But underneath that, there's what we call the meta game, and that's do a lot of just like the game that's happening in and around poker. So the mental, the leveling wars that are happening between players. The whole like, I think that you think that I think that I've got jacks. And it can go one step further than that. I think that you think that I think that you think
No,
that I have
Greg.
jacks.
Don't do it. Don't go further. Don't go to the next level.
If you're like on Daniel Negreanu Elke level, it's a I think that you think that I think that you think that I think. And see, I can't even function on that level. The most I've gotten to is probably like, I think that you think that I have this. But I haven't surpassed the whole I think that you think that I think that you have this.
If you think I'm following along, you have given me a lot more credit than I deserve here.
You know, it's probably one of my favorite things to do when I table talk is just confuse people. Like I'm not really trying to do anything. I'm not trying to go into a call or a fold. But I just find like if I just confuse my fellow player, it's fun for me. That's probably the most valuable part. But two, it just kind of gets away and impedes the thinking process a bit as well.
Yeah, poker is about trying to make your opponent make mistakes, and if they're too busy trying to wonder what you just said, chances are.
Yeah, you'll see me in a river spot where I'm all in and they're looking at me and I'll start saying, "Listen, man, I just thought that you thought that I thought," and just continue down that hole. 61 people watching here in our live chat. Thank you so much for being here. Again, you're watching the final day of the high roller here at the final day of APT Phu Quoc. 1.2 billion VND up top here. Someone in this field is walking away a VND billionaire as William Jia picks up Jack King off under the gun. Effectively the low jack, as we are six-handed as of right now. Gonna go for the raise to 24K, 2 big blinds. And it's gonna get all the way around to the big blind. I get pretty excited when I'm on the big blind these days, you know, like it's a give and take. The give is you pay the big blind ante. That's the sucky part. But the nice part is you can defend really wide on the big blind.
Yeah, without feeling too guilty that you're being loose. You're still playing good poker when you see a flop with 8-3 suited or some other rags just because you had the pot odds.
Yes, highly incentivized to call wider as people are going to be trying to steal the blinds wider. Additionally, there's still the ante in there, and additionally, you get a better price since you already have your big blind in.
Six-handed right now. 2 players should be coming in very shortly. Fill those seats.
25 players, 8-handed each. So has to be 4 tables, because you can't do 3, because you did 3, it would be 8, 8, and 9. So it has to be 4 tables. So it's going to be 6, 6, 6, 7. So this could just be one of the 3 6-handed tables. But once we go down to one more bust, we'll go down to 3 tables, and then this table will fill up.
Exactly. And we will be following this table along until we reach 16 players, so we're going to be familiarizing ourselves with some of these guys more and more, see how they play. One man I have enjoyed watching play is a man putting chips in the middle. Ace-9 for Tuan. He's been in some tricky spots. Did have a genius induction with his small river value bet that got a bluff out of William Jia. As a result, Tuan stack now above 500k.
Seeing a multi-way to a flop. A rarer occurrence here at these high stakes. William Jia of Australia with the big blind special, taking the lead with top pair. Not the best kicker. And Chow, a pre-flop aggressor, going to elect for the C-bet multi-way.
No pair, no draw, no problem. Not sure what Tuan has to think about, but William, I mean, the big blind special, this is exactly why you do it. Certainly can call, but with 12 big blinds, could consider getting it in there.
Unblocking hearts also an important factor here. If he makes it more likely that Chow could just be barreling here, or pardon me, c-betting here with hearts. And if he wants to charge those draws, going all in wouldn't be so bad. Yes, kicker's pretty bad, but top pair at these stack depths, you're pretty much having to go with it. Something I learned recently, the lower SPR, the lower SPR is, the less strong your hand needs to be to go all in. But William Jia here with top 2 does bring in the front door flush though.
Well, how's under 1 SPR and top 2 pair for feeling a lot more comfortable in the hand? After all, Knock is the pre-flop aggressor. Could have had a better queen, maybe an overpair of sort, and of course a strong draw, but with the heart coming in, yeah, he does check behind. It does smack the range of William calling from the big blind.
What could be perceived to be a pretty bad card to William Jia, as if Chow decided to check back an overpair on the turn, he's now behind.
I don't know, Greg. The look of Chow suggests he's not checking back no overpairs. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
He's been aggressive throughout. I think William
if he's
probably...
betting, yeah, if he's betting flop with
he
Jack
feels
8.
William feels comfortable he has this in the bag, and the only thing is Jack high. I mean, it's not even... It doesn't even beat bluffs, actually.
Yeah, just a little bit of Hollywooding. As the cards hit the muck, and that's going to be a very nice hand for William Jia from Australia.
Not too long a Hollywood, I can get behind that.
For sure, for sure. No Oscars would be handed out, but you know, a very respectable Hollywood. 8 minutes left in this level, followed by one more level before we hit our break. But right now, chip leading is Ton Chan Trong of Vietnam. And our shortest stacks are also from Vietnam, with Japan, Australia in the middle of the pack.
And the next level jump, Greg, might I add, probably the biggest we have in terms of the increment. We go from 12k blinds to 16k. That's a 33% increment.
Oof.
And if you think about it, that likely doesn't happen again until much later in this tournament, considering the level after that would be 20k, so that's only a 25% increase. 25k after that, that's a 25% increase again, and so on. So, sort of a crucial situation here once we get to the end of this level, where a lot of these stacks, look at this, 16 big blinds, for instance, for when, that's going to be down to under 12 with a 33% increment. Lots to think about.
Also, I think I'm seeing a new player getting out of the table, which might imply to me that we're now down to 24 players, as someone may have busted on another table. Win here with Queen Jack offsuit versus the raise by 2 with King Jack offsuit.
Seeing a lot of shortish stack on shortish stack violence here.
Yes.
Repeatedly. Once again, next level, it's only going to get worse. See, short stacks effectively become 33% smaller. We do see the new player coming in on seat 4, Mr. Yu Hang Chen from China.
Welcome, welcome.
A new flag in the mix.
Oh, another king jack here with William Jia in the small blind versus a low jack open and a call. Gonna call here in the small blind. Let's see what the big blind special wakes up with. Ace-7 offsuit makes the fold. So we're gonna see three ways to a flop here. Domination Nation, but the better hands blocking each other as the flop comes. Peanuts for all three players.
Yamamoto eyeing the flop, considering he would have had top. Made a disciplined laydown with the ace-7 multi-way, but would have had by far the best of it, not only on the flop, but in fact pre-flop.
Checks to pre-flop aggressor, gives up the action here. Checks to win in the cutoff with the worst hand. Gonna
Look
use
at
the
that.
position to his advantage and steal the pot here with queen high, getting both king highs to fold.
Talk about wanting it more, just leads right out into two players with pretty much nothing on the board and takes it down.
First to bet, first to get. 24 players left remaining, down to the last three tables. 9 away from the money.
This is it. Things getting serious now. We're
6.
down to 3 tables. Just about 2 tables worth of people get paid. So players know they just sort of need to survive this to get sort of that 2x on their buy-in to begin with. And then, of course, aim for the 1.25 billion Vietnamese dong first place prize. See Seat 7 join us as well. Mr. Quang Huy Wen. I think a familiar face from yesterday's feature table, if I'm not mistaken. Another Vietnamese player.
Nice to see some levity as well as new energies and players get introduced to the group. Some warm welcomes, some warm smiles. Nice to see some camaraderie in our streams, especially at such high stakes. I think it's just good for the game, good for the morale, and overall very enjoyable to watch.
I absolutely agree, and I was about to say, you know how in football, soccer, when they make a substitution, they call it a fresh pair of legs?
Oh, do they?
In this case, it's like, you know, a fresh stack of chips. And
Yeah.
it completely reinvigorates the team in soccer, in this case, the table.
And it's good for the table economy as well.
Table economy, I like that phrase.
Thank you. I kind of just made it up, but
Pretty
it kind of
cool.
makes sense, right?
Yeah, you should patent that one. And, you know,
While I franchise the Grego's All In brand, right?
yeah, don't forget.
And start my own cult. This would be our. You can't see it, but like this is what the sign would be.
Oh, the all-in triangle.
Yeah, the all-in triangle.
Very nice.
Which is I've only ever seen being used in Asia.
Oh, no, I see it in India a lot. They
Yeah.
like doing that. In fact, the cool move is to not say all in, just look at the dealer and make the triangle.
Right, but that no one recognizes that in North America. So it was a really cool thing I learned in Manila. We're gonna see blind on blind action once again. All in and a call. Win all in for less than 10 big blinds. All in for his tournament life with King 5 of diamonds is ahead. Needs to fade the jack or the 7 or a bunch of clubs as flop comes. 8, 3, 3, 2 clubs. King high is still ahead here. Needs to fade the jack or the 7 or the club. Just needs to fade the jack or the 7 now. River of Dreams is going to be a nice one here as Win stays alive here with King high.
Yeah, back up into the comfort zone. Came into this table super short stack. I think we had Win come in with a short stack, and I was just eyeing the stack of the newest player of the table, Yu Hang Chen from China in seat 4. That's the white shirt gentleman on the left of your screen right now. Seems to have a massive stack. We haven't had a chance to catch up with the graphic there. So not only a fresh pair of stacks, or what were we calling it? Just
A fresh rack of chips.
table, yeah, table economy getting
Table
boosted, as you
economy.
said. But a new dynamic. There we see a huge stack, seat 4. So it's going to change the dynamics a little bit. There we go. 591K, a new chip leader on the table.
5 Vietnamese players representing the home court 1 Australian and 1 Japanese player and 1 player from China.
And as I've been saying repeatedly, the blinds going up in 1 minute to a sort of dangerous increment. 12K now becomes 16K. I don't know if the players have had a chance to process this, but we're suddenly looking at having a lot of short stacks on the table. And 2 big stacks, and now we're approaching the bubble. So, the name of the game, as usual, ICM.
ICM, Independent Chip Model. It basically means don't be the bubble boy.
I like to think of it as winning chips is not as good as losing chips is bad. That's one way to understand ICM, and that really is the key to ICM pressure.
I love that. That was a really elegant way of putting it.
Oh, thanks. Maybe I can patent something out of this.
There you go. Under the brand of Vidder goes all in.
You know where I got that from? Just that sort of phrase.
Please.
It's not from ICM, but they say that about poker and poker winning mindset in general, where actually in poker, unfortunately, I don't know what it is about humans, but winning doesn't feel as good as losing feels bad.
Yeah.
You ever feel that way?
Yeah, I think as human beings, one of the very human thing to do is to kind of pay more heed and attention to the negative things that happen to us in life, and that's just a natural adaptation so that we can avoid those negative things in the future. But I think recognizing that also helps us be aware of the times in our lives where we're just content and happy, and recognize the times and how fortunate we are. The axe forgets, the tree remembers.
Ah, lovely.
That's why we only remember the bad beats.
And I think overcoming all these human tendencies is exactly what it's all about when it comes to becoming a better and better poker player. And so this idea that, well, winning might not feel as good as much as losing hurts sometimes, it's something to overcome, and there's many ways to do it. Maybe you can sort of talk yourself into it.
So then
meditate.
is the goal of poker then to remove our sense of humanity as much as possible to play optimal poker?
Perhaps. I mean, some people think the goal of poker is to cause other people pain. So you know what? Whatever works for you, man. I've seen those people. They only want to run it once because to them it's just about pain. They want to cause pain.
That's such an interesting philosophical point.
All in again, Phu Quoc.
All in with ace-4 offsuit, also known as fake aces. Sometimes you peel that ace and you see that pointy card behind and you're like, oh, it's another ace. Nope, it's a 4. But it's going to be good enough blind versus blind here for shy of 20 bigs, and it's going to get the fold from 2. Still in the blinds, still in the blinds. As you said yesterday, Vidder, if you steal the blinds every orbit, you win the tournament. You never die. Full ring 8-handed table now, folks. 24 players left remaining. 15 in the money. Getting closer and closer to that money bubble.
Last day of the series. I bet all the remaining players can just taste it. That last cash that they've worked so hard for.
Win under the gun. 14 big blinds with pocket 4s.
Interesting. A lot of players might elect to fold this. We mentioned ICM pressure, the number of short stacks as we approach the money, etc. But Tien Minh Nguyen, oh well, here to play it seems like.
Gonna go for the raise of what looks to be about 32K, 2 big blind raise as the blinds are now 8K, 16K. Runs into Yamamoto's ace king, starting with 17 big blinds. The nut non-paired holding. Yamamoto taking his time to think this through.
An effective all-in, leaves himself a few chips behind, but essentially committing himself to the pot. And is going to ask Tien the question of whether he wants to continue in this hand if the action gets back to him.
And that's going to be good enough. Gets back around to our pre-flop raiser opener. Win with pocket 4, starting the hand with 14 big blinds.
Frankly, I'm not so sure Tien would even call if he could see the hands face up, simply because of that ICM pressure. Do you really want to flip for the rest of your tournament life here? But that 3-bet to 117k looks mighty strong. I mean, lots of huge pocket pairs might behave the same way. As a result,
Wow.
Win lets it go.
Love the 3-bet sizing by Yamamoto. Why put in your entire stack when just a smaller 3-bet will do the same job? Taking a look back here, lots of short stacks here. More than half of the players at this table sitting on 15 big blinds or less. So it's going to be a jam fest as we get closer to being in the money. Some really exciting dynamics happening here, folks.
That 3-bet sizing, Greg, there's sometimes a lot of thought behind it, where when you have ace-king, you'd rather pick up the chips uncontested than get into a flip with a hand like, say, 6s, 7s, 8s, etc. Obviously a hand like maybe 10s, maybe even 9s and above aren't really going anywhere no matter what you do. But you do put 6s, 7s, 8s into a tough spot when you 3-bet like that. They obviously don't have the odds to draw to a set at these stack depths. And they might convince themselves into thinking you have a hand stronger than ace-king, and they must fold. Very common to see late stage in a tournament.
Great insight once again by Vidar Single, co-commentator extraordinaire here at the APT. We're going to see a raise here by Win. Pocket 5s on the cutoff. Chow not afraid to put his chips in, as we've seen him play very aggressively here at this feature table in the small blind with 12 big blinds left remaining versus a late position raise. Closer to the money. Decisions. And the decision is to fold. Big blind special here for Tianmin Win. 10-9 offsuit versus the raise.
Look at this, the 12 big blind versus 10 big blind battle. I'm looking forward to this level, Greg. I mean, we're going to see a lot of interesting poker. When the blinds are this short and players are not willing to simply play an all-in or fold strategy, that's when things get the most interesting.
As the flop becomes King Jack 3, 2 spades, 5's ahead here. Tianmin Win has the gut shot to the queen, but Kwang Hee Win on the cutoff with 5s. Can't feel that comfortable either with 2 overs to his pocket pair. Is gonna c-bet. Does have the range advantage, not advantage on this board. And is gonna take down the chips.
Made it look easy.
Poker is an easy game. It feels easy when it is.
I wish.
And when it's hard, man, it is hard. 2 stacks under 10 big blinds here now.
Poker's an easy game when you start out. That's for sure.
When you start out.
Yeah, don't you think? You just think just pushing and clicking buttons and pushing chips and making in pots.
You know, I now that I think about your statement a little bit more, I definitely agree. The more I learn about poker, the more I just learn what I don't know about it.
Oh yeah.
It just feels more and more daunting.
So true for so many fields in life. The more you know, the less you know.
William Jia, stay loose, please don't do. They never do. Jack King off for Yamamoto Kazuo of Japan. Gonna just let it hit the muck here. Win on 2 of Vietnam. King 4 offsuit. Gonna fold around to our button here as players take a look at the other tables and stack sizes around to suss out the other short stacks as we get closer into the money. Nyok An Chao all in with King 9 and suited.
Oh my. A must-call hand.
Runs to Tianmin Wins Ace 9 suited. And we're taking a trip to Domination Nation here, folks.
Rough.
Tianmin Win with Ace 9 suited, all in for his tournament life here with the better hand. Just needs to fade the king or a bunch of diamonds. Vietnam on Vietnam violence as the flop comes 9, King 10, 2 pair here for the dominated hand, and Win now drawing to an ace. Gonna be a heartbreaker of a flop here. Gets it in good on the flop, pre-flop. Needs to hit an ace on this river. It's not gonna come, and that's gonna be a good game for Tien Minh Nguyen of Vietnam. Got it in good pre.
Rough stuff. I mean, how much better can you get it in, really?
And that's the unfortunate truth of poker. Very often, the best hand pre is the worst hand post, and that's gonna be a good game for Tien Minh Nguyen. Pleasure doing commentary for you, sir. All the best. As we look back now, 7-handed on this table. 4 Vietnamese players left remaining. 1 person from China, 1 person from Australia, and 1 person from Japan. Average big blinds are getting pretty low as well, only 28.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is sort of that level where you see the big drop in the average big blinds, but it does make for such interesting dynamics. I mean, I don't think we have a stack above 40 big blinds on this table.
No, we
And
don't.
with 23 players left, we might see a lot of ramming and jamming as players try to either steal some blinds, perhaps try to double up. The biggest active player on the screen right now, the new entrant to the table, Yu Hang from China. 591k in chips. Instant fold from the 6s there from Yamamoto.
Wow. Well, Yamamoto with a middle, what looks like to be more of a middling stack, highly incentivized to just wait for all of these short stacks to bust out here. So highly incentivized to play tight.
A good comparison though, as we did see pocket 4s open under the gun, get punished by the ace king. In this case, Yamamoto shows the discipline to fold pocket 6s. Did have Quang behind him with ace jack. The hand could have gone very differently.
And we're going to see a big blind special here. Going to see heads up to a flop. Yu Hang Chen of China versus Quang Huy Nguyen of Vietnam. King 4 versus ace jack as flop comes queen 8-6. Both players whiffing. No pair for either. Nguyen still ahead with ace high, our pre-flop aggressor. Checks to him. And it's gonna c-bet here with the range advantage. No king high float here by Yu Hang Chen. And that's going to be a nice hand there for Quang Huy Nguyen of Vietnam. 23 players left remaining. 8 till we get into the money. And of course, going to play down to our final champion. 1.26 billion VND going to them, along with the very coveted APT High Roller Trophy.
And 28 minutes till the break. Another factor to maybe consider for these players. Came in fresh. An hour and a half into it, some chips flying about, some new entrants to the table. And as we inch closer to the money, good opportunity to reset, figure out what the other stacks in the field are, so you can maybe adjust your play accordingly. I hear some laughter on the floor there, and I really do think it's amazing that even on the final day of the series here, we do have 4 or 5 side events with a whole different range of buy-ins. Poker room still buzzing, still sounding fun.
Yeah, a little bit of everything for everyone. Yes, at APT we pride on ourselves on our really solid, long structures when it comes to our flagship events like the main event or the high rollers. But if you kind of prefer a more bingo style of poker, we also have our hyper turbos and turbo tournaments that run later in the evening, that have 10 to 15 to 20 minute levels.
Greg, Henry told me he entered the Super Hold'em event.
Oh,
you know that one?
I wanted to play that one so bad. How was it?
All 3 cards in your hand play.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded absolutely wild, obviously. All 3 cards play. I mean, come on. Who can know what to do in those scenarios?
Blind versus blind here. Taking yet another trip to Domination Nation. 9-7 versus Queen 7. Small blind raises with the better hand. Queen 7 of clubs. William Jia of Australia in the big blind. Looks like he just made the call here. And a call it is, so it heads up to a flop, blind versus blind, fighting for 11 big blinds effective behind. As flop comes king 8-6, both players, actually William Jia here with the open-ended straight draw. Has the worst hand sitting on 9 high, but has 40% equity.
Pretty good flop if you're speculating with 9-7. And as we do see the expected bet here, bluffing at it with air, William has just about enough to sort of jam it in there and have some fold equity. Just above a 1 SPR.
He's going to elect for a call instead, taking the passive route, hoping to hit the 10 or the 5 as the turn brings a jack of diamonds. Yu Hang Chen, 3-1 favorite right now in equity. But doesn't pick up one of those cards that he was hoping he could barrel on, a club or a 9 or a 5. Yu Hang Chen going to slow down here. Gives William Jia the opportunity to bluff at this. Has 150k behind, 164k in the pot. Gonna check this back yet again. Has to play very cautious with all the ICM implications, but just rivers the nutter butters. Checks behind here on the turn. Allows Yu Hang Chen maybe to bluff here on this river, covering William Jia.
William took a pretty passive approach in the hand that I have to say I was not a fan of after all. When you have a very strong draw in position that is going to end up 9 high if you miss. Might want to take a stab at it, but now with the nuts, everything has changed. He's just hoping his opponent has a hand. Of course, Yu Hang decides to show down his queen high. And now when William bets at it, which of course he will with the absolute nuts, this Yu Hang thing, his queen high is worth a hero call ever.
Another interesting consideration here is that Yu Hang Chen does block the nuts, having the 7 of clubs in his hand. But William Jia here really not going to get much value out of the nuts here. I agree with you. I like kind of more of an aggressive route as well, especially when you get checked to after a regular standard C-bet and then a check on the turn. You do have probably a lot of fold equity against most of their range, especially blind versus blind. However, yes, we also have to consider that they're so close to the money, and the rare chance that Yu Hang Chen is trapping.
Yep.
William Jia would have to put his tournament life at risk.
Great point.
So we see William Jia here chipping up now to 19 big blinds. Went on to our short stack here with 9 big blinds, needing to find a double desperately here. As the average big blinds now is 28, as we have 23 players left remaining. 8 more into the money. 27 more till we reach our champion. Here at the High Rollers event, here at APT Phu Quoc, commentary brought to you by yours truly, Sir Gregory Goes All In, and of course my very talented co-commentator, Vidar Singal. It is the last day here at APT Phu Quoc, but we're going to be in APT Taipei very shortly, April 28th. You don't want to miss that. It's going to be the biggest event and series ever in APT history. If you want to get all of those dates and information, please go to theasianpokertour.com as Kwang Hui Win picks up Ace-King offsuit here under the gun.
Greg, I must ask, did you knight yourself there? Did you say Sir Gregory?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe I'm hearing things, but I really do think you should consider it.
Sir Nyok An with King-Queen offsuit on the hijack now. Finding
I'm
himself.
just saying, if you did, I like the sound of it.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Sir Gregory Goeth, all inward. Would that be my name? I'll work on it. Gregory Goeth, entirely inside. Oh,
Okay,
no,
Greg.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Let me
I'll
just
stop. Yeah,
point
just
out what you
good.
said there.
Yep. You know, I heard it too. I didn't hear it when I was thinking it, and then once it came out of my mouth, I heard it. But the fun thing about Greg Goes All In is that if my YouTube channel ever fails, you know, I can always rebrand it for OnlyFans.
Ah.
And
Exactly.
we're going to see the ill-timed 3-bet here by Nyok An Cha with King-Queen offsuit versus Ace-King. And is going to get what I believe is going to be a 4-bet here.
I do respect the 3-bet there. I mean,
He's going to make the call here. I guess Kwang Hui Win is covered by Chow. Chow, who we've seen to be quite the aggressive player. Win definitely not wanting to risk getting stacked despite having such a powerful hand with Ace King as the flop comes. Queen Jack 8, the worst hand pre is the best hand post. How does Chow do it?
A pretty absurd turn of events here. Kwang, in an attempt to maybe respect the fact that we're getting close to the bubble, decides not to 4-bet all in with the Ace King, something you'll see pretty commonly at earlier stages of the tournament. I believe Chow would have been forced to fold, but now he just has the best of it. Reverse domination.
And facing a 55k bet into a pot that was 220, quarter pot bet with the 2 overs and the gutter to Broadway. Backdoor nut flush draw as well with the ace of diamonds. Is just going to find the better spot and let it go here. Can't risk giving up those chips.
Once again, very unique poker going on. He does not continue with the backdoor flush draw, the nut draw to the Broadway, and of course the 2 overs. The board was about as wet as it gets, just giving a lot of credit to Chow there for all kinds of hands.
Absolutely.
And also showing a lot of discipline.
Yeah, it's like what you said. The value in winning chips is not as valuable as not losing chips. And the more chips you leave yourself, I think also another consideration is the more chips you leave yourself, the bigger the double you're going to get when you get it in good. And so it looks like Win just finding the better spot, saving those chips for a better day.
Yeah, quite likely pretty spot on to what he might be thinking, considering he has 16 big blinds behind. Decided not to jam the Ace King, as you said. Just seems to be pretty aware of ICM implications. Yu-Hong Chen, not really wielding his big stack the way he could if he so desired.
Blind versus blind race to 40 by Yamamoto Kazuo.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't jam it in, considering Kwang had about 15 big blinds after he'd committed 2 into the pot already.
Domination Nation seems to be the theme of this feature table.
In
King
the
9
past.
versus Jack 9.
Sorry to interrupt, Greg.
Go
I was
ahead.
just remembering in the same situation, Yamamoto had jammed Jack 7. And actually Kwang had woken up with the King high, gotten the double up. So, I don't know, a little bit gun shy. King 9 would have worked out perfectly as a jam. Still ahead.
Bink. That's going to feel pretty good here for Yamamoto. Making top pair blind versus blind. That's such a small stack depth. Going to go for some value here. Can charge some spade draws, flush draws, straight draws. But not going to get any value from Jack High and peanuts from Kwang Hui Win. As a nice pot goes to Yamamoto Kazuo in seat 6. Sitting on 369k in chips. One of our larger middling stacks representing Japan.
Every pot here is usually fairly impactful to whoever ends up breaking it in. We're just in this sort of short stack zone of the tournament right now. As we approach the bubble, everybody is going to play a little bit tighter, really preserve the stack, as we saw Kwang do. Really fascinating what's going on. I think it should lead to some very, very interesting hands, and it has already, of course. I'm sort of blown away by the skill level of these players, not just because of their poker talent, but I mean, this is the last day of the series.
Yeah,
They're grinding it out.
They've probably been playing for poker for 10 days straight, a lot of these gentlemen. So I can imagine the fatigue and the amount of resilience and endurance they must have and practice every day to play at the level that they do here this deep in our high roller event here at APT Phu Quoc.
Once again, blind versus blind. With rags, more or less, but always an opportunity for carnage. There we go. All in with the 9-5. Exactly what you need to do when you realize, well, you put in the big blind and the big blind ante. It's going to be down to 7 bigs. You've seen a limp from the small blind. Maybe it's now or never. Bold move that pays off.
Very brave move. At risk of busting was the shortest stack. Baller moves happening here at APT Phu Quoc on our featured table. Round and round the button goes. Where it'll stop. No one's quite sure. Pretty sure that's how that goes.
Where's that from, Greg?
Huh?
Where's that from?
Oh, I that was completely original.
Oh, wow. You're just firing out nuggets there. You're going to want to go home, watch the stream, and take some notes from all the stuff you've come up with.
Yeah, lots of revisions need to be made, absolutely, for sure.
No, also there have been business opportunities that we've talked about. Certainly patented phrases.
Night names.
Yeah, table economy, I like that.
Table
I
economy.
look forward to using that in the future.
And just like the economic state of Vancouver especially, the rich just keep getting richer. As the disparity in chips here are pretty wide. Many short stacks.
Pretty sure
and
that's
the
a global...
big stacks are massive.
Pretty sure that's a global phenomenon, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sorry, I'm from North America. We think we're the center of the universe.
That's right.
Ace-Jack running to Ace-Queen here. Our two bigger stacks here. Yamamoto opens at cutoff with Ace-Jack, a great hand for blackjack, a great hand for poker, but is going to run into Nyok An Chao's Ace-Queen suited. Chao has been playing super aggressively, has shown propensity to put in his chips, no fear to put in his chips. And with that image being built up, it might pay off here with the more dominant hand, Ace-Queen suited. But again, as you said, Bitter, Ace-Jack, not a great hand to have in a 3-bet pot. Flashes the ace and lets it go. High-level plays from both players here. Cutoff versus big blind. As the rich just keep getting richer.
And ever since that King-9 bad beat, there we go. We see how on top of the leaderboard, 35 big blinds, not too much, but certainly the biggest stack on this table and certainly a very comfortable stack. 22 now left, so we had an elimination. 15 players played. Certainly appearing within reach for a lot of players now. At least the cash. And we will be playing down to the winner today. A redraw when it comes down to 16 players. That's going to be effectively the stone bubble. After that, final table of 9 players. And after that, all the glory. 1.26 billion Vietnamese dong to the first place finisher.
22 players left on the felt. I'm trying to write that as I go. 22 players right now. You take some chips, you splash it around. 21 players left on the felt.
Very nice.
I'll work on it. Pocket sevens for Quang Huy Win of Vietnam on the cutoff. We're going to just jam it all in for just over 11 big blinds. Was putting his tournament life in risk as both the blinds cover him, but thankfully they both fold, and he's going to pick up 40K in chips here. A great result for Quang Huy Win. Now, second last in chips here with 14 big blinds.
Now we see those players chatting a little bit, settled in, some smiles here and there, maybe discussing a few hands. I had been missing this. Tensions are high when you come into a new day playing for serious money, but it usually does take an hour or so to settle in. It's one of those aspects of live poker you sort of get used to. Unless, of course, you have some big personality on the table. That helps as well. Or maybe a heel like WWE, like a villain on the table that everybody can root against.
Well, Chow Win On being our big stack bully might fill that role. Raises up with 9-8 suited on the cutoff, diamonds variety, and Ton Chan Trong, 26 big blinds to start. It's going to what seems like a raise, a 3-bet to 82,000. Knows that Chow can be opening super wide here on the button as the big stack. But does Chow want to continue in this 3-bet pot in position with 9 high? Let's stick around and find out. And it looks like he will. So we're going to go to a 3-bet pot here.
The 3-bet was pretty small. Pretty easy call there for 9-8 suited, considering he is the chip leader.
Flop comes Ace Jack 3. Top pair here for Ton Chan Trong, but his kicker no good. Nyok An Chow sitting on 9 high and some optimistic backdoor flush draws. But Ton Chan Trong going to continue the aggression here.
I think Tuan is going to be relieved to see that ace in a particularly dry board. He was essentially trying to fight back against the big stack despite having a middle stack of his own. Ace 4 off, not the prettiest of hands, but converting it into a effective bluff from the small blind is a great aggressive move. Works out in his favor with the top pair, and now the chip leader on the table. Nyok An Chow, or Chow is it? Yeah, he decides to let it go. I mean, pretty big whiff on the flop there.
It's going to be a very sizable pot here for Ton Chan Trong of Vietnam. Now sitting on 550K, taking the chip lead from Nyok An Chow, actually. So we've got a new chip leader here at this table. Chips are flying. The chip economy at this table is booming. As chips make very quick and sizable transfers between hands. Love to see it.
The aggression pays off. New chip leader.
And back yet into another hand here, folks. Yamamoto exercising a lot of patience here, getting kind of a cold run of cards. Haven't seen him get into the mix too much, but exercising a lot of stoicism and good fashion sense as Quang Huy Win of Vietnam opens, pardon me, flat calls with A7 suited on +1.
Okay, that's interesting.
Trying to see a flop for cheap here, short stacked, but even with the flat, it's going to seem very suspicious.
I think, I might be off here, but I think I saw him do it with aces yesterday. So this might be some sort of weird balancing situation too. If you're going to limp aces early position, you have to limp some weaker hands early position to balance it out.
Absolutely.
Pretty crazy to choose this spot to do it though. Short stack, close to the bubble.
And a 3-way limped pot here. We're going to see some fireworks here, folks. As William Jia has the open-ended straight draw. Quang Huy Win has the nut flush draw. And Tone is there too.
I don't know.
Along for the ride. Has the gut shot. I'll give it to him. Has the gut shot to a jack.
Yeah, I don't know about the an open-ender you mean. And I don't know about the... Oh, you mean Toan has a gut shot. My apologies. I was looking at William Jia.
William Jia has the open-ender.
Yeah, the
10
jack.
Jack Queen King. Nut flush draw for Quang Huy Win with ace 7 of hearts, and a gut shot for Ton Chan Trong.
Honestly, a shocking call from Tuan. I mean, yeah, you have an ace, but that's really it. And when you do hit that jack, I think it's pretty obvious to see the straight on the board. I don't know that you get paid off.
As the turn brings the 5 of spades, no help to anybody. Quang Huy Win here with the best hand, with ace high, flush draw, and the gut shot to go along with it as well. But no player with a pair here. William Jia gonna check it. Quang Huy Win continuing the aggression he set on the flop. Gonna bet again now, 35K into 120. More than a quarter, less than a third.
Tuan needs to realize he has nothing with a slight nothing draw. And I call it a nothing draw because, of course, it's tough to get paid when you hit it. William also, yeah, he lets it go. I mean, his jack outs to the ace obviously make the nuts, but he has to be afraid that even a 9 won't be good, considering the way Kwong was betting. He could easily have ace-jack.
Correct. And also, some of his open-ended outs, as we saw, as it was true, were dead. He had a lot of reverse implied odds. He might make his straight, but brings in that nut flush. So, best hand pre was the best hand post. Takes it down with ace high. A very interesting three-way limped pot here at APT High Rollers.
You don't see that too often at these stages.
No, we do not.
That's the beauty of poker in Asia. Anything can happen, really.
As we enter hand 42 of the day. Win onto our short stack of the table, 9 big blinds. Taking his time there, 10-9 offsuit, lets it go. Hey, listen, I do it. Not saying that An did it there, but I've definitely taken my time to tank fold as just one of the shorted stacks near to the bubble.
Oh, absolutely. It's understandable. We're not that close to the bubble, of course, but sometimes even as silly as wanting to just make the break, of course, to avoid paying some blinds. We do have time banks, and after that, it's all fair game.
Tone Chang Trong on the cutoff with 8-7 offsuit, gonna make what maybe consider a looser open.
He
Yu Hang Chen, yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tan has been getting out of line a little bit, don't you think? Chasing that ace-high draw with the ace-deuce, opening the 8-7 off.
Yeah, definitely.
He picked
Definitely very creative lines.
he picked up the chip lead and has decided to really use it, and I love it. Simply because this is the time to separate the best from the rest, as they say. Considering we're approaching the bubble, you have the most ICM pressure you're going to have for a while. You can really bully not only the short stacks, but also the middle stacks. And fortunately, Yu Hang doesn't seem like one of those middle stacks that's willing to be bullied. He in fact fights back, completely aware of what's happening in terms of Tuan being super active. And now runs into the 9s of Yamamoto on the blinds, who does suss out the fact that despite the 3-bet of Yu Hang, his 9s are ahead.
Wow, what a great call here by Yamamoto. That's a tough spot for seeing him raise in a 3-bet.
Tron doesn't need to save face and lets it go. Yu Hang, on the other hand, might have to Hollywood. Nope, moves along to the next hand. Well done. And Yamamoto, finally, with a bit of pep in his step. He had been getting a little frustrated with the card distribution. Turns out patience, as always, is rewarded in poker.
Yeah, that's always so nice. Just picking up a pot once in a while just gets that morale back going.
Exactly. Makes all the difference in the world sometimes to your psychology and also your momentum in terms of how other people perceive you on the table.
20 players left remaining. Started the day with about 30. We have lost 10 players, and we need to lose 5 more till we are in the money. Stacks are short. Money is close. Tensions are high. All important ingredients for exciting live stream poker. Win on to 9 big blinds with ace high.
And min cash, of course, is 89 million, just as a reminder. That's just a shade under 2x the buy-in of 55. After that, the pay ladders come quickly. 15 players in the money. 15th place, 89. Starting 13th place, about 96.5. We hit the 100 million Vietnamese dong mark around the 11th place finisher. Going all the way up after that to 1.26 billion BND.
Win on 2, going for the min raise here with 8 big blinds. And Yamamoto, all of his patience has been rewarded in the last 2 hands. Picking up chips with 9s, now picking up ace king of clubs in the small blind
Perhaps an attempt by Wenhan too to represent extreme strength, being the short stack, opening under the gun, and just min-raising as though he has a monster hand. It's not going to work out at this time. Does get Yamamoto to shove, and actually the 5s get away from it a lot more easier than they might have otherwise.
And it gives Win On 2 an opportunity to get away here and cut his losses and find a double elsewhere.
Bit of a double whammy here, Greg. I mean,
Yeah.
not only did he make the lose open with the ace-5, Win I'm talking about, but now he's going to have to face the big blind and the big blind ante. Assuming he folds here, which I think is likely, he's going to be facing the -2 BB situation in the very next hand.
Yeah, a really tough spot to be in. I didn't even recognize being under the gun this hand. Mans is going to be losing 2 big blinds in the very next hand and a small blind in the hand after. Desperately needing a double here, desperately trying to hold on to coast into the money and survive 5 more players. But if he wants to do that, he might need a double up.
54 seconds to the break, by the way, which means we will be on the break after this hand. So if you are joining us, please make sure you come back after the break, because that's when we will be going down all the way to the bubble. I'm fairly certain we will be in the money in the next session of play. And we will be right here to take you along the whole journey. I am Vidar Singhal, of course, with my lovely co-commentator, Mr. Greg Goes All In. Greg, what do you think of the first 2 hours of play so far?
It's been quite exciting, really. I mean, a bit of a slower burn starting the day as we were, quite a bit of ways from the money. We're still deeper stacked, but right now, in this moment, the dynamic is this. The average big blind stack is about 20, and we're 5 players away from the money. So we're going to see a lot of high variance routes, high variance takes, spots, in a very high and intense situation as we get closer and closer to the money. ICM implications out the wazoo right now.
And what's most interesting is players are making extremely creative plays despite having extremely short stacks. It's, if I may say so, exactly as I predicted. The shorter the stacks get near the bubble, the more interesting and creative the play gets.
Yeah, and I think to that, it's also nice to see that a lot of the players here seem to not just be playing to get into the money, but playing to win. For example, I would say Chow, who has been a real superstar at this feature table, and of course quite the decorated player himself, really going for the spots to put himself in a position in which he can win the tournament. Taking the chip EV spots as opposed to maybe ICM spots. Sorry, go ahead.
No, my bad, Greg. I was just focusing in on Guenhan 2 here. Just in the world of pain that we mentioned, had to put in the 2 BBs. Now down to just 5 big blinds going into this break, but a good opportunity to reset, think about a new game plan. It's going to come back even shorter, of course, as the blinds go up. So we have a clear short stack.
The worst hand pre is the best hand post as Yu Hang Chen picks up a pair of jacks. Kwang Hui Win with the gut shot to a queen as the river brings 6 of spades. Changes nothing as the flop went check, check.
Well, you know what the APT guys call that, right, Greg? Domination rotation.
Domination rotation. Now we're going to see a bet here now from ace-10. Banking on the queen on the river to feel comfortable. No such thing. Does have the 10 which blocks queen 10. And we'll see if Kwang Hui Win represents that. He's going to try to represent that. Represents some strong holding here. Yu Hang Chen in the tank. What checks flops, leads turn, barrels river. That he beats.
Yu Hang maybe considering some moves with that little 10 blocker, or just a simple call. No,
wow.
He does make the call.
A sick call here by Yu Hang Chen.
Fantastic call.
Amazing. And folks, that's going to conclude this segment of APT Phu Quoc High Rollers as we go on a 15-minute break.
Don't forget, we will be coming back after the break and playing all the way down to the winner. First things first, we will be hitting the money bubble. 15 players will make the money, all of them walking away with 89 million Vietnamese dong. And of course, playing for the huge prize, 1.26 billion Vietnamese dong to the winner. That's over 54,000 US dollars. It's all going to be really exciting, Greg. I mean, I can't wait to just wrap this series up in style.
Totally. Go out with a bang. And so all of that coming to you right after we come back from this break and these messages.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So the overwhelming chip leader going to raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is going to pick up one customer from the big blind, German Bukharov, playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop, 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6, 3, 2 spades. German flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hai Nam, reaching for a c-bet. Does come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop, he puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a fourth spade has rolled off on the river. And Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call? So Din, Duck, Trung are the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace-Queen suited. Well, 1 seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark. So these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow. Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens. As he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards, comes in over the top. So we have a 3-way all-in. Rudnev came in as the shortest stack, now covers half the table. Gonna get out of the way, so a 3-way ordeal here. Potential couple of ladders for the rest of the table if the queens for Huang Hai Nam can hold here. And a queen.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Very warm welcome back to what can only be described as poker paradise, the Corona Resorts and Casino, live from Phu Quoc. It is the final day of the Asian Poker Tour here as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth for what can only describe it. You know, it's always bittersweet, Vidor. You know, you get to the end, there's still a trophy to be awarded, there's still side events to be played, but from a production point of view, you want it to continue. I mean, the poker has been thick, fast, lightning-paced action from the entire week.
I'm nostalgic already, Henry. It's not even over. We're covering the day 2 of the high roller, of course, and plenty of action still to come. We're going to take this down all the way to the finish line, not just the tournament, but the series,
Right.
of course. But as we come down to a close, I can't help but think what a success it's been and what a beautiful place Phu Quoc is. That's my big takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, success not only from like the players' overall experience, but from a production point of view, the whole team has just been working tirelessly around the clock to pull this off. And I know the fans and the people that have been engaging with us in the chat at home have been enjoying it. And you know, there's the buzz is still here. The players are already looking forward to Taipei. We're getting ready to obviously kick things off again with this high roller day 2 coverage as we look to throw it down one more time to the main feature table for more action as we're closing in on that money bubble. Vidor, now you kick things off today with Greg. Any key standout players so far that have really kind of caught your eye, or has it just been a bit of a stalemate given the presence of that money bubble just round the corner, kind of looming, if you will?
Well, Henry, I have good news for you as we see what happens in this hand. Of course, William Jia, with 12 big blinds, is going to be looking to commit himself with pocket tens. But to answer your question, it's been amazing. I did mention to Greg how we're at the blind level where things get interesting, and this is a great example. I mean, look at that. When On2 was down to 4 big blinds, talk about finding ace-jack suited in that spot. He's going to end up in a flip against William Jia. I mean, pretty good result if you think about it.
Feels unfair almost. I mean, 4 big blinds, ace-jack suited, 46% equity. Flipping for his tournament life. The good news for William as the flop comes ace-jack 3 is they did have win covered by a considerable margin, so we'll have some money back unless he can find the 2 outer. Which he does. 10 of clubs, corner pocket Vidor. How about that? To send shockwaves down the spines of us here in the booth and the viewers at home to kick the action back off on the flip side of the first break.
Well, I'm awake. How about you?
Who needs coffee? We just ordered 2. How about it? So, fresh elimination. Obviously was a flip to start things off. It always feels grim when it does come ace high to then get 2 outed either on the turn or river.
You always know that there's a chance, but you let yourself feel the joy of having gotten away with it. Unfortunately, we do lose, our 21st place finisher. So then there were 20. We are going to redraw once the table gets down, once the field, I should say, gets down to 16, which will mean 2 tables of 8 each. Final table will be of 9 players, and we are taking this all the way down to the winner, who will get 1.26 billion Vietnamese dong. If you're just joining us, that's over 54,000 USD. Of course, the pay jumps will come fast and quick once we get there. Coming back to your original question, Henry, you know, we're at that blind level stage and of course the tournament stage as we approach the bubble, where it's a lot of small stack on small stack violence. And there's different approaches. I mean, a lot of places in the world, you'll just see a lot of all-in or fold sort of strategy going into it. Not this table and not this field. I've seen 3 bets from under 10 big blinds. I've seen floats. I've seen raises with air. I mean, it's been absolutely incredible. And what's really cool is the stakes, not just because we're approaching the bubble, because every small pot means so much when you start with a short stack.
Yeah, well, case in point just there, Cal finding the 3-bet against the sub-10 big blind stack of his fellow countryman Win with the ace-4-0, excuse me. My voice was getting raspier by the moment. We managed to clear it out. We're back. But yeah, I mean, some incredibly unorthodox plays, as always. It just seems to be the common theme of poker in this part of the world. And it really does keep you on the edge of your seat and also keeps you guessing. You know, you think that you study these charts and these pre-flop ranges and how to navigate both pre and post-flop. And some of that could really go out the window in the sense that you have to adjust massively to the different play styles of the different nationalities represented at the Asian Poker Tour. And that's not due to a lack of them, if you will, because it's incredibly diverse and it really keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, well said. I mean, we're not talking about GTO here. We're talking about navigating. Well, look at those flags, right? We have players from China, Japan, William Jia, Australia. It's just very cool to see the different play styles interacting with each other. Now, I do want to point out, we had Tuan in the hand, and also our man Quang on the right side of the table. Some very interesting situations with the two of them. Quang actually decided to flat with ace-king. When he had about 16 big blinds behind, he could have easily 4-bet jammed. It might even have worked, actually. Instead, he ended up losing the pot, but it did give a lot of insight into his mindset. His mindset being he wanted to preserve his 16 big blind stack instead of taking a marginal sort of potential flip situation with ace-king and risking his tournament life. So really looking at him as one of those people who's taking the ICM pressure really seriously based on that hand. And look at that, another unconventional play, a call, a limp that is, from the hijack with king-9 suited with 7 big blinds. This is what I'm talking about, Henry.
Well, he's going to get a hand that he has dominated involved, but see what William decides to do. He's obviously covered by Chen, but maybe less concerned of Chen trapping given the fact that Win did limp from the hijack. So kind of playing 7 bigs effective against Win. Yeah, there we go. He is just going to effectively jam. William from Australia. Going to take this one down pre.
And talk about Quang there preserving his stack. I mean, he had 7 bigs to begin with. Decided to put one of them in with king-9 suited. Lesser souls might have gone all in and actually been facing the wrath of the ace-jack and the big blind there. Instead, he puts in a big blind and sort of gets away from the hand. Gives himself 6 big blinds left. So we're 6-handed, I believe, in our feature table. 19 players left now. The eliminations coming fairly rapidly as we cut to the field. And there we see it, another elimination. So I believe 18 now.
Yeah, it looks like this guy has kind of just given up, even though there is a side pot going on between the other two players, but maybe bricking a draw and knows that he's going to be exiting shortly afterwards. Strong in the cutoff. These are 2 of the larger stacks at the table. Ace-King for Chuang, 1 seat over Yu-Hang Chen with a very playable King-Jack of spades.
Let me tell you another dynamic. Tuan has been a bit loose ever since he got a big stack going, and Yu-Hang.
Word.
Uh-oh. Well, I was just about to say, Yu-Hang had punished him with 3 bets in the past, decided to actually limp, and now William with a perfect squeeze spot with the goods. But little does he know, Tuan does have the goods as well in the form of ace-king. I think we're looking at a flip here, Henry. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, what a couple of hands it's been for William so far. Spiking that 2 outer and then just taking the other one down pre-flop. Going to be flipping for his tournament life with the Mamacitas against the Ace-King O of Chuang. And this is going to be for close to the tournament chip lead. These guys both playing around 20 bigs. Average stack is around 30 big blinds. So 45 big blind pot. William covered by just 75% of a big blind.
The most classic of all flips. Queens v Ace-King. This is a big one.
I mean, this is huge, closing in on the money bubble. Easily the biggest part of the tournament so far in the form of equity and also future gameplay. 10-3-3 so far. So good for the Australian. It's to fade an ace or a king. One card to come. Can he hold? He does. The 9-9 run out. The queens for William, and what a heater he is on the flip side of the break. Now has to be easily one of the tournament chip leaders. William Gia, by the way, the back end of the pandemic, seems to have been playing a lot more live poker so far this year, taking down his first APT title in the Turbo 8 Max, event number 32, just a couple of days ago for a career best score of 7,795 USD, and now a favorite to final table this high roller and to just go from one strength to the other in the form of another deep run here in the high roller. Clearly been putting in the work and making a bit of a name for himself, the Asian Poker Tour.
Meanwhile, his opponent with the ace-king that did not hit, down to literally a chip in a chair, under one big blind. Taking it well, I have to say, at this stage of the tournament. Had a smile after he lost, and now seems to be taking his perhaps eventual defeat with a lot of composure and mad props.
Sometimes this is all you could do as a poker player. It's when the poker gods deal you the ace-king against the queens, or the queens against the ace-king, and you're on the losing end of just the classic cooler, classic flip. Just got to take the variance on the chin so you understand the beast that is tournament poker, the variance that comes with it. Always difficult to remain composed, especially this deep into a high roller.
You made it to day 2, you got into a flip. You have to just pat yourself on the back for playing the best you can. The rest is just up to the poker gods, as they say. And look at that, William. Smiles all around. A monster stack at this table, not just because of the 44 big blinds that he has, but also because of the stack sizes across the other players being fairly small and the ICM pressure being fairly high. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, we're down to 19, perhaps even 18 players in the field. 15 get paid, 89 million for coming in the money, and it starts going up steadily from there, all the way up to 1.26 billion.
Yeah, you know, we've spoken about the mindsets that separate some of the elite regs, if you will, to your average reg, and a lot of that elite mindset comes down to letting go of the day's results, not being results oriented over a short sample. And to be quite frank, you know, even though we have 10 days of poker, we have over 40 events throughout a festival, it is very easy to go over for 9 days straight and to still have to show up and just do the best you can, compete at the level that you're capable of competing at, and just focus on the day ahead, is truly just the signs of an elite poker player.
For sure.
As we see William
That's
come
why
with a delayed stab. Apologies, Vidor, go ahead.
Oh, my apologies. I was just about to say, thinking back to some of the main event crushers we had on the coverage yesterday, that's why I'm super impressed when somebody makes it look easy. You know what I mean? Still chilling. Maybe it's day 8 or day 9 of the series. Still making absurdly plus EV or sometimes just absolutely genius decisions. And then you put it all into context and you're like, okay, 4 days you've been at it in this tournament alone, perhaps longer before that. The amount of mental tenacity that takes is commendable.
Really is. So there will be a redraw once we get down to the final 16. Average stack just shy of 30 big blinds, 40-minute clock. And with that bubble just round the corner, could see the pace of play slow down considerably here. Phu Quoc, high roller, day 2 coverage. Final coverage from this Asian Poker Tour Festival. But Vidor, we don't even have to wait a month until we're back in the driver's seat in the commentary booth in Taipei for more Asian Poker Tour action as Chuang finds an ace from under the gun. I mean, he'll take it. Ace deuce. In it goes.
Pretty good hand, all things considering. He was automatically all in the next hand, of course, when he would be on the big blind. As it happens, he has ace deuce, a chip in a chair, and a dream perhaps. And you know me, Henry, I'm always rooting for the chip in a chair spin-up story. Surprised to see the isolation from William. Not too surprised. There are blinds to steal. But you know, so close to the bubble, you often see that sort of soft collusion amongst players, trying to eliminate a short stack, particularly when the short stack doesn't have too many chips to fight for. And perhaps that is what's happening with Nyok calling from the big blind, a mystery hand for now.
Well, we know William has flopped top pair. Chuang in trouble. We're going to need to find an ace or a deuce, playing the mystery hand with count.
And suddenly that isolation is working out like a charm. William bumped it up pre-flop. Now with the small one big blind bet, signaling I meant to say, to Nyok that, hey buddy, I have this one. You can relax, sit back. Let me take down this spot. And here we go. Tuan now at risk, well behind, but if he can somehow pull this off, we'll be back up to 3.5 blinds.
Looking for an ace or a deuce.
Alternate dealers, the APT high roll event. If you lose another player at your table, please stop dealing. One more play to go, guys.
Card to come. So the 6-7 run out seals Chuang's fate. And I believe. Hang on a minute. Okay, so one more elimination? Oh, I'm confused, Vidor. What have we done?
Well, I'll tell you what, the man at risk on this table would have been Quang Hui Gwen, but it turns out we are redrawing, it seems, for tables. As we mentioned, when we come down to 16 players, that's 2 tables of 8. We're going to be forming a new feature table here. 5 players left on this table, 16 in the field, 15 get paid. We're on the stone bubble, and we will be forming different tables. I suspect we'll have a new host of players, probably some familiar ones, as we cut to the break.
Fantastic, yeah. Stone bubble, don't go too far. When we come back, we're playing into the money and down to the final table. Final 2 tables here at the APT High Roller. Vidor and I will see you guys on the flip side of this short break.
All right, action down to one table. All right, action is complete at all tables. We put a pause on the clock. We are going to start handing out some racks. And this is a redraw for the final 3 tables. All right, guys, this is a redraw. Once again, we are going to put a 15-minute break on this clock. All right, guys, table 10. If you're on table number 10, you will be on deck. All right, once again, tournament players. Those of you see on table number 10.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Queen in the window. Queen 9-3. All spades. There are some chop outs as the 10 of spades rolls off on the turn. Another spade would be a 3-way chop. No dice. 7 of clubs seals the fate of Feng Xiao and Ding Duck Trung, and everyone else gets a double ladder chip leader up to 13 million now. So the Swiss player, Ives Thalmann, kicking things off with a raise from the cutoff, does have the goods. Opening off of a very shallow stack, sub 15. Gok to Pham, 1 seat over. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Wants to try and apply pressure to the shorter stack deep in the APT Hanoi main event. We are down to the final few tables. Really abusing his position on Ives. Still got kings, Ives, and they are good. 4-1 favorite to double up here. And the crazy thing is that I feel like Ngok has kind of priced himself in a little bit here, as Ives does announce himself. Local Vietnamese player gonna ask for a count. Only has to call an additional 225k. There's 740 in the middle. Just has to hope that he's up against a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen. Some suited broadways. You can obviously see he's in really rough shape as he does make the call. So cards on their backs. He gets shown the kings. The tables, the deuces. 5 to come. Deuce in the window. Daily quads for the local Vietnamese player. Has Ives drawing to running kings only, as the Queen of Diamonds leaves him dead on the turn. So death by quads deep in the APT Hanoi main event. Ives Thalmann did nothing wrong. Got his final 15 bigs in with the kings, but flopped quads for the local Vietnamese hero. So Win Doi An on the button with ace 7-0. Started things off around 50 big blinds effective deep into the APT Hanoi main event. Tournament chip leader, Gurman Bukharov. Good to defend from the big blind. Does have the local Vietnamese player covered. 175k in the middle. And well, how about that for a flop? Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. Gurman Bukharov has flopped Broadway. More importantly, a very aggressive Win Doyan has flopped top pair on a board texture that could really get spicy. It's going to continue. Just shy of third pot, 60k into 175. Question is, does Gurman Bukharov want to apply the pressure right here, right now? He is reaching for raising chips. Looks like 185,000. Just north of 3x. Really interesting spot for Win, obviously. Bottom v big blind. Gonna have wider ranges than normal. He knows that Gurman's good enough to have gut shots, have hands like Queen 10, King 7 of spades. Any suited King X, basically, any suited 10X. 4 diamonds on the turn. Disastrous turn card for win. He's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. It's a real setup deep into the main event here. Gurman setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6 by betting 350,000 into 545,000. Already more than average in the pot. 895k in the middle. Can understand the quick call from Win. He's going to pray for some spade or straightening card to roll off. The 7 of hearts. Giving Win 2 pair. Now beating some value as well. Hands like Queen Jack. He knows Gurman is good enough to triple off with a bluff here. King 8, King 9, King 6 suited, 10-9, 10-8. All of those hands that would want to apply max pressure. It's the only player at the table that has Win covered. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event, over 120,000 up top. 1.2 million in the middle. One with just 860,000 behind. Gurman set up the river jam perfectly, and he does announce himself. Action back on the local Vietnamese player. You can see the discomfort. You can see the discomfort in Win. He knows Gurman can have bluffs here. I just don't think he can get away from this. I don't think he can. There's just too many bluff combos, and even beating some value, like I said, Queen Jack, throws in all the time bank extensions, pained by this decision. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Gurman flopped the nut straight. Maybe there was a world where Win could have got away from it on the river had the 7 of hearts not rolled off, but rivering 2 pair, and he was one of the contenders to potentially win this main event, now exiting before the final table, and Gurman Bukharov extends his chip lead at the APT Hanoi main event with this classic cooler. So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated, rather. Has to be somewhat concerned, though, that his ace-X is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand. Although there's no way you can know that against the +1 open. Win going to fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. Hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot. Trying to fold out all of those suited broadways. Ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-jacks. That Win might stab on the flop with. And then fold to a raise. Surely Win just going to preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously, we can see the whole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but He's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he?
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Incredible scenes here at the Corona Resorts and Casinos. We are on the stone bubble of the two-day high roller, the final event that we're going to be covering from this Asian Poker Tour. Phu Quoc, we welcome you back to the broadcast booth. Vidor Singhal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Vidor, we got down to the final two tables relatively quickly, and now it's the stone bubble.
It's almost like we reset the stage for the stone bubble.
Right.
Of course, got down to 16, 15 places paid, 2 new tables.
Yep.
It's going to be tense getting down to the bubble, of course. 89 million Vietnamese dong to the person who makes it to the 50. Of course, one player walking out with nothing. Always the tough part of poker.
Yeah, and it really adds an interesting dynamic because with these redraws, if you will, there are going to be players that haven't necessarily played against some of their table mates now coming into these final two tables, and can really mess up your groove, if you will, where you've maybe gotten a bit comfortable knowing some of the play styles and tendencies of your table mates, and now not only you're on the stone bubble, there's the pressure of, there's over $50,000 up top, but also you're coming up against some unknown competition. So for me, this is just really one of the most exciting stages of any tournament, but in No Limit Hold'em in particular, just seeing how people navigate the dynamic shifts that are
And
upon
let's
us.
not forget, we're playing down till the end. We are finishing out the series in style. So let's cut straight to the action and see who bubbles and then who gets to walk away with the 50,000 plus USD we have up top.
Big payday to wrap things up here in Phu Quoc. These players have all been grinding for the better part of 10 days now, and with the finish line in sight, if you will, you can fall into the trap of complacency very easily, and it's really important to just muster up that energy and that focus as you enter the final lap, if you will, of what has been a phenomenal series here in Phu Quoc, but still a massive task at hand for these final 16 players, and that is to play the game they know how to play, remain focused, try and keep as dialed in as possible, and not let the fatigue, not let the excitement get too far ahead of you. And William Geo, would you believe, one of the tournament chip leaders who we saw on an insane spin just prior to that break. Now looking down at a couple of queens again.
The dynamic to note, by the way, is I believe Quang, the person you just saw fold on the button, shortest stack coming in, unless there was an even shorter stack from the other table we're not aware of. Around perhaps a 3-ish big blind mark. We'll get to know more once we get to the graphics. So the ICM pressure, always at the maximum on the stone bubble. William Geo, under the gun +2, actually has the goods. But a familiar face, and turns out we have a chip leader with a stack much bigger than even Williams. A familiar face, Bat Erdine Erdenbayer. At least that's how I say it. Our Mongolian friend. Defends ace-9 and whiffs the flop. William has got to feel comfortable. 5-5-4 is about as clean as it gets when you have an overpair as strong as queens.
A small continuation bet from our chip leader. How about Bat Erdine Erdenbayer, by the way? We had him on our table for a lot of yesterday's play. The Mongolian, part of the Mongolian Mayhem team. Strong showing here at the end of this series. One of the tournament chip leaders. Someone to keep an eye on because he really makes it difficult to play against him. We've seen so many plays that have kind of taken us back in the booth. Flashbacks to that King-Queen jam on the, I want to say, 7-6 deuce board yesterday, where he just check jammed with King High against an opponent's C-bet with the 2 overcards. Just really able to shift through the gears against different players and kind of keeps everyone guessing. You just never know what to expect from him. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Definitely one of the main contenders to close this one out.
Absolutely, and not just because of his stack, but certainly his unpredictable and aggressive playing style. And a very interesting dynamic was at play there. He did let the ace-9 go, but being the biggest stack, he can actually put everyone on their back foot right on the stone bubble. When you start to tango with bigger stacks than you, you are risking facing an immense amount of pressure should they decide to ramp up the action. We will go through all the players we have on this table. Currently in the hand, a Portuguese player under the gun raises it ace-3 suited.
Yeah, we keep speaking about the diversity of the Asian poker tour. That's a flag that I haven't seen so far this series, or at least at a feature table. Portugal, he's a long way from home, Vidor.
This goes to show how attractive the APT and perhaps Phu Quoc is to come play in. After all, if you're European, you get to see a new part of the world, get to play with a whole new set of players perhaps. And why not? With over 1 million in chips, looking to coast his way into at least the money here and perhaps more. I believe his first name would be Furtado there. Yes,
I believe it's Jose.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, found him on the Hender Mob. Quite the resume. Best live cash, 224,000 USD. Couple of cashes already here at this Asian Poker Tour series. Cashed the APT kickoff and managed to sneak his way into the money of a single day high roller for a min cash. But he's been enjoying the fruits of Asian poker so far this year. In fact, I do apologize. I do see a cash from an event in Marrakesh. But everything else coming from Asia, see a Manila flag, or Manila cash rather. Cambodia. Now a couple of cashes here in Asia.
And here we see Quang finds a hand he can go all in with, and why not? King-Queen suited pretty good, but Bat with the pocket fours does have the stack to sustain a speculative call. I mean, he knows he's likely flipping at best, but...
Listen, if there's ever a sign from the poker gods, you've got fours and you're facing a jam for 4 big blinds.
That's right.
From seat 4.
Oh, wow. Henry, dug deep for that one. I like it.
Is it seat 4 or am I just stretching? It looks like seat 4.
It is indeed seat 4.
On the feature table, this is Hui in seat number 4.
So, Win, the all-in player, at risk.
Could this be the bubble boy that we're looking at with the King-Queen suited? Or can he find the double up?
Against King, Queen of Diamonds. King, Queen of Diamonds is covered.
Seems relaxed, I have to say, for such a
We'll see a flop.
high equity, high tension spot.
He's like, look, I got 40% of a royal. I'm good. And how he's got 60%. 10-8 deuce. One diamond on board.
Deuce and an 8.
Four's still ahead, but backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight potential for the local Vietnamese player.
Pocket fours is still ahead.
Oh my
Four on
word.
the turn.
Dead on the
That is
turn.
King, Queen, drawing
The
this
only
area.
turn card
Congratulations.
that could have
Win
left
some money.
when drawing dead was the 4 of spades, as the ace of diamonds to complete the river is just a formality at this point.
All right, once again, guys,
And how about
congratulations
walking
on
away
the
with
money
smiles
here.
there? I mean,
Our
super
final
impressive
From here on
attitude
out,
display
first
on
one
display
out,
by Quang
first
Huy
one
Nguyen.
paid.
Local Vietnamese player does end up our bubble boy, and we have reached the money, ladies and gentlemen. 15 players in the mix, 89 million Vietnamese dong guaranteed to all of them who've made it this far. And now, the new milestone, perhaps the final table of 9, 15 left, final table only 6 spots away. And of course, the ultimate milestone they're all looking at, to be crowned a billionaire. In VND, of course, over 50,000 USD that would amount to the first place prize. Okay, smiles here and there, everybody relaxed. Yu Hang Chen in seat 7 from China taps the table a little bit, and why not? This is, of course, the high roller. We do have a lot of single-day high rollers at the APT, but this is arguably the big one, so to speak, with a 2-day affair. These players have been grinding it out towards the end of the series and now make the money. Sort of a new player to the feature table that you saw in the frame there, Jin Woo Kim from the US.
On high-speed main event, about to show in 5 minutes.
Yamamoto Kazuo raising with King Jack off. Certainly not a new player, has been on both the feature table yesterday and the feature table coming into this round of 16 that we have going on here. Jose with the ace-5 off in the small blind seems to be concocting some plans. Unconvinced by the late open from Yamamoto.
Yeah, didn't really get the chance, Jose, this is, to kind of lean into that money bubble. Very short-lived bubble. Just 2 hands, if I'm not mistaken. He would have loved for that to have continued for quite some time. It would have allowed him to lean into some of the middling stacks. Heads up to the ace-4 tray, Rainbow. Yamamoto out in front and with the betting lead against the big blind defense from William.
Relatively easy takedown for Yamamoto. I have been impressed with his play and more so his demeanor, posture, which is also reflected in his play, in fact. Lots of patience, picking spots. Now with a relatively comfortable stack of 33 bigs.
Yamamoto, of course, cashing that main event. Saw him at the feature table on a couple of occasions. Now another deep run here in the high roller. Potential trip saver and then some for everyone left in the field. Well, congratulations to the remaining 15, of course. Everyone now in the money. But still, all eyes on that top prize. Over $50,000 going to the eventual champion. We will, of course, keep you all updated if there are any talks of potential deal.
And mind you, with only 15 players in the money, those pay ladders come quick. 15th place, as I mentioned, good for 89 million. And 13th place, good for 96. But I do have a feeling, Henry, that these 15 elite players in our high roller are not really looking at those pay jumps yet. Going for the big one. Certainly their play seems to suggest that.
Any multi-millionaires? They are in VND. Bit of a cooler situation here. Jinwoo defending his bid. This is what I like to call a modern-day cooler,
I like that.
where you defend the big blind with the correct range of hands, and you flop middle pair against top pair. It's tough to flop pairs in No Limit Hold'em. 10-4 deuce. Jinwoo with some backdoors, but drawing pretty thin here against Yu Hang Chen. Who, given the stack depth as well, I mean, note the SPR going to the turn. Less than 2. So Yu Hang looking good to potentially get a couple of streets of value here. 5 of hearts shouldn't be of any real concern to Jinwoo. 200k in the middle. We were talking yesterday how bigger fans we were of his table presence and just the way he kind of carries himself, his demeanor, if you will. Incredibly stoic and deliberate with his actions.
He was one of the bigger stacks on the feature table yesterday, and he seems to have gone from strength to strength. 855k has Yu Hang well covered, and perhaps that's one of the reasons Yu Hang decides to just get it in there. Get a call from some sort of a weaker pair, which is exactly what Jinwoo has. Is this a real decision, Henry? I mean, it turns out no, because by the time the camera cuts to Jinwoo, the hand had already hit the muck.
We'll let him do the speaking, Vidor. The answer, no. So that is how things stand at this feature table. 7-handed here, 8-handed on the outer table. Going to be playing down to a champion today. For those of you that may be watching still from the Corona Resorts and Casino, maybe somewhere in the vicinity, still some trophies up for grabs here. Later on today we got the Hyper Turbo, followed by the Turbo event. So do come on down. I believe that Hyper Turbo kicking off, I want to say 6 p.m. Don't quote me on that. Do come down to the poker room, of course. Still a chance for redemption.
And for those of you watching from anywhere apart from Phu Quoc, there's always the APT Taipei to get in the mix with. End of the month, April 28th, it kicks off in the lovely country of Taiwan. It's going to be an absolute monster of a poker festival in the biggest poker room in Asia. We're all going to be there. And I highly suggest you consider joining us, particularly for the main event, which is going to have a 30 million Taiwanese dollars. That's almost $1 million USD in guarantee. And just for context, 600,000 was the approximate price pool of the APT Phu Quoc. We're talking about almost doubling it in Taiwan. A $1,500 buy-in, about the same as the APT Phu Quoc. But in case that's outside your budget, don't forget about the satellites on Natural 8. Starting today, in fact, Sunday, and every Sunday afterwards until the series.
Sunday fun day. Satellites, or step satellites from $3. Then obviously that $30 satellite with 10 seats guaranteed. You can also play the day ones to save yourself the travel implications of coming and play day 1, day 2. You can qualify directly into day 3 if you do prefer grinding from home, as William. Let's go. The Jack 10 against the 7 big blind jam. Okay. Looking to maybe preserve that very healthy 42 big blind stack of his. Also saw him eyeing up the clock as well. So with the levels going up in just 9 minutes time, maybe some future game evaluations and calculations coming into effect there with that fold.
You certainly don't want to be crippled at this stage to becoming a middle, maybe a short to middle stack, because the amount of power you wield, having a decent stack at this stage to maybe pick up some blinds, put pressure on the smaller stacks, probably worth a lot more than getting into a marginal spot. hoping to bink it. What about that Mickey Mouse shirt, though?
Strong.
Super strong. Juxtaposed with his demeanor, his intensity.
Is that a Rasta hat on
I think so,
on Mickey?
actually. You might be right.
Rocking the Jamaican attire. Shout out Jamaica.
Just an eclectic mix of personality on display. The intense demeanor, the stare downs, the double shoulder, hand on shoulder pose. And then, just to throw you off when you're looking down at the barrel, Rasta Mickey Mouse.
Interesting hand developing here, potentially two of the biggest stacks at the table. King 10-4. I mean, Jinwoo Kim just absolutely drilling this flop. Top pair and a second nut flush draw for dessert as he sizes down 35k into 110. Just south of third pot, and Erdem Bayer with a piece. The smallest of pieces, but still a piece.
I like what you said about modern day
Is
coolers.
that a check raise? It doesn't look like enough. Okay, maybe it's a miscount on his part. Do apologize, Vidal. Go on.
No, no problem. I agree. That was a bit confusing, but oh, wow, look at that. Just an absolute lock on the hand. I mean, flops the world, now completes it. And Jinwoo Kim obviously would want to add more chips to the middle, but seems to have every piece of the board.
180 in the middle. Complete lock on the hand for Jinwoo. Obviously, with a hand this strong, with this much value, and this much behind, you do want to build a pot. Try and extract as much value as possible from the Mongolian.
Does get to represent a lot of bluffs here, but effectively the third club could represent a sort of backdoor equity for a hand like perhaps ace-jack, ace-queen that took a stab on the flop with the club, but not enough for bat to get involved. And just to finish what I was saying, Henry, I like what you said about modern-day coolers. Perhaps an unintuitive concept for those who are not familiar with MTTs, but as you said, you defend correctly out of the big blind, and then you flop middle pair against the top pair. It is its own form of cooler because you do have to continue in the hand,
right,
not just theoretically. I mean, you're going to be ahead so often. And then once in a while, I got into this situation where I jammed something like pocket eights, maybe middle position. I had about 10 big blinds. I got called off with pocket tens. And without thinking too much about it, I called it a flip. Because in my head, it's just 50-50. If I have pocket eights, I'm getting it in. The man has pocket tens, he's calling it off. To my weird poker brain, it's like a flip. And then, of course, when I bink the eight, the guy's like, what do you mean it's a flip? You know, I have 80% equity, right? I was like, yes, I know, I'm sorry. But like...
And then you bink the eight and you're like, well, now I have 91% equity, pal, so, you know, hold your horses, equity-wise. William, loving life, just going to flat call here with the jacks, maybe a byproduct of him facing an open from someone that covers him from early position. Portuguese player Jose De Zaldo bumping things up with the Queen 9 of diamonds. Yamamoto unable to defend his big, so heads up to a flop. William with the unrepresented jacks pre. Still the best hand on the King 7 tray. Rainbow board texture with no diamond in sight for Jose. A board texture this disconnected, this dry. Opening from +1. Blocking hands like King Queen suited, King Queen offsuit. It's going to continue. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screens, only 2 queens left in the deck for Jose. As the 5 of hearts rolls off on the turn. Does obviously bring the backdoor heart draw.
When you underrepresent your hand the way William has, you're certainly committed to a few streets. Despite the overcard on the board, William does have what is effectively a very, very good bluff catcher. But the board does seem fairly dry considering the under the gun +1 opening range. The 5 unlikely to have helped that range. So William, if he was ahead on the flop, still likely to be ahead.
A double barrel from Jose, kind of maybe not necessarily putting William on jacks, and the jacks hit the mark. Jose just showcasing what power poker looks like deep in a high roller, really leveraging his big chip stack on William. Some heavy ICM implications coming to effect. Apologies, Vidur.
Oh, not at all. My bad. I'm just simply sort of blown away by what just happened there. Made it look easy with that Queen 9, didn't he, Jose? And William perhaps fancy played himself out of a pot there with the call pre-flop, call on the flop, and then simply deciding that his opponent just has it.
Jose going to be involved again here. Really enjoying the position he finds himself in. One of the tournament chip leaders, over 50k for first. We know he's got the minerals to close out a big tournament. As mentioned, best career cash over 200,000. That came by taking down a deep stack extravaganza in Vegas a while back. So knows how to compete at these stakes, but more importantly, knows how to navigate this stage of a tournament. So we see the ace, ace-9 board roll off, and Yu-Hang Chen has flopped best against Jose's pocket eights. Some protection for the eights, as well as a range advantage on this board.
Almost a min bet, it seems like. Just a tad over 1 BB. Trying to accomplish perhaps exactly what you just said. Protection. Just get the hand over with in case the opponent is whiffed completely. Maybe even extract some value from lower pairs, flush draws. As it happens, he's drawing extremely slim now with just 5% equity of catching one of those 2 remaining eights. Yu-Hang comfortable in the hand surely with the best pair, with 2 aces on the board. Best pair after the ace, of course.
Still a dicey proposition under the gun open should he face a double barrel. Jose opting to try and get his eights to showdown as cheaply as possible. Now some of the King X of club hands that defended and check called the flop out beating the eights. Action on Chen. Few options available to him. It's going to try and get this 2 pair to showdown.
Yu-Hang Chen from China, at one point, one of the top chip stacks in the tournament with about 25 or so players left, has demonstrated that he can navigate various stack depths. Now been hovering around the 20 to 25 big blind mark, playing it conservatively. It's going to take this one down, and that's going to be a big relief for him too. Just had a lot of comfort in the form of that 8 big blind pot.
It reminds me of, you know, there's moments in poker where you do nothing wrong, you know, through no fault of your own. You defend a big and you flop a piece, or, you know, single raise pot, you flop a piece, but it's not the piece that you're happy to face a lot of pressure with. I know you would have found yourself in that spot, and we can all kind of relate to the old, please don't bet, please don't bet, please don't bet, please just let me show down my hand.
I want Elon Musk or somebody to figure out Neuralink or whatever technology allows us to simply broadcast the internal thoughts
Oh man,
of players. It's going to be a game changer.
I honestly think, from a scaling point of view, an entertainment point of view, just the, you know, it would have to, like the disclaimer, obviously poker is 18 plus only, but it would have to come with a strong warning,
Yeah.
you know, before tuning in that there's going to be some F-bombs going through the minds of some of these players.
Absolutely.
Would be hilarious.
Even in my own life, I feel, as much as I try to be extremely stoic, whether I'm playing live or online, right below road rage is poker rage.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty up there.
I'm okay with road rage in Thailand. America, man, just ask my mum. Because of the time zone difference, whenever I'm stateside, I typically call my mum in the morning when I'm in America, because obviously the UK's a few hours ahead, and I'll be on my way to get breakfast or like a morning coffee. And as with all things in America, just to drive 3 miles, it takes you 15 minutes. And during those 15 minutes, she'll hear about 1 million F-bombs dropped, get cut up on about 7 occasions. It's driving, man.
And this is from someone who rides a bike in Thailand, right?
Oh, Thailand's easy to navigate, man. It's a controlled chaos. Everyone's under the same rules and regulations that every side street you drive down, you just drive past, you have to assume that someone's going to try and sideswipe you for your life. And when they do fly out with their dog in the sidecar and their 3 kids on board, you just calm. You just swerve out the way into oncoming traffic. 12-ton truck, just mere meters in front of you, but you just know that today's not your day.
India's the same way. Every intersection is like the universe. It's just so much going on. Hawkers selling their wares, cars trying to sideswipe you, sparks flying about. Speaking personally, you know, I moved back from the United States to India, and you don't really get a chance to speak in local Indian languages in the US so much. In my case, that's Hindi, perhaps the most common language in India. And only when I started living back in India and driving consistently and regularly and facing all the trauma that you're likely to face over a sustained driving career, that all the Hindi curse words that hadn't come out of my mouth in perhaps a decade just found their way back onto my tongue. They were buried deep inside, and they had to be just yelled out to the ether as somebody overtook me from the wrong direction.
Oh, fantastic. Ace, 8-5. Couple of clubs. Top pair. Erdin Bayer. Jinwoo flopping middle pair. Against the very aggressive bat Erdin Bayer. Got to continue for at least one with his middle pair. Some backdoor straight draws also available to him. That's not one of them, but it is a turn card that could potentially get us to the river without any more chips going in the middle. So the big blind is, or the big blind's range rather, is perceived to have more flushes in the defending range compared to the +1 open, but it looks like the Mongolian hasn't slowed down. Relatively small double barrel. And again, no nonsense from Jinwoo, by the way. Just happy to make the fold on the turn. No leveling himself. Seems to just be playing some very honest poker, at least in his mind. 14 left.
Quick release too. Just wants to see the next hand as fast as possible. A slight difference now that we're in the final stretches of this tournament with our man Bat. Permanent sunglasses. He was happy to have them off yesterday on the feature table. No less intimidating.
Yu-Hang Chen with a very playable ace-10 of diamonds, the min open. 1 seat over. Jose Lizaldo. A few options on the table. The man from Portugal. 3-betting an option, flat calling an option, folding as well. Also an option. Looks like he's going to take the aggressive route. Pump this up to 125k. Note the size of the 3-bet, by the way, against a 21 big blind stack. Doesn't need to go big to apply that pressure. It's 2.5x. Action back on Yu-Hang.
As I was mentioning, Yu-Hang has shown the ability to demonstrated the ability, I meant to say, to navigate every stack depth so effectively. But I don't know that I've seen him be in this difficult spot with a very playable hand, ace-10 suited. Now actually getting good odds as well to perhaps speculate, hope to maybe smash a flop. 500k behind, calling would leave him with about 400. And 300k would be in the pot, so this is really a question of stacks and sizes. Not easy to tell what to do, but he decides he is getting some sort of the right price to engage in this battle.
He does keep the dominated ace-7 in the mix, but obviously the pre-flop 3-better with the betting lead on the king-jack tray. Both players with the backdoor flush available. Some chop outs for Jose, but this ball texture that one would assume is the go to work. Then also the type of hand that doesn't hate just like bet folding. Obviously, never ideal to lose the hand, but it's not like he's got a ton of showdown value if he does face any resistance from his opponent.
And notice the extreme down bet, only 75k. And Yu-Hang good enough to know that he has to continue with his draw to the absolute nuts, the Broadway straight and the backdoors. As it happens, he's actually ahead. And how about a backdoor club draw for the man with the betting lead and all the initiative in this hand, Jose. 460k in the middle, 345 effective behind for Yu-Hang. Exactly what Jose seems to be looking at and trying to count up. This is the key decision point. I suspect some sort of a big bet or an all-in maybe would get the job done, but of course no way for Jose to know that he is facing a fairly speculative hand. Wow. Talk about power poker. I mean, there's no way Yu-Hang can consider calling this off, really. He is going to think about it, but this just goes to show the difference between passive and aggressive poker. If you think about how the hand went, Yu-Hang opened. Jose could have easily speculated and maybe flat called behind, but by 3-betting, he just took all the betting lead, the initiative, the aggression into his own control and exerting that perfectly. There we go. Yu-Hang releases and take a bow, Jose. I mean, an absolute masterclass in aggressive poker at late stages.
Yeah, just mashing equity there. Aware of what his perceived range looks like. If he does get called, still has equity, drawing live to the nut flush, obviously.
Truly, the power of aggressive poker could not have been displayed better. Yu-Hang ends up a bit crippled. Certainly didn't misplay any spot and couldn't really do much in pretty much every street now that I think about it, and that just goes to show how well Jose played the hand again.
Yeah, it's also just showcasing variance in poker, you know. If Jose doesn't turn a club there, maybe Yu-Hang finds a way to win the hand. If a diamond rolls off, if a queen rolls off, you know, It's brutal sometimes. It can be the difference between winning or losing a tournament.
It's a weird, weird thing. Everybody on your screen has signed up for.
Yeah.
And once in a while, Henry and I sign up for. I mean, there really isn't a game or sport like it. It's just the dealer turns a card and fortunes just completely swing the other way sometimes. Look at the variance in stacks here. We have Xuan Long Li, 7 big blinds, 175k, the absolutely clear short stack. 14 players left, which does mean we've hit our first pay jump. The next one will take you up to 100 million Vietnamese Dong plus. If I'm doing the math right, that is 8 figures in Dong. Talk about having an 8-figure score. And Yu Hong with back-to-back big hands. Went all in with the 9s, now ace-queen suited. Looking to get some clawback from the beat he just took with the ace-10 suited against Jose. Under the gun though, plenty of hands to get through behind. Oh no, that's not going to be one of the hands that he gets through. Ace-king suited, goes all in. Much shorter stack. We just mentioned 7 big blinds, the shortest stack on the table. Has found themselves in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, what a brutal development at this stack depth. I mean, 6.5 big blinds facing a jam after opening the ace-queen of diamonds, and you come up short, although the king-jack-7 does produce more outs than he had going to the flop, looking for a 10 and a 10 only. Oh my word. Dealer. 10 of clubs, corner pocket for Yu Hang Chen. Does apologize to his opponent. Tournament variance really can be brutal. So we have another elimination from this feature table. So we're down to the final 13. Getting ever closer to the final table of this 2-day high roll. Over $50,000 will be going to the eventual champion.
That bad beat. Oh, I'm sorry, Henry.
I was going to say a nice little satellite, if you will, into Taipei.
Oh, that's right.
You know, just like all expenses covered for your buy-ins for that 30 million Taiwanese dollar guaranteed main event. Couple of high roller bullets, nice hotel, flights, food. Maybe bring a friend or two, bring the other half. Who knows? For people that aren't amongst this final 13, treating this high roller as a satellite to Taipei. Satellites available today over on Natural 8. Step satellites from as little as $3. Then, of course, the satellite that everyone's going to have their eyes on is that $30 satellite with 10 $1,650 seats up for grabs. Maybe more importantly, for some people that have less time when it comes to travel commitments, you can play day 1 of the main event on Natural 8, can qualify into day 3. So you can skip playing the first 2 days in Taipei and join us directly for day 3, where you will find yourself in the money. So do check it out. That is every Sunday for the next few Sundays over on Natural 8 as we dive back into this. Adeline Bayer may be getting a bit restless, if you will. 980 on the button. Feels a bit loose, but maybe looking to leverage the position being on the button, and as well as that chip stack, that 57 big blinds stack that he's looking to put to work.
King 5-5, about as ugly as a flop can get for 9-8.
It does check through. Yu Hang with the best of it on the King 5-5 after defending with the King tray. Jack of diamonds. Now I'm going to look to try and exert some value from hands like Ace-Jack, Queen-Jack, some straight draws. We can see Ace-Queen, the gut shot to Broadway.
Precisely the reason Yu Hang has some pep in his step, perhaps, that gut shot to the Broadway coming in on the river. And how about that, thinking through it, a fourth hand in a row that Yu Hang is involved in. 3 of them pretty spicy. Now a fourth one, multi-away. Top pair so far. Looking fairly comfortable for the pickup unless a 10 or an ace hits the river. Not to be, but a third spade.
Does brick out for William. See what Yu Hang wants to bring here. He's going to check and kind of turn this into a check call. Spades completing. Also opens the door for his opponent to turn some hands into a bluff. Hands like Queen 10. Yeah, William happy to just take his showdown with the ace queen high. Plenty of showdown. It does feel like what I like to call fake showdown at times.
I like that.
But there is a world in which he checks back and ace-queen is good. Not the case this time round. There's a couple of nice pickups for Yu Hang Chen. Now up to third in chips at this feature.
I think he's picked up 3 in a row. We need a word for that in poker. Hat trick?
The trifecta. No, trifecta doesn't really.
Or you should get a bonus or something if you can make
Bonus
like bowling.
chips.
Or maybe like a turkey, like bowling. 3 strikes.
You much of a bowler?
No. But I can cross triple digits if I really put my mind to it. That's something.
What about in cricket?
Well, I am Indian, so I cannot claim to be terrible at cricket because I would be letting down my entire country. But let's just say I prefer watching to playing. How about you?
Not to brag.
Oh. I cannot wait for whatever you're about to say.
Okay. Not to brag, but I used to be somewhat of a bowler when I was much younger and hadn't been corrupted by life, if you will. I used to love cricket. Gee, I used to play every day.
Wow.
Every day.
What type of action? Pace?
Pace, but I feel like my biggest asset was just consistency in just terms of placing. You know, I think a lot of the kids when I was growing up were maybe trying too hard, and although you would fear some of the zingers that they would bowl, it would be at such a low frequency that it allowed you to learn how to defend pretty well against, you know, the odd ripper that they would bang off. But I felt like the pressure that you could put on a batsman by just being consistent, just constantly threatening the wickets, whether it be like a slower pace spin or a curveball, or, you know, that really threw people off, especially at that age when you're young and, you know, but
Probably a little too showy, all the other bowlers.
yeah, you did get that. And look, don't get me wrong, I love the flair and the characters of especially modern day cricket.
Consistency, probably one of the key variables to success in any sport. And I certainly count poker as one of them. The great mind sport of poker. And how about the last hand, by the way, with Jinwoo Kim, despite being what boils down to now a bit of a middle stack on the table. Jose, of course, has been the story of the table. Look at that, raising Jack 4 from the small blind. But in the previous hand, Jinwoo Kim completely muscled out William. 3-bet with the ace-jack, and a big 3-bet, and William folded his pocket pair. So this is the difference, ladies and gentlemen, between your average daily tournament and a 2-day high roller here at the APT. Some big moves being made.
Blind v blind. See what William brings here. This king high facing the 3.5x. He's gonna click it to 200k. And no nonsense from Jose, facing the resistance from the Australian. Do you know what? The talk of cricket, you know, we've been taking players golfing. There's been some content shot around golfing and whatnot. We need to sit down with the organisers about arranging a fun 2020 test match between a chess. Did I say chess match or test match?
No, test.
I said test? Okay, I thought I said chess. Little 2020 test match between some of the players. I would love that. Got a lot of Australians here, got a lot of Indians here. What do you think? But do I feel like we could pull that off?
That's a great idea, except there's a lot of positions to fill. To get a cricket match going, you need the wicket keeper. You need enough players who know how to hold a cricket bat, much less swing it. You think you can fill out a team? It's an esoteric sport, cricket, unless you're Indian like me, British like you, perhaps Australian. And I think I'm already running out of countries. I mean, there's barely 10 cricket-playing nations in the world. But
I'm going to look into it. I'm optimistic. I mean, even for people that maybe don't derive from the nations that you just mentioned, where it's their birthright to be born with a cricket bat or cricket ball in hand at birth, maybe we could convince some of the other countries to just come along for the ride. Let's give it a try.
I know somebody would be up for it. Our co-conspirator.
Oh, 100%.
Gregory Lau. Greg goes all in. Greg goes all into everything, and I suspect Greg will go all into cricket.
Definitely something to look into. I'll tell you what, we need to bring cricket back from its heyday.
I see what's happening here, Henry. You're setting up this hustle so that you can simply bowl out everyone you play with.
Oh, mate, I haven't touched a cricket ball in over a decade. Quite easily over a decade. So I wish I was playing the long con here. Not that smart.
On one hand, I can see it all coming back to you as soon as you touch a cricket ball. On the other hand, as somebody who has only off late realized how I'm getting older, I do feel that as a fast-paced bowler, you might pick up the cricket ball, try to bowl like your younger days, and like pop your shoulder.
Some disc slow down in the spine, just kind of moving into places they haven't been moved into in a long time. Like it's tight. It's tight around the spine at this day. Even this morning, I woke up, I was like, look, I need to do something to kind of help myself recover from the illness that I'm currently overcoming, and decided to do some stretching around the lower back. And I tell you what, it was pretty painful, Vidor. I keep thinking that I'm going to recover, and if I can get back to 20% of what 17-year-old me was up to, I'd be a happy man.
Yeah, the rubber band doesn't exactly stretch back to its starting point, you know what I mean?
It really doesn't. And they warn you of this when you're 20, 21 years old. Hey, don't take it for granted. These long nights, these partying until 7, 8, 9 a.m. kind of shenanigans, the all-nighters playing poker. Jack run out. Checkered flag for Erdenbayer. Has to be somewhat concerned. Yamamoto has called 2 streets after opening from under the gun. Still has all the overpairs in his range. Jack 10, Jack 9, Jack X of hearts, stronger 10X. Could also have an 8. 8-9 suited type holdings. Knows he's got to turn his hand into a bluff. He knows that he's targeting specifically hands like 10X. And wow, how about it? How about that, Vidor? Just finds the jam.
I thought I saw him try to cut out a smaller bet, perhaps until he got a good read on what was in the pot, what he had behind, and decided that the only way to credibly represent a hand as strong as a full house, which is perhaps the only hand he can represent going for value here, he just needs to go all in, putting his tournament life at risk. And Bat, not convinced so far, certainly not instantly mucking, knows the amount of draws that were possible. But Yamamoto, with the call on the flop, call on the turn, certainly has jacks in his range. certainly has eights in his range as well. Eights perhaps would play the same way. Maybe a tad less likely to go all in on the river. But Bat with the 10. Wow. Quick look at each other as well, Henry. What do you think about that? Usually, while bluffing, you tend to remain stoic, stare directly at the felt.
Well, firstly, I just want to tip my hat to the Mongolian for just pushing all those time chips forward, taking his time with the decision. It does ultimately find the fold, and Yamamoto with the heroic bluff, maybe the bluff of the tournament so far, up to 36 big blinds. And look, if you're going to bow out of a tournament, that would be one way to do it in style. Talk about finding those bluffs when needed. It's one thing finding a bluff on day one, you know, when there's no direct money on the line or anything like that. But obviously incredibly aware of what his range looked like. Just executing to perfection.
I continue to be impressed by Yamamoto's, right since we've been privileged enough to watch him play on the feature table since yesterday. Not just his calm, cool demeanor and relatively solid play, but now I've seen him make some big moves. And what a crucial pot that was too to pick up.
Yeah, massive, mate. Massive. I mean, that is a tournament trajectory changing bluff right there. Could have just checked behind with the king high, lost the pot, would have been down to sub, what was it, sub 20 bigs. Instead finds himself nursing a very healthy 865k. So Erdem Bayer, no longer chip leader at this feature. Closing in on the final table bubble, by the way, Vidur. It feels like only a moment ago we came back from the final two table redraw.
The chips have been flying about, and I think it just comes down to the players having their eye on the prize. When you don't care too much about incrementing your way up the pay ladders on offer, and don't really put too much stock in the, let's say, relatively arbitrary milestone of making the final table. Of course, there are pay jumps on offer, and there are dynamics when you get down to one table instead of two. But really, what you need to be focusing on is coming first. And as we just saw with that bluff from Yamamoto, it means you're willing to put your tournament life at risk as long as it nets you the ability to go all the way. Which also, of course, means once in a while it won't work out in your favor, and we see some eliminations. What I've been most impressed by, and in case you're watching from different parts of the world, tell me if this is common, but the short stack play from players from various countries is so different from what I'm used to watching, not only in India, but perhaps the West, which influenced the play in India a lot over the ages. It's not at all in or fold. Of course, there's good jam spots that people take, but sub 15 big blind stacks are constantly navigating and getting themselves into tricky situations. And then once you put in those reps of being in tricky situations with short stacks, then why not? It's like an edge to exert. Yu Hang showed just one card, I believe, pretty much signifying that he had some sort of a low hand, but it was a diamond. Not sure how I feel about revealing any information at this crucial stage, but as we look up to the screen, 11 players left out of 102. Final table would be 9, not 8 players. We're currently, I believe, 6-handed on our table, which would mean 5-handed on the other one. And it's just that time of day. Perhaps before making some decisions, players stand up, take a peek over. I'm curious myself what the stacks might look like on the other table. We're relatively well stacked on this table, by which I mean not too many short stacks or even danger zone sort of stacks. I mean, 20 big blinds and above is pretty comfortable in an MTT. And that does imply there are likely to be some short stacks on the other table. But as I said, a lot of these guys seem to not be bothered by making the FT and instead just want to go for it all.
Yeah, it's a subject that we've touched on throughout the series, but different player types, play styles, if you will, you can really tell, you know, the people that are just looking for that ladder, looking for that min cash, just trying to sneak their way into the money, if you will, and then there just seems to be skewed towards people just going after it here at the Asian Poker Tour. Just like, they're just here to win, and if it means bowing out and exiting the tournament early, whether it be through running a massive bluff or making a huge hero call. And, you know, it's something that I've reflected upon myself. I think I lean more towards a passive style of poker. And it's something that I'm looking to improve myself, because I really do just tip my hat to some of these guys, especially when the cameras are rolling, the big stage, the bright lights. You've got friends, family, peers watching at home. Can really add to the pressure of, look, I don't want to look like an idiot on stream, but they just remove themselves from that environment, from that mindset, and they just do what they got to do, and really separates the cream to the top.
Such a great point, because I know I would be more gun shy to make bluffs on stream.
I'm terrible for it, mate. Really am. It's that fearlessness needed.
I know if I make a bluff, it goes badly for me. Let's say we saw Yamamoto with the king-queen. I get back home and all my friends will be calling me king-queen for the rest of the night.
Show up to any family dinner party or anything like that.
Hey, king-queen, how's it going?
Oh, here's the monarch himself. That's brilliant. I love it.
Here's the monarch himself. Took me a moment to process that.
Although I do feel like needling amongst family members is a part of Indian culture. I remember when I went to visit my good friend Saurabh for his wedding in Ludhiana in Punjab. The relentless banter between the uncles and aunties and extended family was like, I could barely take a bite of my food or a sip of my tea or anything I was drinking out of fear of just bursting out with laughter and spitting food out over the table or whatever it was that I was drinking, because it was just relentless.
I cannot wait to hear Ludhiana wedding stories, and I'll add some context as to how crazy those can get relative to the rest of India. But I do want to cut to the action here.
Yeah, please do. 3-bet pot.
A very aggressive 3-bet from the small blind with king deuce. I mean, talk about just being relentless in terms of wanting to use your stack. We haven't used that word yet, but a clear table captain in the form of Jose, and now rewarded for his aggression with the king 8-8 flop. And Yuhang once again, ace-10 certainly not his lucky hand today. He had ace-10 earlier against Jose with the ace-7 of clubs at the time. And now, can you even really continue? No backdoors really to speak about, perhaps a straight draw, backdoor, Broadway draw.
Yeah, we're stretching when we try and think of the backdoors. Yeah, it does just let go of the ace high. The big card, small card, 3-bet.
Uh-oh.
From the blinds.
Oh, I thought he was going to flip over the deuce.
Something that we've seen more of, especially in recent years with the introduction of solvers. You know, the ace-X, the king-X. Just blocking top of range, blocking hands like king-queen, kings, ace-king. And Jose just executing to perfection. He's done an incredible job, by the way, distancing himself from the rest of the pack, or the middle of the pack, I should say, over the last couple of orbits as we close in on that money bowl. So quick look on the outer table. Looks like had ourselves an elimination. And with that, Wow, that is a monster stack.
Whoa. Look at
In
those
front of
towers.
seat 7, by the way. Get some updates from the outer table. How about that? I mean, try and crunch some numbers. 100k starting stack, so there's 102 million in play. Is that right? No, sorry, 10 million. 10,200,000 in play. So average stack would be around 1 million. That guy looked like he had the better part of 3 million or so in front of him. Maybe has somewhere in the realm of 25 to 30% of all of the chips in play in his stack.
That is insane at this stage.
We'll keep you guys updated. We may have a runaway chip leader here. Looks like everyone else may be playing for second at the moment. Fedoras, we've got a little ace-king v ace-king situation on our hands.
A recipe for maximum pain, since it's of course likely to go in. And then you start talking about truly coolering someone.
Well, maximum pain, peak excitement pre-flop before the cards are exposed, and then the relaxed chuckle between the two players. They're like, oh, hey!
Relief.
The old Uno reverse card. We got the same hand. Edinburgh are going to have a slight equity advantage here. So here's the one with the 2 live flush draws. His club's obviously covering Jin Woo's.
Mind you, Henry, this does not need to go to an all-in showdown. Look at that. He just makes the call precisely because we are in the final table bubble, and this just makes it all the more interesting.
That's a great point. I don't want to say it as if it's preordained that all the money has to go in. It's typically what you see. 9-6 deuce, couple of spades. So Mongolian player currently free rolling Jinwoo. Shallow SPR.
What now? Jinwoo with the ace-king on the 9-6 deuce board can only feel so comfortable, considering he's battling with someone who has him well covered. And with the ICM implications, that's going to be a factor in this hand. Mind you, with being down to 10 players, we have hit some pay jumps. We're comfortably in the 8-figure range, which is to say in the 100 million plus Vietnamese dong range. 10th place finisher guaranteed to walk away with 104 million, give or take. But now, as we approach the final table bubble, those pay jumps get big. 9th place finisher, 128 million.
All right, all in all, tournament players on single day high roller.
Check, check on the flop. Oh, and an ace and a real free roll situation here.
What a development. Dealer, how do you find that turn card? 455k in the middle.
We were talking about that internal monologue magic machine that could tell us both players likely breathing a huge sigh of relief. Wow, Jinwoo just puts it in there and is going to see, well, I don't want to say the bad news, but he's not going to be too happy looking at the king of spades in the hand of bat. Some unnecessary drama and tension, he would think.
The sickest part is you're praying for a chop. You can only win half the pot. His opponent free rolling him with one card to come. Does brick out, and a huge sigh of relief for Jinwoo. Some chuckles from the table mates, as it looks like the blinds going up to 15,000, 30,000. With that, the average stack dropping considerably down to just 34 bigs average now, as we lose the Mongolian players. Going to be heading to the outer table just to rebalance. So now 2 tables of 5. Final table bubble.
I didn't mention that it could have been a recipe for maximum pain. Jinwoo is going to be relieved to not have been on the receiving end of that potential maximum pain.
Well, especially before Erdinbaya showed down his cards, you kind of did the the one hand in the air as if to kind of say, I got him, got it, like as if he had trapped flop with a set or had turned a flush and had checked back the flush draw on the flop. There's some sort of sweat there before the cards were exposed. Do love just some of the entertaining characters that we get on our screens.
You are right. It's not precisely a slow roll, of course. It's just closer to a needle than a slow roll, perhaps. But I do enjoy how culturally slow rolling is sometimes just a non-issue, depending on what country you're from. In case you're watching, you don't know what a slow roll is. It means you reveal the winning hand very slowly, usually leading to some suffering for your opponent. Once in a while, you face down an opponent, and you can just tell, depending on perhaps the country they're from or their demeanor, this man is not revealing his hand, but I don't think it means I won yet.
That's a really great point, by the way. There's good friends with Michael Zhang, Jin Wu, finding the jam from the small. It's going to fold back round to William.
All right, single day high roller.
Okay, so King 10. So apologies. Lost my train of thought there for a second as William finds the fold. So well-timed 3-bet jam from Jin Wu. Yeah, good friends with Michael Zhang. Chinese heritage, raised in the UK, now lives in Thailand, just all-round crusher. Just came second in the Triton short deck main event. But he was telling me how some of the cultural differences in the poker world, where in Asia, for example, I don't want to misquote him, but he's saying how that, you know, a lot of the Chinese players that he plays with don't mind hitting and running. Like he's never run into an issue. Not saying that he was the one necessarily hitting and running, but it would maybe tilt him. Someone would come, join for an hour, win a big pot, and then leave. And the Chinese businessmen and the likes just didn't really care that much. They're just like, yeah, just like get on with it. It's whatever, you know. But then if you go to certain parts of the world, there are actually rules in place where they record your buy-in into a cash game, and you are not allowed to leave in profit until you've passed 2 hours of playing that profit stack.
Yeah.
Which is really strange, you know, depending on where you are.
And I was in Sri Lanka, and they asked me to call time before you leave, which is another way of doing it. You call time, and then you have to stay for another, say, 30 minutes in that case. The table broke 25 minutes into it. They wouldn't let me leave.
What?
I was like, there's like 3 players left on the table. Any other casino in the world, that would count as a broken table. They're like, no, you gotta stay. Somebody might come in the next 5 minutes. He's taking it very seriously, the call time rule. Sri Lanka, by the way, not exactly an up-and-coming poker destination yet, but they are famous, particularly on the Indian subcontinent, for having some fun cash games. And an all-around beautiful country as well. Actually, Vietnam kind of reminds me of my time in Sri Lanka. Very friendly people. Very different landscapes on offer. And I had this experience there, Henry. As Indians, on the Indian subcontinent, we're not used to being treated as sort of the international guests. However, in Sri Lanka, let me pause on that for a moment, by the way, as I just noticed the Broadway. Talk about flopping the world. I mean, small blind, big blind, Yu Hang just crushes the flop. Yamamoto drawing dead, but also not too interested, it seems, in the hand. There we go, he does check.
Yeah, a little tickle on the flop did stab just to fold out. You know, there's 2 undercards that aren't able to compete against any aggression. We can see Yamamoto kind of waving the white flag on this deuce of diamonds turn. See what Yu Hang brings here. 290 in the middle. SPR south of 2.
And how about Yamamoto staring at Yu Hang's perhaps stack, or maybe just in the general direction? Not sure what he's trying to influence, but it is intimidating. And perhaps exciting Yuhang right now with the absolute nuts, thinking that it implies Yamamoto has something he can actually still contend with in the hand.
Trying to deter him from betting, if you will.
Pretty much.
Does bet 155k into 290, so just north of half pot. Setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6.
If I could try to peek into the head of Yamamoto. Wow, using the time bank. The extra Hollywood, perhaps, because the small blind versus big blind dynamic is so crucial, especially as the table goes from full ring to perhaps 6 max or 5 max. He just wants to preserve some image in case he finds himself in a small blind, big blind situation again.
I also think that the fact there's a ladder between 10th and 9th comes into effect. A bit of time wasting here to let hands play out on the outer table. We know what's going through Yuhang's mind, and that is, please, put more chips in the middle. We can see, unfortunately, just getting teased, if you will, the carrot being dangled in front of him. I can see Yamamoto with just 9 high.
Yeah, definitely. The ladder is a huge factor, and another way of saying the ladder at this point is the final table bubble, in case there is some action on the different table. But I do think the term Hollywood is more appropriate because of all the facial expressions he was giving.
Yeah.
Yuhang, as though he's interested, really eyeing him down, eyeing his stack, as though there's something to consider. There are time banks to use, so if you want to time down, just play the time bank, surely. But Yamamoto giving the full performance there. And continuing to tell this story, still eyeing the stack as though he was extremely bothered by the hand.
Well, looks like we have an all-in jam on the button, chip leader. There you go.
We hear some announcements from the last batch of side events we have going on at the APT Phu Quoc. So we are going to wrap this series up with a nice little bow of this crowning of the high roller champion. Some other trophies going to be given out today as well. And then after that, straight to Taipei at the end of the month. Henry, myself, Greg, the whole team will be down in Taiwan, navigating what is going to be an absolute madness of a poker festival at the biggest poker room in Asia. One of the biggest main events on offer, up to $1 million guaranteed. 30 million Taiwanese dollars, that is guaranteed for the main event. Already making it over 1.5 times as big as the main event we had here in Phu Quoc, which crowned 2 people walking away with over 100,000 USD. So I can only imagine the sick numbers that are going to be up on offer at the main event. And in case you want to join that main event, don't forget, satellites on Natural 8, running every Sunday, starting today. As low as $30, and you can actually step Sati into that for as low as $3.
Truly am buzzing for that, by the way. For me personally, it would be the furthest east that I've ever been.
Nice. What is further east of Taiwan, I wonder?
Japan, Korea, parts of Australia, parts of Indonesia, Philippines, or parts of the Philippines.
Okay. You hit one country I've been to, Indonesia. Lovely place. Loved Bali. But
Yeah,
apart from
I've been to Bali, but Bali actually falls west.
I see.
Yeah, by like a couple of 100 kilometers of Taiwan, which in the grand scheme of things obviously isn't that much. As we dive back into this spot for Yuhang, it's going to get out of the way.
And how about that pressure? Yamamoto smiles at getting away with one. Pretty big fold from Yuhang, and sort of the idea of the final table perhaps looming large over Yuhang there.
Yeah. Yeah, given that the average stack is like 24 bigs, you know, you're flipping, or at least you think you're flipping, an average stack for your tournament life. I mean, there are times when you can kind of pick and choose when to take on the variance if there's ever a time to maybe lean on the side of passiveness or caution. Just preserving that average stack, which still has a considerable ICM value.
Yamamoto still racking up the chips he picked up with his aggression. Jose in the small blind, haven't heard from him in a while.
Jose, 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 Jose.
Clearly a man who does not need a hand to get involved. I mean, we saw him raise up King Deuce off from the small blind last time around. Yu Hang has been on the receiving end of a lot of aggression. As we cut back to the remaining table, Ace 10 suited versus Queen 7.
Looks like
the player at risk probably doubled up with the Ace 10.
looked like it.
There we see it, the promised 3-bet. I mean, also letting out a smile. Perhaps because Yu Hang has signaled that he's going to be folding this. Yu Hang is the most jovial, jovial player, I meant to say, on the table by far. And his personality and his fun seems to be a bit infectious. Certainly got Jose to crack a smile. There we go, seat 1. William also cracking a smile along. Love that. At such a tense stage of the tournament. Look at that, even Jin Woo can't help but crack that extremely calm, stoic demeanor.
Jose seems to have a target that he's chosen to go after. That small blind V button situation that he finds himself in. We could see theory in terms of the actual hand strength just going out the window, opting to 3-bet the 10-5. And leaning into that perceived wider open on the button. By the way, that monster stack that we were talking about from the outer table belongs to Russia's Nikolai Ponomarenko. Just messing it. Monster stack. Looks like somewhere close to 25% of the chips in play. So keep you guys updated as to what goes on out there as we dive back into this. So Jinwoo defending his big blind, flopping top 2 on the ace-6 deuce, a board texture that Yu Hang is maybe going to try and represent here, at least in the form of a c-bet. We'll see what the turn brings. I mean, should a 3, a 5, or a spade roll off, or any overcard to the 6 deuce for that matter, I see Yu Hang fire multiple barrels into this one.
Jin Woo perhaps thinking an ace, a very likely holding. But apart from that, you want to keep bluffs in. Instead, he decides to raise it up. Somewhat giving Yu Hang credit for having a real hand. Not the case this time, and in fact, Yu Hang sort of gets away relatively cheaply. Could have been in a tricky situation as the hand progressed.
Yeah, Jin Woo is trying to play for it all on the flop should he be up against the hand. Ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. Also, you know, at this stage of the tournament, some heavy ICM implications coming into effect. Go on.
I was just going to say the tension probably piling up as we head towards what is likely to result in a final table relatively quickly with the blinds as high as they are. 30K now. 2 stacks close to the 15 big blind range. most of these players have been fairly involved in a lot of hands. Yu Hang just undeterred by all the heat he's been facing.
I love it. I'm all here for it, man. I mean, this has been an incredibly exciting end to this wonderful series here in Phu Quoc. Island paradise for poker in Vietnam. Players from all over the globe. I mean, as far west as America, we've got the player from Portugal here, players from all over Asia, the Mongolians, the Malaysians, the Chinese, obviously the local players, a lot of Japanese players, a lot of Thai players, obviously the Aussies. Can't forget about the Aussies. But these final two tables, as we head down to the final table of the series, it really feels like it's still anyone's game. I mean, all willing to get involved and put chips in the middle as again Yu Hang just getting attacked. Just relentless.
I'm starting to root for Yu Hang. I mean, that is just brutal. I mean,
it feels like it was Jose that put the target on Yu Hang's back originally with a couple of light 3-bets, and now everyone else has kind of picked up on that. It's kind of like in high school when a kid just takes a problem with someone for no reason, maybe steals their crisps or a sandwich out of their lunchbox, and then all of a sudden a few days go by and everyone's at it, and you know.
You've made my sympathies increase like 5-fold.
I feel like that's some untouched upon trauma that I'm currently dealing with, and don't know, maybe something I need to look into rather than using the commentary platform as a way for me to vent and get out some of my childhood memories.
Listen, let's not take away the credit from Jin Woo there to find the 3-bet against the under the gun open with the king jack off.
Hang on a minute, Vidor. Big all-in from the outer table. Is Myanmar all-in with the ace-5?
Bat trying to make it happen, and it does not. He shakes his head. I think with that, we have hit our final 9. Oh, a dejected walk away, and understandable considering the stack he had when he left the feature table.
He went over there with like 40 bigs.
As you said, Henry, anything can happen, and I think the players must have noticed by now that they have actually all made the final table. Probably will breathe a sigh of relief once this hand is over, and we will be, of course, taking a break as we reset for what is going to be an exciting final table of the high roller. The final event that we are covering here, but also one of the final events of the APT Phu Quoc itself.
So Bat Erdenbayer eliminated by Ponomarenko, who's now playing a monster 3.3 million chip stack, 110 big blinds, going to be coming in to the final table as chip leader. And at the conclusion of this hand, obviously, we will be going on a short break to set the final table, the last final table, at least in terms of events we'll be covering here at this Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc series. So that's that, Vidor. I mean, kind of at a loss for words. Bat Erdenbayer obviously going to that outer table with a very healthy 45 or 40-ish big blinds at the time, and just seems like the Russian Ponomarenko is the force, or the unstoppable force, to be reckoned with on that outer table. As we welcome you back into the broadcast booth, Vidor Singhal alongside myself, Henry Kilmaine. Vidor, we obviously didn't get to see the demise of Bat, but briefly just want to touch upon the entertainment that some of these Mongolians have really put on for us here at this series.
I mean, particularly Bat. He's just been a force to be reckoned with throughout the whole tournament. We've been following him since yesterday's feature table. But such is the way of poker sometimes. Goes out on the final table bubble. Still will net himself a nice little payout. But speaking of payouts, now we're in it to win it. The final 9, we're of course playing for 1.26 billion Vietnamese dong. That's 1 billionaire that's going to be crowned at this event. But the pay jumps get big. So when we come back, I'm looking forward to an exciting final table, particularly with a huge stack coming in to completely shake up all the players. So stay with us. We'll see you after the break for the final table.
See you guys shortly.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. You're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated rather. Has to be somewhat concerned though that his ace-X is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand, although there's no way you can know that against the +1 open. Win gonna fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. And hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot. Trying to fold out all of those suited broadways, ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks. That Win might stab on the flop with. And then fold to a raise. Surely Win just gonna preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously we can see the whole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but he's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he just jam 9s, 10s, jacks? Maybe, but what about the stronger parts of his range? The queens, kings, and aces. They'd want to get some action. They'd want to induce some of the weaker holdings behind. So definitely has an overpair range advantage. He's got to throw out all of his time bank extensions. He's really thinking this one through. A lot of draws out there. A lot of gut shots, a lot of straight draws. Wow. I tell you what, I didn't expect him to find the jam, but he's moved all in on the flop. 3-bet jam, continued for 200k into 660. Lee Song clicked it to 455,000 with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. I would have liked to have just seen a jam from Lee Song or a check call, given that he's got backdoor hearts. But Win really sniffing this one out. Just saying, hey, pal, I have all the overpairs. Really just putting Lee Son on a weak holding here. With close to 0 fold equity as well, you can see Lee Son with just 735k to call with 2.3 million in the middle, getting over 3-1 on a call. Talk about perfect timing from Win. Just sniff this one out. Curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the check raise from Lee Son, but even more so, how about this jam? I mean, just some real street poker being played in Vietnam. One of the things about the APT events is you really just do get these unorthodox styles of poker, this street kind of poker being played, where sometimes theory just goes out the window and a man stares you down and 3-bet jams on the flop, and Win gets it through with just queen high. Take a bow, sir. The final table of the APT Hanoi main event with over 125k for first. And he finds the 3-bet on the flop with just queen high. So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared no-limit hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 picks. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player, Dinh Duc Trung, calling with the a6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, Gerdman Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, ace-6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Din flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, Gerdman Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check round. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of clubs, giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity. Turning the bigger full house as Dinh Duc Trung comes firing. half pot. He's flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. German obviously with trip sixes, not going anywhere just yet. And now what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack. 1.1, I think closing the action. You know, you can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still one card to come. Final two tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Din Duck Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. So 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bokharov do here? Flop trip sixes. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call. So there's already 1.7 in the middle and Feng is still to act with 1 million behind. It's the easiest jam of his life here. 9 of clubs turning off on the turn, giving him the full house. Question is, does German get away from it? I'm sure he does once Feng jams, and one would assume that Din Duck Trung is going to beat him to the pot with his flopped full house. Feng taking his time. It's such a weird spot. It does eventually move all in for 1 million, and now action back on Din. Obviously loses to aces and pocket nines. Has to ask himself, would Feng jam flushes? I don't think he would, given that German is overcalled out of the big. I think there are a lot of flushes that actually fold, other than the nut flush, given the action. Remember, check through on the flop. Din then led turn, got 2 calls. Now bet again on the river, and Feng has come over the top. German gets out of the way. Din gets shown the pocket nines after flopping a full house in a 3.2 million chip pot, going to one of the most feared players in Asia, Feng Zhao. Looking like a favorite here. Final 2 tables of the APT Hanoi main event with now 3.2 million. Good for 80 big blinds. And now a real contender to win this main event. What a disgusting turn card for the local Vietnamese player. We know the Feng fans are loving that. 3.2 million now, deep into the APT Hanoi main event. So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun, and the short stack, Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The final table of the two-day high roller has been set here. We're back at the Corona Resorts and Casinos, the Asian Poker Tour two-day high rollers. We welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Vidor Singhal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. The stage has been set, Vidor, for what can only be described as, well, looking at the chip counts. It's going to be a fun battle with the overwhelming chip leader with more than double what second in chips has. It's the Russian Ponomarenko leading the front. And then the flip side of that is the short stack of Yuhang Chen with just 8 big blinds. So some real heavy ICM implications coming to effect straight off the bat with over 50,000 for first.
Well, it's all to play for. $50,000 for first, as you said. All the players have locked up a nice score. But there's a reason they've been grinding it out towards the end of the series, and it's to go for that 1.2 billion Vietnamese dong first place prize to become billionaires off this series. Perhaps use it for future buy-ins at Taipei, as you were talking about.
That's what they love to say.
Exactly.
So future buy-ins for Taipei up for grabs. Obviously, we jest. The main task at hand for these final 9 players is the mountain in front of them, which is to overcome the overwhelming chip stack of the Russian player Ponomarenko with 110 big blinds to put to work. All eyes are going to be on him. It currently feels like everyone else playing for second, but we know, given what we've seen over the last 4 days, given what we've seen throughout the festival, but that, you know, a chip and a chair, it is still anyone's game, and even for someone like Yuhang Chen with just 8 big blinds, feels like he's at Everest base camp staring at the summit, but it is doable. We've seen it done before. Just because he's down at the bottom of the counts doesn't mean that you can't turn this around, but for now, you can see that player in seat 2. Someone that I had the pleasure of actually playing some Super Hold'em with. He was in the mix.
The Russian sensation, perhaps, we can call him.
Can indeed.
Now, thinking back to the main event yesterday, Henry, we saw the overwhelming chip leader actually go out in 8th place. So truly anything can happen, especially if you start trying to wield that big stack, get into tricky spots. The variance sort of comes in, and you never know where things land up. 110 big blinds, of course, a dominating chip lead to come into the final table with. He's got to be feeling good. He's got to be eyeing that first place prize we were just talking about. What really happens in these scenarios with one short stack on the table is that the middle stacks face the most pressure. ICM pressure, as you've been calling it, usually means you have to wait for the short stack to bust. It's otherwise too detrimental to you to try and get in the mix if a pay ladder that you can easily fold your way into is at stake. And I'm very curious to see who is most impacted by that ICM pressure, because leading up to the final table, we have seen some moves from players that maybe in other parts of the world would be considered ICM suicide. But here in Asia, and here at the high roller when you're going for first place, it's just another day at the office of regular poker. You get it all in. You try to chip up. Try to have a stack that could give the chip leader, Ponomarenko, something to go to battle with.
Sounds like a champion being crowned in the background at the PLO Hold'em mix. GG's. Diving back into this. So final table has been set. Final 9 players of this 2-day high roller, led by none other than that man on your screens right now in C2. Russian phenom Ponomarenko looking to finish out with a pole position here to wrap up this Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc Festival. Of course, don't forget, those of you watching who've maybe been teased a little bit by some of the action that we've had on our screens over the past few days. Qualifiers into Taipei running today over on Natural 8. Step satellites into the $30 10 package guaranteed satellite from as little as $3. Maybe more importantly, for some of the people that have less time to play live, that day one can be played over on Natural 8. You can qualify into day 3, which would guarantee you making it into the money. Saves you, playing day 1 and day 2. But for me personally, I mean, I've spoken about this. I like to be sat down at the live table from the start, get a feel for the player types, get a feel for the atmosphere. But each to their own. Some people enjoy grinding from their home offices, from their grind houses. But naturally, today, 10 seats guaranteed in that $30 satellite, and obviously the day 1 running as well. So best of luck to all of you that are battling over on Natural 8. For our viewers over on YouTube, Facebook and Twitch, a warm welcome back once again. We do appreciate you guys keeping us company. As always, the engagement in the chat. Let us know who you're supporting at this final table, whether it's a friend or a fellow countryman, or maybe someone you've just enjoyed watching play poker that you're rooting for. As William looks down at a couple of jacks facing an open from under the gun. So second hand, rather, of this final table. Going to see William effectively 3-bet jamming from the low jack. Let us know in the chat whereabouts in the world you are watching from. Also let us know if you're going to be joining us in Taipei. As we see if anyone behind wakes up with a hand. Well, how about YouTuber Shunsuke? You mentioning you and Greg, I believe, had done some commentary with him at the feature table. First time I had the privilege of commentating on him. And how about that for a fold? Discipline laydown from the content creator from Japan.
Very impressive fold, not only because ace-queen, of course, looks like a pretty hand. You just recognize that William Jia, coming into the final table, it's not going to be mucking around too much, perhaps, in the second hand. Ace-queen not ahead of too much when it comes down to the kind of ranges that William might be willing to put his tournament life on the line with, especially considering he's not the shortest stack. Talk about that ICM pressure. There's sort of this reverse ICM tell as well when the second shortest stack does not wait around for that pay jump, instead goes all in. Suddenly looking down at ace-queen. Wasn't the hand that Shunsuke wanted to go with, and as you correctly mentioned, Henry, a YouTuber from Japan, over 150,000 subscribers, I believe, creating pure poker content. Shun Poker is his channel.
Shout out to Shun Poker, making a final table here in this high roller event. Also maybe that fold a byproduct of just the heavy ICM implications in effect. He's kind of stuck in there alongside his fellow countryman in the middle of the pack. Let's have that 9 big blind stack of Yu Hang Chen to worry about. Maybe not worry about, rather looking to just try and outweight, outlast that 9 big blind stack. It's going to be looking to make a move. How about this for an open from the chip leader, just aware of the situation at hand.
If you need any confirmation that our chip leader, Ponomarenko, is playing any 2 cards, 10-3 off is about as any 2 as it gets.
You know, we were giving so much credit to Jose, and deservedly so. I mean, how does it feel where, you know, you've just feels like he did everything right leading down to this final table? He was obviously, of course, on the feature table. He was the chip leader, and then to come into this final table with a huge 56 big blind stack, and to just realize that you've got almost half of what the chip leader has. I guess the silver lining, he's kind of across the table, a few spots to the chip leader's left, so can kind of pick and choose the battles that he wants to get involved with.
It does remind me of the old, well, now classic line, I am the captain now. Ponomarenko,
look at me.
Look at me. Jose had been sort of having his way with some of the final tablists that we see here when they had to bear the brunt of him chip leading on the feature table. I'm reminded, of course, of Yu Hang, somebody we'll see in the mix soon, constantly getting pummeled by the aggression of Jose. There is Yu Hang with the pocket fours on the button, and perhaps a decision of whether he wants to play for all of it. Four is not the prettiest holding. There we go, he lays it down. I was about to say, certainly good enough to consider getting it all in if you think William might be opening slightly light, but under the gun +1 with 15 big blinds certainly implies a tighter opening range than most. And Yu Hang very smartly lays down the fours.
So that's how things stand on the main stage. 7 different nationalities represented here at this final table. Just again, we've spoken about the diversity of the Asian Poker Tour on so many occasions, but maybe we just let the graphics do the talking for us. 7 nationalities here on display. So many different play styles.
And just a reminder, we are 9-handed. Of course, most tables so far we were playing were 8-handed. 9th place guaranteed now, 128 million Vietnamese dong. That's well over 2x the buy-in, so pretty good return all these players are looking at already. But things, of course, get serious now in terms of the pay ladder. 8th place jumps pretty much another full buy-in, 175 million. Then we slowly climb all the way up to first place, 1.26 billion. The only billion payout, because second place is about 870. So really it's all to play for, and if you take a look at the difference between second and first, all the more reason to try and really accumulate a stack, go to battle against the current chip leader. Really aim for first place. That's what you're in it for.
Yeah, in USD, everyone currently guaranteed just north of $5,400 for their efforts so far. See that top prize coming with over 50,000 and coveted Asian Poker Tour trophy. I always joke about the excess baggage fees that one might have to pay flying back home from a festival, but I tell you what, a trophy like that and the first prize money that it comes with may be a problem that you don't mind. You don't mind picking up the additional 50 euros or 70 bucks in excess baggage fees to get that one back home to your parents' mantelpiece.
Talk about first world problems, Henry. If I was fortunate enough to bag a trophy at the APT, I'm buying it its own seat on the way back.
You get on the plane, so is it seat taken? You're like, yeah, damn right it is. How about this bad boy? This needs a seat of its own. Love that. If I ever get to win a live tournament, you know what, just for you, Vidura, I'm going to do that.
I love it.
So, potential car crash here. The local Vietnamese player. We have seen these suited ace-X. Hands like ace-6, ace-7, ace-8. They like to go after these pre-flop. He's going to stay disciplined. Love that. He's currently sat in 4th. Can really just remain patient. Great structure here. 40-minute clock. A lot of money up for grabs. No need for speculative holdings and high variance plays. 1 seat over. Zhao Chun-Shi. Gonna flat with the dominated king-queen, and that opens the door for the Portuguese player Jose to potentially peel from the small blind. Has to be somewhat concerned, of course, of his 10 being dominated, his diamonds being dominated.
Jose has been in the mix plenty from the small blind, usually with a 3-bet, usually with not much of a hand to show for it, but
wow,
he just makes
shots
it work.
fired from the booth.
Well, it's pure reverence, really, how he has navigated all kinds of 3-bet pots when he's taken the betting lead, taken the aggressive route. In this case, different situation altogether, because an under the gun +2 open does garner some respect. Still, always tempting to squeeze, as they call it. Somebody opens, somebody flat calls. You get the feeling that raising, there we go, he lets it go with Was that the time bank chip on top? I guess he'd used more than his allotted 30 seconds. Hands one time bank chip in.
Yeah, that was a genuine time bank spot. I think we saw him kind of observing Zhao Chunxi there. He's taking his time. Did eventually find the fold with the 10-9 of diamonds, which, well,
Wow.
would have flopped the absolute joint on the 8-7-6. So,
Okay, Jose.
Poker. Okay, Jose.
Take a breath. Recenter yourself. These things happen, buddy. Usually, if you're a player at the caliber that reaches the high roller final table here at the APT, you tend not to be too bothered by the shoulda, coulda, wouldas of poker. But when it's so marginal, we clearly saw Jose almost contemplate a call, perhaps even something more aggressive like a 3-bet, and then you see the flop absolutely punishing you for folding. Can be a little bit tilting. I have a feeling though Jose has seen it all. His highest score is actually well over 200,000 USD. Surely has a lot of experience in various stages. Meanwhile, back to the players still in the hand. You actually have Zhao Chunxi taking a stab at it.
Well, how about Shun Poker? Japanese YouTube sensation. Just aware that this is a board texture his opponent may overstab, and also aware of what his range looks like. You know, has all the overpairs. The aces, kings, queens, range advantage. Knows that Zhao Chunxi is going to have a lot of ace-x suited Broadway type holdings. That maybe going to try and stab to take this away on the flop.
And it's like I said, Henry, these guys are just undeterred by how short their stacks might be. If they find a spot to make a move, they make the move.
Unfazed. The bright lights, the cameras. Jose kind of just thinking what could have been, all this action on the flop, and you would have been sat there licking his chops with the goods. Yeah,
impressive maneuvering.
You see the little grimace there. Maybe the flat call from Zhao Chunxi. Part of the reason why he folded pre-flop. Can we just talk about Shun Poker there? A little spice with the check raise of the ace-king rather than playing the guessing game across turn and river.
Perhaps one for the fans there. I mean, I can see a solid video coming out of just explaining his thought process there.
Shout out to the vlog. I think we've made it big time, Vidor. Shout out to the Japanese poker community. Ever growing, showing up here in force. A force to be reckoned with. 2 players at the final table of the main event and 2 players here for the 2-day high roll at the final table.
Great showing by the Japanese contingent, as you correctly pointed out. Goes to show what a force they're becoming on not just the Asian but the global poker scene. And if that's not evident from them reaching all kinds of final tables, just look at Shun Poker, 150,000 subscribers, I believe, and rolls into the APT with cameramen to create high-quality vlogs. I mean, when you reach the entourage state of your vlogging career, you know you're headed somewhere.
Oh, high-quality vlogs, along with high-quality poker, and also, can I just add, for the people that just love the fashion out there. The fashion on display by Shun Poker here. A bit of swag, a bit of spice to this man.
Oh, trust you me, Henry. Greg and I covered that, and we were just absolutely floored by the hair alone. I mean, the perfect, I don't even know what to call it, like coif meets edge meets style meets straight out of a magazine, really.
7-5, dudes, nothing much to write home about for Jinwoo William in this blind v blind confrontation. Maybe if, you know, the PLO mine stretches a bit, that 4 of hearts. Somewhat connected with the 7-5 deuce 2 hearts. You could argue the same with William 3-liner, as well as an overcard to the board. That 17 big blind stack, I mean, bit of a stretch of the imagination. But there we go, stretch he will. Does check call. Some interesting turn cards potentially roll off. That's not one of them. Jack of clubs is an overcard to the board. Does now give hands like 9-8. Double gut shot. See what Jinwoo brings. Jinwoo rather, do apologize. It's going to check behind. A lot to fight for out there. William, the shorter stacks as the board does pair. 5 of spades. Completing the board. King high with a lot of showdown, Vidor.
Yeah, not too bad on this board considering how the action has gone. Of course, William Jia with the smaller stack is going to be the man to target. I think he knows it. Unsurprised to see the check there, but the question is, Jinwoo, knowing he's likely losing this hand, wow, does decide to check behind. I am surprised to see him not take a stab at it, considering, once again, the ICM pressure is the term we always go back to. Yeah, he cannot really put William's stack at risk considering what was in the pot, but look at that. William had 2 shorter stacks behind him. Might have been hesitant to seriously take a dent to his stack, but I think Jinwoo decided to wait for a better opportunity considering he doesn't want to take any dents himself.
Yeah, I like where your mind's at in terms of applying pressure, but I don't think, see, it really depends on how players approach ICM and what they think that means. Some players think that means they just get to bluff it off with reckless abandon, and I think, you know, he took the stab on the flop, was met with the check call, would like to think that his opponent has decent showdown value, and 9-4 not really, if anything, blocking some of the folds, the hands like 9-6, 6-4, 4-3, all of those draws that would potentially check call. So yeah, I mean, look, we all want to be the guy that just goes blasting, but it's sometimes okay to just wave the white flag. It looks like the Russian Ponomarenko stepping away from what I believe is an upcoming scheduled break. I do apologize, he's back, but that clock is ticking ever closer to that 15-minute break.
That is a great point, Henry, in the sense that, yeah, ICM pressure is just another variable to decide what to do at any given spot. And that 9-4 blocking a lot of your opponent having potential draws that they might fold, that's another variable. And you just have to weight them, and that is the beauty of poker, really. Jose doesn't seem to want to let any spot go, really. I mean, look at this. Under the gun +3 open, Jack 7 suited in the cutoff. Just getting to work. Bumps it up.
You know, his presence in terms of demeanor is certainly one of the more intimidating at this final table, and his play style really matches his, well, at least my perception of him here in the booth. You know, very, I don't know, it seems very tough to play against. Just takes these spots as and when they present themselves. And even with this 3-bet, less than a 3x.
If you think back to the card distribution, I'm actually struggling to think of Jose having a real strong pre-flop holding. What he's done is simply make all kinds of hand work from all kinds of positions.
Yeah.
Usually, aggression has been the key to his success, and here we see pretty much the same sort of aggression. Once again, ICM pressure, huge factor. He has Nyok covered here.
Yeah, correctly targeting that kind of safe stack, quote unquote, if you will, of Ngok Min Lee, the comfortable 31 big blinds that he has behind as we head into our first break of this final table. So Ponomarenko, nothing changing at the top, still the overwhelming chip leader. Yuhang Chen chipping up slightly up to 11 big blinds as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Vidor Single alongside myself. A quick break, nothing much to talk about so far at this final table, as we did obviously only get a few hands in, so maybe we save some of the breakdowns for the flip side of this short break. We're going to roll some highlights and some trailers for the upcoming Taipei Asian Poker Tour. We'll see you guys very shortly.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online Day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts. Corner pocket. Rudnev gets the double. So the overwhelming chip leader gonna raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is gonna pick up one customer from the big blind, German Bukharov. Playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop. 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6, 3, 2 spades. Gernman flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hai Nam, reaching for a c-bet. Does come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop. He puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a fourth spade has rolled off on the river, and Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call? So Din, Duck, Trung are the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now, as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace Queen suited. Well, 1 seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark. So these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow. Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens as he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards, comes in over the top. So we have a 3-way all in. Rudnev came in as the shortest stack, now covers half the table. Gotta get out of the way, so a 3-way ordeal here. Potential couple of ladders for the rest of the table if the queens for Huang Hainan can hold here. And a queen in the window. Queen 9-3, all spades. There are some chop outs as the 10 of spades rolls off on the turn. Another spade would be a 3-way chop. No dice, 7 of clubs. Seals the fate of Feng Xiao and Ding Duck Trung, and everyone else gets a double ladder. Chip leader up to 13 million now. So the Swiss player, Ives Thalmann, kicking things off with a raise from the cutoff, does have the goods. Opening off of a very shallow stack, sub 15. Gok to Pham, 1 seat over. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Wants to try and apply pressure to the shorter stack deep in the APT Hanoi main event. We are down to the final few tables. Really abusing his position on Ives. Still got kings, Ives, and they are good. 4-1 favorite.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
A warm welcome back to the final table coverage of this 2-day high roller from the Corona Resorts and Casino here. It's the Asian Poker Tour, Phu Quoc, of course. We welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Greg goes all in, joining me in the booth. And Greg,
Yes.
final 2 tables down to the final table, I mean, was an emotional roller coaster, to be honest. And we're now jumping into the final table of 9 with an overwhelming chip leader, the Russian Ponomarenko, with just kind of, it feels like one hand on the trophy already, but you know all too well that it's not over until the final card is dealt.
Yep. Anything can happen. Anything can change. Seen it happen at the APT before. I remember one of the tournaments in Manila, heads-up battle. Guy came into the battle with 1 big blind.
No way.
Other guy had like, I don't know, like probably like 20 bigs, and he came back and he won it. So anything is possible, and certainly that can be the case here at our final table of the high roller on the last day of our series here in Phu Quoc. Yep.
I was going to say,
Yep.
look, over 50K up top as we throw it down to the main feature table. You can see blinds going up to 20,000, 40,000, which means that the average stack has dropped below 30. Some of those shorter stacks, some of those middling stacks, that ICM noose, if you will, the handcuffs, the proverbial handcuffs, just really tightening around the wrists of some of these players as They're kind of at the mercy of our chip leader, Ponomarenko, who's straight off the bat going to get busy with the Queen Jack O from under the gun.
I like the term you said yesterday, Henry. There's lots of short stack ninjas here navigating that short stack depth, and obviously also trying to have to navigate that with Ponomarenko as a formidable presence here on our final table. Again, top prize 1.29 billion VND, or around 50K USD. Someone on this table is walking away with that cash prize. And William Jia, 16 big blinds, picks up ace-king suited premium here against the under the gun open by Ponomarenko.
I'll tell you what, William has been kind of hit by the deck at the right time since the final two tables. Obviously held that massive flip with queens against ace-king earlier, and has just found rejam spots exactly when he's needed to. Here the ace-king, obviously Ponomarenko not going to tangle with the queen jack. So if anyone behind wakes up with a hand, looks like everyone going to get out of the way. And yeah, nice little pickup. I mean, look, the 3-bet getting through back up to over 20 big blinds, a bit of breathing room for the Australian.
Taking it down. And interestingly, it wasn't actually an all-in. He pushed out most of his chips out and showed the dealer he still had some behind. And let's take a look here, folks, at our chip counts. Again, you can see the prize pool's up there, 1.26 billion VND. Going to one of our players, one of our notable players here, Shun Poker. He is a very well-known content creator in Japan. Shun Poker on YouTube. Give him a subscribe and a follow. 170,000 followers. And he creates all his content in Japanese. And I think it's just so impressive how he's built such a huge following within poker, which is already a niche within itself. And then within that niche for the Japanese-speaking demographic. Very impressive. We're going to see an all-in here by Yu Hong Chun from China. Under the gun shove for about shy of 9 bigs.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up. You know, people like Shun, just a linchpin in the poker community and helping the game grow, especially in parts of the world where poker maybe hasn't been as popular as, say, you know, America or Europe over the last couple of decades. But he's obviously doing his best to grow the game and bring poker to a wider audience. Has his crew here with him, and more importantly, he has the swag, he has the haircut, but he has the poker skills to back it up, and finds himself here battling it out for the high roller title and the 54,000 USD that comes with it.
I didn't notice the graphic Shun Poker on there. Is he going by a different name now in the graphic?
I believe he's just using his real name.
Would that be Shunsuke? That makes sense.
Shun Poker, Shunsuke.
Makes sense.
Everyone currently guaranteed $5,400 for their efforts. Always bittersweet to reach a final table and kind of exit the stage first or second.
It's like, hey, I just got here.
Yeah, the pipe dream of taking down such a prestigious event, coveted APT trophy.
And I don't know if y'all saw that trophy in the beginning in our establishing shot, but wow, what a beautiful trophy. It's inspiration for it came from those guardian lions ornamental statues that you might see around in Asia, originated in China. Usually see them in pairs outside of like doorways or entrances to like homes, temples, banks, and so forth. And they're just meant that the meaning behind it is that they're supposed to ward off bad spirits, and that's how we found the inspiration for them for our trophies, and they're just stunning. Ponomarenko, big stack bully, shoving it in with ace jack of clubs, getting folds and picking up more chips. I see white chips have gotten introduced into this table.
A starting stack, Greg.
Ooh.
Just one of those chips.
Wow.
That's one person's dream.
How much is each one of the white chips?
100K.
100K.
That means someone bought into the event, they were given a 100K stack, and now Ponomarenko just has a bunch of souls, a bunch of dreams.
Wow.
In his stack. Shun trying to get one through there on the button, potentially allowing Yu Hang Chen to survive to fight another day, because I believe the money would have gone in blind v blind had Shun Poker not opened the button. The ace-jack would have tangled with the ace-7 of Yu Hang.
Jacks on the hijack by Yamamoto here with 18 big blinds. Likely going to just see a min race here to 80k, 90k. Wants to get value from with these jacks. Ponomarenko 8-5, so you're going to let it go. Folds down to the blinds. And we'll see if Nyok Min Le wakes up with a big blind special. Queen 4 is not going to be it. And not a bad result for Yamamoto sitting on 20 bigs, picking up the blinds here with the jacks on the hijack. 9 players left remaining here. As we take a look at our chip counts, Yu Hang Chen and Xiao Chen Shi from China. China being our short stacks, 11 and 8 big blinds. And of course the formidable Ponomarenko, as you can see here in the orange rain jacket, dominating the pack. It's great to see him finally at a feature table. He's been a familiar face I've just seen at the tables or wandering the halls. And nice to finally see that his grind has paid off, and in a huge way too, finally making it onto the feature and final table on the last day of our series here in Phu Quoc.
Yeah, I had the chance to actually play some Super Hold'em with him a few nights back. Didn't go well for Henry, do you speak English? For either of us, unfortunately, but glad to see he's here. This final table, strong showing from the Russian. I must say, he strikes me as a very competent player, even in a game as wild and loose and crazy as Super Hold'em. It doesn't surprise me to see him putting this performance off.
And for those unfamiliar with Super Hold'em, it's essentially you get dealt 3 hole cards, and you can use any combination of your 3 hole cards with any combination of the 5 community book cards to make the best 5-card hand. So unlike PLO where you're or Omaha where you're forced to use precisely 2 of your hole cards of 4 or 5, in Super Hold'em you can use any amount. So you could get dealt 3 aces and you immediately have trip aces.
That's a long-winded way to
yeah, how would you explain it?
Define gambling.
Oh, gambling.
Greg?
Yes, yes, yes.
It truly is a wonderful event. You know, I was speaking with our president, Neil Johnson, and one of his favorite things to do at an Asian poker tour is, even when he's got the night off, is to just watch the first opening levels of Super Hold'em, because what typically happens is you get like a shy group of players sit down from the start of level 1, and what typically happens is about 20 or 30 people gather around because they've never played it before, they're not sure what to expect, and within 20 minutes they've all gone to the buy-in desk and bought into the event because they just can't pass up on the chance to just gamble and splash around and just have a lot of fun, because that's exactly what it is.
And I think the draw for me is that, you know, as someone who may be a little bit more recreational towards poker, it's like, this is a game that's unstudied. It's unexplored territory. So it kind of levels out the playing field. And how was the experience for you playing that Super Hold'em event?
Oh, it was crazy. I mean, I fired 3 bullets. You know, the hand that I actually got eliminated on my final bullet, I actually thought I won, and I celebrated on the river. I thought I'd won the hand, and almost everyone at the table also thought I'd won the hand, apart from the player that I was all in against, who correctly pointed out, hey, I can use 3 cards from my hand. I actually have a full house. I don't just have a set.
Ooh.
And
you still lost?
Yeah, he had a full house.
Oh, I see. I understand.
And I thought I was good with my nut flush, and it was kind of embarrassing, not going to lie, but it's great fun. Great fun. Shout out to all of our viewers over on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Again, thank you so much for keeping us company over the past 4 days of live streams, for getting involved in the chat. just for your general support in the form of likes, and shout out to everyone who's clicked that subscribe button. If you haven't already, please do take a couple of seconds out of your day to follow us on socials, subscribe to us on YouTube, as we do have so much content to be released leading up to Taipei, and not just leading up to Taipei, but throughout the year. We've got a lot of stuff planned, so do drop us a like, and we appreciate you helping us in our endeavor to grow poker in Asia.
The APT really is a content creating machine. Every series, we upload a piece of content every day. So that was a big part of, big majority of my job here when I got here in Phu Quoc, was to collaborate with the production team to put out a piece of content every single day. We would shoot it that day. In the evening, we would send it off to our offshore editors, who would edit it during the night, and then the next day we upload it. So,
yeah, you've been crushing it, man. I mean,
thanks, brother. Appreciate that.
Genuine laughter from me as well when I watched not just the old nose puff, you know, like the bottom of
the little forced exhalation.
Yeah, no, the bottom of the belly
The
kind
nose
of
puff,
laughter
yeah.
has been coming out, man. So, on behalf of everyone that has let out a chuckle from some of your stuff,
Thanks,
thank
brother.
you.
Well, if you can't be good at poker, at least be funny. William Jia with bottom pair versus our chip leader. Checks to our pre-flop aggressor, Ponomarenko, with ace high. Going to make a c-bet here with the range advantage on a board that shouldn't connect too highly with the big blind range.
Yeah, William already in a world of pain with his bottom pair. Feels like one of those spots where you have a mandatory check call, but no club on board, no backdoor straights available against a very competent and aggressive Ponomarenko. The board pairing on the turn, however, may be one of those turn cards that slows the chip leader down and allows William to
Realize showdown, perhaps,
get this hand to showdown.
Yeah, because Ponomarenko, when he bets here, a lot of William Jia's calling range on the flop is going to be Jack X's, 5X's, 10X's. Good card for William as well, as Jack X's reduces the number of combinations of Jack X's that Ponomarenko may have. And we see here William Jia gets the check mark with the two paired Jacks and 5, 10 kicker. Jacks and 5s.
Great band.
I know. A, B, C, easy as 1, 2, 3.
William with a crucial pickup. Up to $1 million in chips, 10% of the chips in play. 25 big blinds with a 40-minute clock.
Wow. Easy game. Easy game. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Do, re, mi, A, B, C.
I wish I could
That's
say.
how easy poker can be, Henry.
I wish I could back up in some form of ad-libs or just anything.
You have a musical bone in your body at all? You ever played a tuba in high school or something? Clarinet?
I used to crush the flute back in
The
the day.
flute. Ooh, Henry Kilbane, flutist.
Ooh.
You heard it here first, folks.
Mean pianist. Look at these fingers.
Really? Piano and flute? Good for you.
Frederick Chopin is one of my favorite music. Well, I mean, I just, like, honestly, I'll show you my playlists off air when it comes to, like, deep focused work or grind music. Some people might not believe me when I say people like Hans Zimmer and Frederick Chopin are typically top of my go-to choices.
Very cultured. Love to hear it.
Have you seen any of those? A bit off topic, but have you seen any of those TikToks where there's this one account that comes to mind of this guy of he's like dressed up with like 1600s, 1700s attire of when Beethoven or Chopin would drop a banger back in the day, and he's like listening to the fresh drop. And have you seen it or not?
Some sort of iteration of that.
I'll have to show it to you, man. It's just great content. I mean, the type of stuff that makes it mainstream nowadays is phenomenal.
For sure.
I'm probably not doing it justice. If anything, I've actually probably deterred people from ever wanting to watch that kind of content. But I'll try and do a better job in just showing Greg what I'm talking about.
We'll roll it in at some point of this stream, I'm sure. We've got a spot here for our short stack gentleman from China, Yu Hangchen, goes all in with pocket fours, and Xiao Chunshi on his left with ace-10 offsuit with 8 big blinds has the decision. Rejams all in here.
Wow.
Both of them pretty much, wow, evenly stacked, basically. Yu Hangchen at risk for his tournament life with 340k chips, and Xiao Chunshi with 350. If he loses this flip, he will have 10k chips left behind, a quarter of a big blind.
Oh, we just saw Williams' reaction there
Oh,
as
wow.
Jose is ISO'd over the top.
Catello picking up ace-king. Oh my goodness, we could see potentially a double knockout here if Jose Catello can find the ace or the king. Jose Catello representing Portugal, of course. Nice to see some Portuguese representation at our final table, but what a huge sweat for our gentleman from China.
Yeah, I mean, Yu Hang, when he sees the action behind, loving this turnout. Guys blocking each other, potential triple up spot for Chen. Used to fade an ace, king, 10, or obviously Broadway cards.
Yeah, and Xiao Chen probably the most unhappy of the three, seeing that he's dominated here. And basically his only out is the 10. Or a bunch of diamonds? Wow.
Let's see what the flop brings. Fireworks to kickstart this final table.
This flop comes queen, 6, deuce, rainbow.
Okay. So far, so good for the fours.
Up to the turn.
67% of the equity and no straight draw potential for either player. So now needs to fade an ace, king, or a 10. As he does, the 9-9 run out, Greg, would you believe?
Wow.
Chen with the triple as we lose Xiao Chunshi in 9th, going home with 128 million. And that means, Greg, a ladder for everyone else, but more importantly, one of the immediate short stacks now in the middle of the pack. Yu Hangchen nursing an average stack.
And that's going to be a nice hand for Yu Hangchen and a good game for Xiao Chunshi of China, as we are now down to the last 8 players of the High Rollers event here at APT Phu Quoc.
Greg,
yes.
I can't help but notice that you're obviously crushing these pronunciations.
I learned Mandarin. I should have learned it fluently had I stayed in Singapore longer. But
let's not open that can.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so like I can understand that. Can I say it the anglicized version? Sure, I could say. Where is he? Yeah, Chen Yu Hang, which is probably what a lot of my peers in Canada would say. But the YU phonetic, it's yu, yu. It's like that French yu, and then lots of open vowels are yu hang, hang instead of hang, hang, and then Chen. Again, we go to the open vowel instead of Chen, it'd be Chen.
Okay.
But then, of course, I'm also just assuming the tones,
right?
Because of course, in Mandarin being a tonal language, for example, this following sentence means mother scolds numb horse in Mandarin. Mama, ma, mama.
Okay, fantastic.
And then if you want to ask, does mother scold numb horse in Mandarin? It would be mama, mama, mama.
I noticed the difference there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mandarin.
I could see why people would confuse the two, but it takes a fine hearing system.
Yeah, it's a tough language. It's still one of the most spoken languages in the world. Definitely has a lot of utility to it, but it's going to be a challenge.
I'm definitely going to have to get some coaching from you to continue this partnership with the Asian Poker Tour going forward. I want to do my best, obviously.
Of course. If there's ever a situation where you need to say mother scolds numb horse in Mandarin, I've got you.
I feel like that's going to come in handy, at least a potential life-saving moment in my life.
Of course.
How would you say my name in terms of like pronunciation? Are there any parts of my name?
Henry Kilbane?
Right, I see what you did there. Ah.
Oh, no, that was me just asking how I don't know. Like, it's unlike like Korean, which is like more of like an alpha, like is an actual alphabet where you can assign each alphabet to a sound. Mandarin itself, it's just like characters. So I think it's easier to find how to say your name in like Korean or Japanese, which is more an alphabet.
Okay.
Whereas in Chinese, it's just characters. If you look at a character, you don't know what it is, there's no way of knowing how to pronounce it. Whereas you can actually spell it out and kind of figure it out with an alphabetical language like Korean or English or Japanese.
Because in Thailand, for example, they really struggle with the letter R. So my name, like my Thai friends call me Henley.
Henley.
Yeah, they really struggle with the Henry.
Right,
part
right.
or
Well, imagine
the
saying
part.
Gregory. Gregory.
Great. Ace King.
Ace King here, +1
Plus
from
one.
Yu Hang Chen. Offsuit variety. And again, the stacks are getting short, man. Like the stack size right now, average big blind's like what, less than 30? Like maybe 25-ish?
It's around 30 with that
30.
elimination, but yeah,
Right.
you're right. It's not as deep as it was when we were 3 tables, 2 tables. Chen, by the way, with that fresh triple up, looking to get straight back in the mix. The Ace King.
William Jia with pocket trays hits the muck immediately. Jinwoo Kim of the US of A hasn't gotten to tango too much here since I've come into the booth, but excited to see him get into the mix. And the best hand pre is going to take it down. Yu Hang Chen running it up. Running it up. Went from less than 10 big blinds to now third in chips with that triple up with the pocket fours. Notable thing culturally with the number 4 is that number 4 is a very inauspicious number.
Oh, yeah.
Very unlucky number. I know at least in China it's just because the number 4 pronounced sounds a lot like the word for death. But it seems like that also has kind of has also become a bit more ubiquitous within all the other Asian countries that have also adopted that. It's a superstition that 4 is unlucky.
Yeah, it's something that at the Triton series, for example, we don't have an event number 4. We don't have an event number 14. Obviously, this
You go to buildings, they don't have a floor 4.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's so many casinos around the world where I noticed that, and it didn't really make much sense until I joined the Triton family. A big part of Asian culture. Chen. Again.
Back at it again.
Busy.
Yeah.
I mean, look. Only 2 players with more than average. That is our chip leader, Ponomarenko, and Jose Catella, who's currently sat in second with 38 bigs. But as we just saw, you know, Chen now up into third after being stone last. He was 9 of 9. So with that, maybe the shorter stacks just going to be inspired to remain patient and just try and pick and choose their spots as wisely as possible.
Oh,
As
wow.
we know in Hold'em.
And Jinwoo Kim is electing to go for the 3-bet versus Yu Hang Chen, raising from under the gun. Under the gun should have a tighter range here, and you're not going to want to be 3-betting too light, but Jinwoo Kim going to get this 3-bet through with King-Queen offsuit. Very nice.
Chen needs to be careful. I want to fill you in on a bit of the dynamic from the final 2 tables, Greg. He was the guy that was just getting relentlessly 3-bet from Jose Catella over the final 2 tables, and then everyone else at the table picked up on that, and it felt like every time he opened, in fact, every time he opened, he was 3-bet, and now that he's picked up some chips, he's up into third, he needs to just be careful because he hasn't shown any sign of fighting back unless he's had a legitimate holding rather. So if he is going to open with these marginal hands, he needs to be prepared to take it to the streets, to make a stand, and maybe come back with a 4-bet or just, you know, play something post. For now, I've seen him fold, you know, the ace-deuce, king-queens, king-jack, king-10, ace-10 on a couple of occasions. As Jose looks to get busy, currently second in chips with a couple of mamacitas. I apologize, Shao, I'll never say that word again. That just didn't roll off the tongue naturally.
Who did you promise someone not to say mamacitas?
I mean, it's a bit of a thing. You know, Patrick Leonard started it with his Instagram stories. He kind of renamed Pocket Queens.
Sure.
Mamacitas.
I like it. Nice ring to it. Queens for Catella from Portugal. And Shunsuke, our short stack now. Getting out of the way here. As it folds all the way down on our big blind. with a big blind special. Love these suited gappers. You know, some people, their vice is alcohol, sometimes drugs, cigarettes. For me, it's suited gappers. I'm just addicted to them. As flop comes ace 10, deuce, 2 hearts. I mean it. Like, you know, it's just like, what if I hit? If I hit, it's going to be so disguised. Like, flop comes 6-8, 6-8-4. He's never going to think I have 5-7. You know? I have a problem. I'm in a 12-step program right now. Chen Yu-hang now checking over to a pre-flop aggressor. Sees the ace above his queens. Does have the heart. Queen of hearts here. But not a great spot. Every time, always seems like it. Every time you got queens, there's always a king or the ace on the flop. But with the range advantage on a fairly dry board that he should be c-betting pretty often on. You're going to go for the c-bet. 275k in the pot. Sorry, pardon me. 200 and what have been 220k in the pot. Bets 55, so a quarter pot bet. Can definitely get called by worse holdings there. 10x's, deuce x's, pocket 6s, 7s, heart draws. And just going to let it go. And that's the reality of suited gappers, folks. Just say no sometimes. But, big blind. Fine defend, of course. What's that one hand where you're like, you know you shouldn't play, but you play it anyway, Henry?
Oh.
Everyone's got one.
The one hand.
You're a liar if you say you don't.
Probably rainbow kings or single suited kings.
Stop.
In
What is a
yellow.
rain? Oh, yellow. Okay, got it.
Like
I was in Hold'em land. I'm like, stop. What?
I'm so guilty of just like spike calling 3 bets or 4 bets of like single suited kings, and I'm just like, look, I know you've got aces, so this board comes king high, I'm going to get the absolute lot.
For me, it's Jack 10 offsuit as well. Gets me.
Yeah, I can see.
Because like Jack 10 suited, ooh, very good. Mwah, very good. Jack 10 offsuit, you're like, ugh, but I could still make the same straights anyway. And then you call off in the 3-bet pot. Flop comes
like
Jack high. You face 3 suits of aggression. You side call. They have ace Jack. And then
You're like, the suits don't matter to make a straight. Well, talking to Jack 10
yeah,
suited,
speaking
shouldn't
of the
poker.
devil.
Discipline fold.
yeah, better man than I. See, I was like, oh, wow. Dominated both fronts there with the Jack 10. Gets out of the way. Very wise. Short stack ninja here. Shen poker. So we're going to see. But under the gun raise with King 10 of hearts, Ponomarenko makes the chunky 3-bet here to 300k versus an 80k raise. Back to Jose Catella. Big stack on big stack of violence here, folks.
Yeah, really sizable 3-bet in position. Just really leveraging the safety that Jose can kind of lean into of that second place stack. Saying, hey pal, look, I'm going to start applying the pressure right here, right now. It does get out of the way. So Greg, everyone currently guaranteed $7,400 for their efforts. Blind's going to be going up shortly, which means that the average stack, should we remain 8-handed, is going to drop down to 25 bigs. It's going to be just 200 big blinds in play, 8-handed. Obviously, all the players have their eyes on that top prize of over 50,000 USD.
All of our players for the single day hand on the race. Less than a minute on the break, guys. Please go back to your seat.
As we enter hand 105 of the day. Blinds now 20k, 40k. Again, if you're just tuning in, you're watching APT High Rollers here in Phu Quoc on the last day of our series. Ponomarenko on the cutoff, picking up the very playable ace-10 offsuit. Raises it to 80k from late position.
Seeing a lot of support for Ponomarenko in the chat. Ida Rizvanov saying, Nikolai, take our energy. Russ saying, go Nikolai Ponomarenko.
Rocket ship emoji.
Oh, yeah.
Very important.
Some
To
Russian
the
support.
moon!
Yes, to the moon. Man, if
There's a
only-
space race
if only
joke
all
to
the
make in
coins
there.
that I had bought went to the moon. But yeah,
Tesla jumped
Much.
6% yesterday. That was a nice morale booster.
dude, do you want to know how much I got in on Tesla?
If you got in before 2020, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
$16.50, mate.
What?
$16.50. Okay, I got in on Tesla stock.
What year was that?
I was sat on a beach in Miami. The world was slowly shutting down. A couple of friends said, "Hey, Henry, Tesla's looking good." I was like, "Cool, I'll pretend like I know what that means."
Yeah, for me, I was also heavily invested previous to the pandemic, but then it went down, and then I kind of got I got a little chicken scared, and so I sold, and then I saw it go up, and I was like, okay, I'll wait for it to go down and buy back in, but it just didn't stop. It just kept going, and so instead of getting the 7x, eventually I bought back in, but instead of getting the 7x return I would have gotten, I got 2x return, which is I'm still happy about.
Paper hands, baby, paper hands.
2x return, pretty good. Like I doubled my investment.
Upstuck in trading.
Yeah.
What could have been? Look at this from Shun Poker, by the way. And look at this from Jose. Just fearless and William.
Oh, and runs right into William Jazz. Big, slick ace-king offsuit.
Wow, this could be a tournament-defining moment for both Jose and William. Shun trying to get a sneaky one through from early position with the suited connectors. We'll give him credit. You do want to have raise folds off of 15. Jose just mashing pre-flop with the ace-8 of clubs. William, rightly so, flicking in a time bank chip. Such a grim spot with the ICM implications.
I see, yeah. If he calls here, he's calling off for his tournament life. Versus an early position raise, a 3-bet shove. Still wow. Throws the ace-king away.
Oh, the power of ICM on display there with that jab. I think Jose... No way, Jose. Knows he got a sneaky one through there, as he knows that that time bank chip was a genuine tank from William. And look, it's very easy for us to sit here and judge the fold, but William is currently middle of the pack, and we've already seen the short stack go from 9 of 9 up to third in chips, and William just looking to take the lower variance route, folding the ace-king pre and living to fight another day.
Yes, given all the ICM implications and that he is a middling stack, he is highly, highly incentivized to wait for the 3 shorter stacks to bust first. And so no need to put his tournament life at risk. And Vitor actually explained it quite well to me. I thought it was really eloquent the way he put it. So that the value of winning chips is not as valuable as the value of not losing chips. If that makes sense. And we're getting back right into the action. Le Ngoc Min here representing the homeland, Vietnam, home turf, home game advantage with Jack 10 offsuit on the cutoff, sitting on 18 big blinds. Going to let it go down to our button to our Portuguese player here, Catella, with Queen Jack of hearts. Farhad Agiev in the chat saying, good luck to Catella and Nikolai. The virtual rail is here. Great to see it. And we're going to see Catella just jam it all in here to put all of the small stacks in the blinds here in a tough spot. Wow. William Jia had King Jack in the small blind. Snap folds. Jinwoo Kim with the decision here with Ace Jack offsuit. With 27 big blinds, a shorter stack still about, but is going to put his tournament life at risk here, but is ahead with Ace Jack offsuit, dominating Jose Catella's Queen Jack suited. So we're going to see Jinwoo Kim tournament life at risk here. ICM implications about, but decides it's time to go for it and build a considerable stack. Go for gold, put himself in a better position to take down the trophy and win all of the money. 70% equity for Ace-Jack, 70% likely to double up here through Jose Catella.
Here, feature table Shinsuke with Queen Jack. Jose, sorry, I guess, with Queen Jack Hearts against Ace Jack Kim Jin-woo. Kim Jin-woo is covered. Let's see the flop.
Kim Jin-woo needs to fade a queen and or a bunch of hearts as the flop comes Queen 6-3. Devastating flop here for Kim Jin-woo, getting it in so good. Taking the risk here with all the ICM implication.
Up to the turn.
Needs to find an ace. Oh, ace on the turn. Takes back the lead. Justice is served. Just needs to fade the 2 outs. And he's going to get a massive double up here from Jose Catella. Flop, making him sweat buckets as we remain 8-handed here at the High Rollers event here at APT Phu Quoc. What a sweaty flop. And Jose Catella now stack quite crippled now to 13 big blinds.
I've got to give credit to Jin-woo for just taking the spot. We've spoken about it on several occasions over the last few days, how some of these guys just really showcasing that they're not looking for the min cash, they're not looking for a ladder, they're here to win, and some of these guys like Jin-woo just willing to bow out in 8th if the poker gods deem that the necessary outcome.
Because of winning that pot now puts him in a
that's
way better position to win all of the chips at this table, guaranteeing him the 1.26 billion VND, or about $50,000 US, in addition to the coveted APT High Rollers trophy. Jose Catella now a short stack, neck and neck with Shun Poker in seat 1 from Japan. And how the turntables What?
You always keep me on my toes, man. It just took my brain a few seconds. Just how the turntables. It's that famous Adele song. How the turntables.
How does the melody go again? Maybe you can play it on the flute for me. The turning tables. Turning tables. Shunsuke, 13
Absolute
big blinds,
classic.
King 9 suited. Under the gun.
It's the song that got me through my first childhood breakup.
Childhood breakup. Yeah.
Yeah, Adele's been around a minute.
Yeah, she's been around for sure. For me, it was James Bay. James Bay is my breakup artist. Yeah.
Ooh.
Don't let it go. Just let it be.
Okay, you are officially invited to my wedding to serenade my future wife's family.
That's also the song I sing when I have to fold a hand I really don't want to fold. Don't let it go. Just let it be. Sorry, folks. I have to use my theater degree somehow. Jose Catella, 13 big blinds with ace-8 of hearts, goes all in here.
Oh, potentially going to go from second in chips to out in 8th if someone wakes up with a hand behind.
Down to our big blind here. Yamamoto letting it go. And some chips back for Catella of Portugal. 8 players left, 18 seconds left in this level.
Yeah, that's really crippling for the shorter stacks such as Ngok, Min Lei and Yamamoto, and of course Jose just rifled it in with the Queen Jack. Got looked up by the Ace Jack of that man right there to the left of your screens.
Shout out to Kayla, dealing right now, doing a phenomenal job.
Big up Kayla. Shout out to
Hashtag Kayla gang.
massive shout out to all of the dealers, 4 staff production crew have just been pretty much working around the clock. I mean, it's actually hard to get them to just go back to their hotel rooms at the end of the day. Even once the production's shut down, I'm like, guys, the stream's finished. Go and get some rest, goddammit.
But unfortunately, we still got some turbo or hyper turbo degenerates playing well late into the night. So long hours, very dedicated hours from all of our dealers here. And again, as always, big thanks, big ups. Hashtag Kayla Gang. Lin Yuk Min going to raise up here with King Jack suited. He's going to get folds around, and he's going to take that down. And in a nutshell, not much happened in that hand. Average big blinds 26. 26 big blinds, average stack. More than half of the players at this table under that average, as Ponomarenko just has all of the chips. And again, folks, yes, it may be the last day of the series here in APT Phu Quoc, but starting April 28th, we're going to be in APT Taipei. We're going to be in Taipei, Taiwan, for the biggest series ever in APT history, with a main event with the guarantee, a record-breaking guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars or 1 million US dollars. Let me put that in perspective. Our main event here, we got 507 entries, and the prize pool was about 600,000 US dollars. 507 entries, and the prize pool was $600,000. We're guaranteeing 1 million US dollars for our Taipei main event. Buy-in for that is 1,650 USD. But what if I told you could get in for just $3? That's right, $3 courtesy.
$3?
$3.
$3.
$3. And how you can do that is to check out the satellites on natural8.com. You can play on their app, and they have $3 step satellites to $30 satellites or $200 satellites, in which you could win one out of the 10 seats that day, or one of the 15 guaranteed seats, or one of the 150. There's a lot of seats. Guaranteed. It's high value. You should check it out. And let me talk more about that right after this hand.
To put that into perspective, if you skip your soy milk iced mocha coca choco latte, just one, they're about $17 a pop. So that's 5 shots at satelliting into the $30 satellite. And then also, from the comfort of your own home, you can play that day 1 and qualify directly into day 3 as we do jump back into this modern day cooler, if you will. Top pair, the middle pair on the ace-king 9. A sizable pot brewing here for the short stack.
Ponomarenko, why are you so sick?
Wow.
Turns the trips here. Lin Yuk Min short stacked with top pair. The lower SPR is, the less good your hand has to be to go all in. Top pair, Lin Yuk Min not really going to go anywhere, though is going to be very concerned about this king on the turn, as Ponomarenko is going to have a lot of king X's when he calls the flop, as he does. As turn brings the jack of clubs here, bringing in the front door flush. Might just save Lin Yuk Min some cash here.
Well, some fantastic pot control on the turn from the local Vietnamese player, potentially saving his tournament life, as now he gets to go into decide mode on the river after checking back the turn. As Greg mentioned, the queen 10 and the front door clubs getting there.
And what a sick spot here for Lin Yuk Min, because at this point you really got to think, what do you beat here that the big blind calls pre-flop and then calls flop with? You're still ahead of maybe 9 X's.
Yeah.
Maybe queen jack. But you're just behind all king X's or all flush draws that got there. And now you're chopping with a lot of the ace X's that you beat.
Oh, wow.
Wow. World class fold. World class.
Didn't really take that much time to just get away from a disaster that I would have personally been losing more chips in. Take a bow. I mean, look at that, Greg.
World class. Wow. Incredible.
5 sub 20 big blind stacks with over 50,000 up top. Everyone just handcuffed here as the 2 chip leaders, Ponomarenko and Jinwoo Kim, just go to work. Kind of feels like everyone else is, I like to say, at the Everest base camp staring up at the summit. Did tens just hit the muck? I do apologize. I do believe, no, just for clarification, the team reached out to us way in advance. I completely forgot about this.
I'm a bit in the dark here. I'm looking for it to be enlightened.
Jan, our producer, world-class producer here at the APT, said, hey guys, error on the graphics during hand 111. RFID detected the wrong cards. There's no way that man snap folds 10s for 13 bigs from under the gun, and they confirmed that with the update as you hang.
2 pair with the meme hand pays off. Ponomarenko gonna just make the bet here on a fairly dry flop. Some straight draws about. And with the 2 pair, Yu Hang Chen going to make the smooth call.
Smooth operator.
Ponomarenko now picks up showdown, picking up the pair of 7s, still behind the 2 pair here by Yu Hang Chen.
Yeah, now beating the bottom pair calls on the flop.
Checks now. To Yu Hang Chen with the 2 pair 9s and 6s. Waiting for the graphics to catch up. There is a 7 on the turn. Ponomarenko with a pair of 7s. Likely will check call here. Trying to, because Yu Hang Chen still has a lot of like queen high, king high, jack high floats that may want to bluff at this. 200k. 150k in the pot.
Yeah, do apologize, guys, for the brief technical difficulties. There is slightly more than 150k in the middle, of course.
Wow, he overbets this pot.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. You're getting confused. There was 150 in pre, a bet of 60k on the flop, a call. So it's 270 in the middle, and Chen has now bet 200k into 270. So again, apologies on behalf of the team.
Henry Kilbane, everybody. I was completely lost there. I'm not even going to
lie to you. You're good, man. I've been there, done that. But Chen not managing to squeeze out additional value on the turn. So let's have a quick look at this and just try and explain this to some of the viewers at home. You know, everyone in the middle of the pack, William, Yu Hang, all kind of comfortable, but have to proceed with extreme caution due to the presence of the shorter stacks. Would be a disaster to go from 3rd or 4th in chips, obviously being out in 8th. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see a couple of levels of just cagey play from these middling stacks until the shorter stacks.
So my curiosity is then at which point, because there's pay jumps at every ladder, every bust, at which point do you stop playing, trying to play the ICM laddering game and start taking the more chip EV spots? Because if you just continue staying as a middling stack and play tight, you inevitably, yes, you'll survive the pay jumps, but you inevitably become a short stack at that point.
That's a great question. Thank you for your question. Back to the action. No, no, it's a great question, actually. It's something that a lot of people ask. You know, a lot of people think that the ICM pressure is actually heaviest, you know, with 12, 11, 10, 9 left, but it actually gets tighter, if you will, the noose, the grip of the ICM pressure as we go from 9 to 8, 8 to 7. It doesn't start loosening up again until we go from like 6 to 5, and as you mentioned, you know, spots for chips rather than ICM become more and more relevant. So as things stand, we're almost at the tightest it's going to be at this final table, especially with the chip disparity between the middling stacks and obviously the overwhelming chip leaders. As we see Ponomarenko going to get a little bit trappy here.
Wow.
With the ace-queen massively under-repped as he gets out-flopped.
The worst hand pre is the best hand post. Lun Yok-min with a pair of 8s. I want to follow up on that though, because that's just for my own personal learning. I'm so curious.
Happy to share some stuff with you once we get back home.
Jose Catella with the backdoor diamonds, though. Could use that to his advantage as the pre-flop aggressor. Not going to. Going to check here. To Ponomarenko in position. With the 2 overs. Not a bad holding to have. Might feel a little bit more comfortable 1 spade on the flop, but that's not going to deter Ponomarenko of Russia chip leading in this event here. Going to make a bet of what seems to be about 125k, 125k confirmed. Lun Yok Min with the pair and the backdoor flush, backdoor straights, likely not going anywhere. And as it is confirmed by that call, Jose Catella likely getting out of the way here. So we're going to see heads up to a turn now. Ponomarenko needing an ace or a queen to improve. Ace or queen of hearts would be interesting. As the turn brings the 9 of hearts, bringing in 2 of the backdoors for Lun Yok Min. Not only the backdoor flush, but the backdoor straight. One of the more perfect cards he could have gotten. Only one better than the 6 of hearts, but hey, he'll take the 9 of hearts. Ponomarenko now in position, still sitting with the 2 overs.
Can we just talk about the little straight flush draw that the local player has picked up here?
Oh, yes!
Oh, wow. Ponomarenko just putting Ngok Min Lei all in.
Wow. Part of his consideration here might just be that he unblocks hearts and diamonds, so very likely that Lun Yok Min has a draw, but can't call off the bet. But with the pair and all that equity, and he's just gonna have to makes the call. So Lun Yok Min all in for his tournament life with a pair and a flush draw and a straight draw and a straight flush draw. Ponomarenko needs to hit an ace or a queen, a non-heart ace or a queen, to find the elimination. As we bring the River of Dreams, the 4 of clubs. And that's going to be a very nice double here for Lun Yok Min, representing the home game advantage, Vietnam. As Ponomarenko chips down just a bit, but you can barely notice the dent in his stack. Still sitting on a massive 57 big blinds, with the average stack right now being 26.
Yeah, but with that, he's actually now tied at the top. He was the overwhelming chip leader coming into the day. Had more than a 2-to-1 chip lead over second when we started this final table. I know we've touched on it several times, but Ngok Min Lee just showcasing that patience can pay off here as he's moved comfortably up the rankings. He's at
Ponomarenko with 2.9 mil, following is Jinwoo Kim with 2.3 mil, so still ahead with a margin of 600,000 in chips. And now that we've got a little break here, I want to follow up with what you said about ICM. So tighter around the 9, top 8, top 7, but then looses up around 6, 5, 4. My question is, the pay jumps are bigger at that point. Why does it loosen up at that? Why does it loosen up more then?
Oh, so you're diving into an incredibly complex formula here. Like this is something that is way beyond my paycheck.
Sure.
But also, just like from a theory point, like ICM is one of the most complex parts of poker, and it's a question that the elite players are still asking themselves and studying. There's just such limited information out there, and there's even arguments at the top that people still have it wrong in 2023, even some of the elite players. So yeah, I wish I could give you like a concise, conclusive answer on ICM, but it is just such an advanced concept in poker.
No, I appreciate the humility, and again, yeah, I know it's understandably very complex theory. So we can just brush it off as, let's feed into the conspiracies. ICM was just created by sharks so that people don't take chip EV spots.
I like my theory, which is ICM is for poor people.
Oh, go on.
That's it. That's the theory. ICM is for people that are looking to ladder. Might be digging myself. No, I'm joking. I've been saying this for a while now, and nobody's taken offense to it. Obviously, I do jest. But yeah, ICM is for poor people. It's something that I created because you have these hybrids, these incredibly wealthy businessmen that kind of attend these events, and they'll reach a final table. They'll have 20 big blinds. They're comfortably in the middle of the pack, but they'll just take a spot because they're like, you know what? I'm too rich for this. Cool. I'm not going to let this big stack push me around.
ICM is for everybody else who didn't get into the Tesla Tesla bull run pre-pandemic.
I think it
Henry
started
Kilbane,
with,
quote unquote.
I want to say someone like Phu Quoc or one of the Triton end bosses or OGs where, you know, sometimes they just make a stand and it really keeps the pros on their toes. You know, they got to be cautious of the player types that they're up against, because you have people that go to one extreme of the ICM spectrum where they play incredibly tight, and then you have these enigmas that are just like, look, I know I'm middle of the pack, and I know that you're going to try and push me around, so I'm going to call this jam with ace-10, and, you know, good luck to you.
Jose Catella, now with only 8 big blinds, went from second chip leader now down to short stack ninja. Facing a raise behind him under the gun, Jinwoo Kim has his initials in his hole cards. I don't know why my brain. I don't know why I'm like this. I don't know why I'm like this. 100K raise, 2 big blinds. Jose Catella with 8 big blinds with ace-4 of clubs in the small blind with a decision to make.
I hope you never change though, Greg, for what it's worth.
Thanks, Dad. Folds. Also, that's a bit you should know. I call a lot of people just Dad for fun. It's just a term of endearment for me.
It's not the first time I've been called. You know what? Back to the action. William woken up in the big with the ace-queen. He's going to defend.
Just going to call here versus undergun raise. Fair as undergun raise's range is going to be pretty tight as flop comes 9-7 deuce. All clubs. William Jia calling the big blind. Has the best hand here with ace high. Jinwoo Kim gonna like to check back the king high as the turn brings a 5 of spades, helping nobody, but this board is gonna connect with William's big blind range very often, which he could use to his advantage, though no need as he is ahead here with ace high. I'm gonna elect to try to get closer to showdown with that ace high showdown value, as Jinwoo Kim has been checked to.
Yeah, Kim with an interesting one on this board texture, trying to get the king high to showdown, and William with an interesting one as well. I mean, ace queen does have plenty of showdown, and he's going to knuckle it on over to Kim. See what Kim decides to do. He's going to try and fold out some one pair type holdings. Looks like a sizable bet, Greg. Close to pot, if not north of pot. It is precisely pot. He's now really polarizing himself to a straight or better. In fact, kind of saying I have a flush here.
And that's why he needs to bet quite large here, because it's hard to rep all of those strong hands when he checks back twice as the pre-flop aggressor. Can William just sniff this out and make the sick hero call here with ace high?
Well, he is cut out calling chips, and I tell you what, this would be one of the calls of the final table. He's throwing in a time bank chimp, and he is genuinely thinking of calling here. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on the edge of my seat. I think he's going to call. And Greg,
wow.
How about it?
Power poker by William Jia.
Ace.
And he's proud of himself there.
Doesn't even get to show.
Oh, because Jinwoo just insta-mucks it, eh?
Just mucked the king high. Take a bow. William making the hero call with the ace-queen, just kind of sniffing that one out, saying, hey, listen, with this size bet, we can remove all the overpairs. You didn't bet flop all turn. It's hard for you to have an 8 in your range from under the gun. You're saying that you have a flush. That's what you're polarizing yourself to. And he makes the call with ace-queen. Hero call of the tournament so far.
Sicko.
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 Now, I've got a question.
Yes,
right, where I'm from, someone rocks up with 2 phones. I'm asking questions.
Oh,
Yeah,
one's my burner phone for my my gray area sketchy stuff.
There we go. Okay, you're honest.
There you go.
Sure, live on air.
No, one's my personal phone, one's my work phone. So.
Oh, okay.
So I've got one iPhone SE, which is it's like a really small screen, and that's where all my essentials are. So texting, calling, I have data on that for when I'm in Vietnam. And then my other phone is the latest iPhone 14, which I've gotten as an investment into my business because just the phone quality in the SE just wasn't good enough, and also the battery life was dying. So it's nice to have a designated phone.
Write-off.
Exactly.
Fine,
So it's nice to have a designated phone just for shooting content. Is my alibi.
In other words, chat, it's a tax write-off for the accountant at the end of the year.
Blind versus blind. William Jia versus Jin Woo Kim. We're going to see a limp in the small blind. A raise from Jin Woo Kim in the big blind. Jin Woo Kim aware of the dynamics here that he covers William Jia, who has been playing very tight due to ICM. We saw him fold Ace-King versus a raise and a 3-bet.
Ace-high hero call, really sending a message.
Both players making a pair. Let's go from there. William Jia checks in flow with top pair as board comes queen 5-3. Jin Woo Kim flopping middle pair with the 5.
Might be here for the long haul, you know. It looked like we were going to have a runaway chip leader situation, but now it's really evened out at the top with the blinds going up as well. It's game on for these final 8.
Jin Woo Kim knowing that the ace is he's gonna have more ace X's here when after small blind flat then calls, and he raises pre. Doesn't elect to represent it. Maybe doesn't feel like he needs to turn his hand, his 5x into a bluff.
No, not at all. I think there's no value to be had from a 5 and only folds out hands with no equity or close to no equity.
Check, check. William Jia takes it down. William Jia winning a couple pots in a row here. We just saw him make a sick hero call with ace high. Picking up a good chunk of chips. Take a look at our chip counts. Ponomarenko still has the lead now by really quite a massive margin. 2.9 mil. Jin Woo Kim 1.7 mil behind. And everybody else just holding on here. Sub 20 bigs or less. And Shunsuke really having been our short stack ninja. Haven't heard too much from him yet as he waits for the right spot to find the double. And as Ponomarenko picks up ace jack of hearts.
Yeah, he tried getting a couple of sneaky raises through Shun Poker, that is. Cards really not cooperating with him so far at this final table. Still 11 big blinds. Ain't over until that final card is dealt.
And Yamamoto in the big blind here, just going to make the call, is going to find himself in domination rotation with ace-6 versus ace-jack. Neither player finding the pair, but board heavily favoring Ponomarenko's early position raise. He's got all of the sets and all of the sets here. Strong top pairs. So we're going to see a bet. And we're going to see a fold. And that's going to be another hand here at APT, the High Rollers. Again, folks, commentary is brought to you by yours truly, Poker YouTube Meme Lord. Greg Goes All In. If you feel so inclined, please subscribe to me on YouTube. And of course, I'm also joined by my co-commentator, Henry Kilbane. Whee! I wasn't expecting that. No, it's so fun. This is fun. We're having fun. And we hope that you are too. If you are, please smash that like and subscribe button and hit that notification bell and select all notifications. Don't let the YouTube algorithm choose what it wants to show you. Think for yourself. Click all notifications and you'll be kept up to date with all of our high quality productions, and be alerted for whenever we do live streams. Lin Yok Min representing Vietnam on his home turf with ace 10 suited, making the raise here. Oh, William Jia has been running so hot this orbit. Made a 6 call with ace high, picked up a nice pot right after, and now the deck just smacking William in the face as he picks up Cowboys, King Kong,
The Django's.
the pre-flop second nuts,
The Kim Kardashians.
the Kim Kardashian. Oh, good one.
Kim and Chloe.
Oh, just flatting here. This is the second time I've seen in the past 2 days on this live stream where someone has flatted with kings. The first time it paid off in a massive way as flop came King X 10 10
Yes.
10.
Yeah, I remember.
Getting paid out by a different King X. It
Andrews,
was nuts.
yeah, getting cooled in that one.
Wow. We got many, many ways here.
Okay, well, strap yourselves in,
Wow.
chat. 4 players heading to this flop on the final table. Some potential collisions ahead as William's still out in front with his overpair at kings, but Shun Poker has flopped a piece.
Fairly safe flop for kings, though going multi-way with them probably doesn't feel great. But when Lin Yok Min raises pre, he might have 7s, might have jacks, that's something to worry about. But when he checks here, doesn't have to feel as worried anymore. Does have to worry about middling pocket pairs like 7s or 4s. From the other players, has to worry about the big blind special, having some weird 2 pairs are going to show up here like 7-4. Jack 7 suited perhaps. Though calling the big blind's probably a little tighter multi-way. But as it stands right now, king's ahead. And king's going to make a value bet here. Bets 150 into 475. Just shy of a third pot bet. Shunsuke with middle pair has to consider, though, he is multi-way. When you're calling multi-way, you do need to call a little bit tighter as you're up against multiple ranges.
We have 2 minutes left on your break.
Shunsuke has a 410k in chips. If he calls here, he's essentially saying goodbye to half of it. Gonna use the time chip. Think this through. But flighting kings so right now has kind of paid off for William. Had he 3-bet ace 10, you're not probably calling, but then probably c-bet on the flop and a fold. At least this way now he can maybe get some value from Shunsuke. Though I don't know if that outweighs the value he can got pre-flop for the 3-bet. Shunsuke getting out of the way here, and Lin Yok Min with ace 10 and diamonds does have some draws, but not going to go chase them. That's another advice of mine, you know.
Oh,
some people have cigarettes, some people it's alcohol. For me, it's chasing my backdoor draws. Wow, 3 stacks under 10 big blinds. Our Japanese players in the doghouse here with under 10 big blinds, 9 and 8 big blinds, as well as one more player who I'm just blanked on, but I will be back.
Well, with that, William moving up to second in chips, a byproduct of that, what can only be called the hero call of the tournament so far. It's up to 37 big blinds.
Antonimus in our live chat says, wow, William Jia sexy call. Agreed.
Why did you have to do the accent, bro?
Because I didn't read wow at first, I read wah. And wah is a very like Singaporean kind of thing, like wah, so hot. So I was just like, wow, William Jia, so sexy. Oh, I didn't even say so sexy, just a sexy call.
Every time, you just get me, every time, man.
It's incredible. Singapore is kind of baffling because like our standard of English is higher than most countries, including Canada. When I went from Singapore to Canada, I was killing school. I was like 2 years ahead. But you wouldn't
Shout
guess.
out to the Canadian.
Yeah, but you wouldn't guess. The Canadians are watching this, but you wouldn't guess it from our accents and the slang we choose to talk in. Because there's Singlish, and then there's English.
What about? I was going to try and naturally segue into something going on our screens, but this is a pretty big cooler.
Yep.
I say that. I mean, Ace Jack over Ace Queen O, +1 open from the local Vietnamese player who really hasn't put a foot wrong from what we've seen so far. Has been willing to put the chips in when he's had the best of it and comes back over the top. I mean, well executed, sir. Gets the fold from Jinwoo, who made a great call of his own earlier on, but he's dropped back down now to the middle of the pack.
I respect Kim Jinwoo. Not wasting any time. 3-bet snap folds. Bluff gets called, snap mucks. Not wasting time. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you, Greg.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate chat.
And we appreciate, oh, you beat me to it. We appreciate the chat here. Thanks for watching. Hit that like and subscribe button. 13 likes, come on. Probably more. Let me refresh the page.
I actually saw it go down. Someone deliberately...
Yeah, it went down. It's now 12.
Yeah.
I liked it. It's okay. We're back to 13.
Somebody deliberately just trying to ruin our fun.
Ooh, Poker Stiff in our chat. A regular in the Poker Live chat, live stream community. Yeah, I get to hear the best duo of commentators on the AP. Yo, don't do Vidder like that. We all bring our different strengths. Well, I just did Vidder dirty.
I love it when, like, unnecessary shade is thrown towards. It happens all the time with, like, trios or quadrets of commentators. I'll do commentary like, oh, yeah. It's like a backhanded compliment. But we'll take it. We'll take it. We won't tell Vidder.
Vidder's not watching.
It's fine.
Are you? We love you. Queens for Lin Yuk Min here, who just 4-bet jammed ace queen.
Oh boy.
Picks up the
Just
queen
about
himself.
to say, maybe there's a world where Jose gets away from it due to this being an under-the-gun open, but look.
No, I mean, with 9s at that stack depth, you know what I say? No way. Oh. He's not getting... Jinwoo Kim with 8s here. In a spot. Goes all in here for it. He did have 8 big blinds. Jinwoo Kim with decision. It is versus an under-the-gun raise. Makes a world-class fold here. Yamamoto playing very patiently. Quite the short stack ninja here. Shinsuke the same. Waiting patiently. I was going to say no way, Jose. That was what I was going to say. But Jose Catella now, from representing Portugal, is all in for his tournament life.
Absolute disaster
Gets
start
called by queens.
to this final table for him, and potentially the end as he came in second in chips and now just 5 cards away from bowing out in 8th.
Walkmin, pocket 9 for Taro, and pocket queen for Walkmin.
Catella needs to find a black 9 to stay alive here, folks, or he will be eliminated here in 8th place. As flop comes queen in the window, heartbreak. Drawing to quads.
Running quads
Less than
needed.
1%.
The 9-9 run out.
And it's going to be a good game here for Jose Catella of Portugal. Eliminated here in 8th place, bagging himself 175.62 VND. A pleasure commentating for you, sir. And good game to you.
Well, I'll tell you what.
What? Sorry, what? You make fun of my accent, I can make fun of yours.
Look,
What?
you go
With
home
an
in
O.
8th and it can feel bittersweet, you know, just cashing for $7,400, but he truly played for the win. And I think, you know, live by the sword, die by the sword with that kind of play style. There's a lot of worlds where Jose just wins this tournament. Just tried running like a bull in a china shop and just ran into the ace-jack earlier on. That obviously crippled his stack. But I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him in high rollers and main events at the Asian Poker Tour.
And taking home a tidy sum of 7.5K USD. Buy-in was, do you have that off the top of your head, Henry?
In VND?
Yeah.
Yeah, 175 million VND.
And the buy-in for the event?
The buy-in was 2,300 USD, 55 million.
Okay, so
it's weird.
5K
It's like you would
profit.
expect the commentator, I guess, paid to kind of be here. To know these, little...
Yeah, who hired this Greg Goes All In guy?
I mean, really, who did?
But you also think that the commentator for Triton would better know how to explain ICM instead of writing a whole essay to simply just say, I don't know, Greg.
Ask Jason Kuhn or Makita or these elites, and I think you'll be met with the same answer.
Bet?
Yeah, go on.
We shook hands. Pride on the line. Yamamoto picks up kings here, one of our short stacks. All in for 450,000. 9 big blinds. Ponomarenko here with the decision here on the button. With ace-9 of clubs. Asking himself, does Yamamoto jam here with worse ace-X's, ace-8, ace-7, or any king-X's? Re-jams on top, all in here.
Well, a chance for us to go from 8th to 6th in quick fashion if Ponomarenko can find, well, I was about to say one of the 3 aces, or we can see that an ace has been marked, so he's looking for one of the 2 remaining aces or some clubs to do the dirty on Yamamoto's kings.
So Yamamoto all in for his tournament life with the pocket kings. Must fade the ace or 3 clubs.
Tell you what, this would really close the gap at the top of the chip counts. We know what everyone else is rooting for.
Yamamoto got kings and Gino is 9. Let's see the flop.
Everyone anti-railing Yamamoto at the moment as it comes. 10-9-5, so now an additional 2 outs for the Russian.
Third.
Ooh, that's close.
Let's see the
10
river.
of clubs changes nothing. An ace or a 9 needed as the deuce of hearts completes the board, and Yamamoto gets the double up to 20 big blinds, and maybe more importantly, Ponomarenko kind of tied at the top now. It's showing that he's playing 2.5 million. I don't know
Nice
if
hand
that's
to
the
Yamamoto. Holding himself with a lot of poise again. Bringing fashion back to poker. Love to see it. And patiently waited for the right spot. Navigating his short stack depth very well. And found the very fortunate double up here. Yamamoto now sitting on 1 million in chips. 20 big blinds. And is still tied for shortest stack. Average big blinds now 30 big blinds. As we take a look back into our live chat. The love between you two seems real and deep, says Poker Stiff. I agree.
Amen, amen. True
Oh,
enough.
Vitter Single in the chat
I saw
says,
that.
Greg, whenever you get the chance, can you please say how you going, matey, but in a Singaporean accent? Ideally, don't want Henry, it's coming. Sorry la. How you going, matey, but in Singaporean accent? See, when you say matey, it's like
Australia.
it's Australian. So it's can you essentially ask me? Can you say a very Aussie phrase in a Singaporean accent? Well, I can always try. Hey, how you going, matey? Oh, very good. Hey, not bad. How you going, matey?
That's good.
And then can you say Singaporean slang in an Australian accent? That's the other challenge. Hey, mate, you want to go makan? That was pretty good. The person that hired Greg Goes All In should get a double the salary raise and a promotion. The person that hired me should get a double, but how about me?
Wait,
I promise I'll learn the
Are
buy-ins.
you paying these people to come in here and comment these things in the chat?
Am I paying Poker Stiff?
Are you paying people? That's how things stand, chat. It looked like a runaway chip lead for the Russian Ponomarenko, but now it really is anyone's game after some ill-timed bluffs and some just amazing hero calls. 7-handed, and it's game on. Strap yourselves in. We could be here for the long haul. In fact, we will be here for the long haul.
Still a lot of poker to be had left here. But only one of these gentlemen walking away with 1.2 billion VND. Shunsuke has been short stacked for so long, waiting for a moment to double up. Finds it with ace 10 suited, diamonds variety, goes all in here in +1 for 9 big blinds. 8 big blinds, actually, less than. And it's going to get all the way down to small blind. Going to get all the way down to the big blind. By Jinwoo, and runs into the big blind special. Has jacks here.
Wow.
By Jinwoo Kim.
Jinwoo just going to get confirmation this isn't a nit roll. He just wants to know how much it's for before making the call. So cards on their backs. Shun Poker going to need some help from the deck in the form of diamonds, Broadway, or one of the 3 remaining aces in the deck for his tournament life.
Again, Shunsuke,
All right, all in
our
all again here.
content creator extraordinaire here at the APT. 170k subscribers on YouTube.
Gian William.
Really bringing poker to the Japanese community. A really beloved character. All in for his tournament life with ace 10 suited versus jacks. As the flop comes, Queen 9-5, rainbow, 1 diamond. Needs an ace, diamond, jack for more outs as the turn brings the 3 of diamonds. What a sweat here for Shunsuke. Picks up the nut flush draw, needs a diamond or an ace to stay alive as the river brings the queen of spades, and that's going to be a good game for Shun Poker of Japan, eliminated here in 7th place at the High Rollers, APT Phu Quoc.
GG's Shun Poker, true legend of the Japanese poker movement, making a name for himself not only in the content space but at the poker tables, you know, backing up the bark, if you will, with a mean bite when it comes to his poker competence. And with that elimination of the short stack, that's how things stand. No immediate short stack now. You hang shortest with a very playable and healthy 20 big blinds. And I mean, look, if he doubles through the chip leader, Ponomarenko, they kind of switch positions. Game on.
So yes, we're down to the final 6 players of the High Rollers event. Only one of these players walking away with the coveted APT High Rollers trophy and the 1.2 billion VND, or 50,000 USD. Ponomarenko still leading the pack here with 40 big blinds. Everybody else sitting on sub 20. And a race here by William Jia. 29 big blinds on the button, looking to steal some blinds as he picks up Fork. My favorite hand is King 4, also fondly known as Fork. Gets the fold from King 7, takes it down. As we can see here, our chip distribution, Ponomarenko leading the pack, and Yu Hung Chen, our short stack with 16 big blinds, but still a lot of play left in him. Hand 124. These players have been grinding out poker. Not only have they been playing just this event, they've been grinding this whole series. For some of them, very likely to be the 10th day in a row playing poker. The amount of stamina and endurance they must exercise to compete at these levels, just impressive. Poker Stiff says, nah dude, no one paying me. At Greg Goes All In is just my fave donkey in the big poker biz. I'll take that. You know, if you can't be someone's favorite poker player in the space, you know, at least you're their favorite something. Vidder Single says, crushed it. Thanks, Vidder. Vidder Single, of course, being one of our very talented co-commentators here on the stream. Essentially, it's a 3-man commentator team right now for this series. It's myself, Greg Goes All In, and of course, Henry Kilbane and Vidder Single. And we're going to see a hand here. Jinwoo Kim on the button, representing the US of A with Beauty and the Beast suited variety. As flop comes ace 10-4, 2 spades, both players whiffing. Jinwoo Kim with nut high card. Ponomarenko checking to our pre-flop aggressor. Not having much for himself here, just jack high. Couple of clubs would have been made this flop a little bit more favorable. Jinwoo Kim makes the continuation bet here on this ace 10-4 board. Ponomarenko, our chip leader, gonna let the fold happen here. There's a little chip up here for Kim Jinwoo.
Yeah, I think with that. Okay, Ponomarenko is still the chip leader, but only by a couple of bigs. I mean, look at that at the top of the counts now. Just 4 big blinds between 4th and 1st. You know, I'm a big fan of this kind of setup. It really allows space for the best player to just kind of dominate now. Still some ICM implications, of course. Doesn't mean you just get to bluff it off with reckless abandon or run loose like a bull in a china shop, but anyone's game. I know I keep saying it, but
it's true. It really is true. Things can change so fast here, especially at these stack depths. William Jia. Ace deuce suited. Puppy feet edition. Of course, by that I mean clubs. Ponomarenko picking up the kings.
wow.
The King Kong, the Cowboys, the Kim Kardashians here in the small blind versus the hijack raise, representing Russia. Very reasonable 3-bet incoming. Here it is, and a quick fold it seems like, as Ponomarenko takes this down pretty uncontested. Taking a look at our chip counts, Ponomarenko still maintain a chip lead after all of these hours. And Yu Hung Chen and Yamamoto under 20 bigs. Everyone else kind of milling about in the 20 bigs, 30 bigs arena. Six-handed poker now. Gonna see many more hands. The pace is gonna pick up as we enter hand 126 here in APT Phu Quoc of our final event here, the High Rollers event. And yes, I'm negating like the super degenerate hyper turbos that are happening at like 10 p.m. tonight. But this is our last flagship live streamed event. Ponomarenko. 9-3 suited on the button, looking to steal some blinds. Chen Yuhan gets out of the way here with the suited gapper and runs to Nyuk Min lays. Ace Queen offsuit on the big blind. And a raise has been made to 300,000. Shy of 3x. Rather small 3-bet here. Quick fold by Ponomarenko, and Lun Yok Min going to take this down pre-flop.
So we were kind of mentally preparing ourselves for the steamroll of Ponomarenko, and things just haven't gone his way. Some of these small mandatory calls just coming up short. Some big collisions from some of the other stacks. It's really opened the door for everyone now to feel confident that they can win this outright over 50k for first. We will be going on break shortly.
PokerSif asks, Greg, will you continue on with the APT to Taipei after Vietnam or return to your poker meme / GG poker lifestyle in Canada? I will return for a brief moment for 3 weeks before Taipei continues end of April. So I'll go back home for a little bit and then make my way back out to Taipei. But back to the action here. We have an open on the cutoff by Ponomarenko with ace-4 suited, a 3-bet by our short stack Yu Hong Chen with ace-queen offsuit. As the blinds get out of the way, back to Ponomarenko, I am sure.
Yeah, I think this is just a little bit too much.
Who makes the
call
fold?
off? $1.26 billion going to the eventual champion. Be going on break in around 29 minutes time.
All players locking up 291 million VND right now, which roughly converts in USD to 12,000 USD. Quite a nice tidy payday for these gents. Having only worked 2 days so far for this, but their whole lives studying for this moment, training for this moment. Ponomarenko picking a lot of playable raise fold hands and is running into a lot of 3-bets here. Opening to on the hijack with king 6 suited hearts variety. Back to Yu Hong Chen, our shorter stacked 18 big blinds. Just like Elsa is gonna let it go. As Lin Yok Min picks up ace-10 offsuit on the button here. Versus the middle position. Open. I could see it going either way. Could be a fold, could be a call, could be a 3-bet. Gonna decide on the fold here. Ponomarenko getting it through once again, stealing the blinds. Such an important part of tournament poker, and the importance of it wasn't really made clear to me until Vidar Single, our co-commentator, said to me, Greg, if you win the blinds every orbit, you win the tournament. And it really took me a second to think about that.
Go on.
If you win every time you go through an orbit, if you don't play a hand, right, you lose the big blind ante, and the small blind. Okay. So if all you do the entire tournament is just win the blinds every orbit, nothing else, and you never lose any, never lose a hand. Okay. This is assuming you never lose a hand. All you do is steal the blinds every orbit. Okay. You win the tournament.
What about heads up?
I hadn't thought that far. How would that work out? Yeah, then you just win. Yeah, you just win every hand until your opponent blinds out. Okay. And heads up, it's very OP.
Okay, I mean, like, we're stretching massively, sure. I mean, it's like saying, oh, if you win every hand and you're all in, then you win the tournament.
If you conversely, if you never go all in, if you never go all in a tournament, you win the tournament. That one's easier to wrap my head around.
If you don't reg the tournament,
you never lose the tournament.
You never lose the tournament.
If you never win a pot in cash,
this is profound.
You never have to pay the rake if you never win a pot. This is cash.
If you don't put salt in the boiling water before boiling pasta, where are we going with this?
I don't know, but I like, it's an adventure. Yeah. The most fun times in my life is when I was in a space of I don't know what's going on, or dangerous. One of this usually it's quite polarized.
It's evident why we're on the big bucks here. Just groundbreaking revelations coming from the commentary booths. If you steal the blinds every orbit,
you win the tournament.
Thanks for that one, Vidal.
It's true. It's true. It doesn't seem true, but it do. Live chat agrees with me. Right, chat? Deval says that he needs to bring his jacket back, the jacket back. He's talking about a Russian player who I saw in the chat earlier may have been sporting a KGB jacket.
Oh, I love that.
Referencing, of course, the iconic poker movie, Rounders.
So Yamamoto with the 3-bet jam. Oh my word. Okay. Run it, ladies and gentlemen. Run it. We're flipping.
Ponomarenko, and this is for our Russian viewers, has a very horosho hand. That means good. But is flipping against Yamamoto. Yamamoto flipping for his tournament life. I'm sure he has had to win a lot of flips to get where he is at this final table, but this one is going to be the most decisive here. Yamamoto all in for his tournament life with pocket tens against Ponomarenko's ace king.
Ace king for Nikolai and pocket tens.
Nikolai looking to regain the stronghold he had over the rest of the field if he could win this flip to get us down to 5 and to move up comfortably into the chip lead again as it comes 6, 5, 4. No backdoor potential.
Up to the turn.
Ace or a king needed
Third card
for the Russian. 5 outs once, Greg.
It's a 9.
No dice as the 9 of clubs rolls off, and what do you know, kind of similarly to the main event, the overwhelming chip leader coming in, just not having the best time at the final table. In fact, with that, Ponomarenko now down to 4 of 5, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yamamoto is actually now sorry, I do apologize, to 5 of 6.
Goes from first in chips to second last now.
Brutal development for the Russian fans, and of course for Ponomarenko. Came in with an overwhelming chip lead. It's just brutal tournament poker. I feel like the only hand that I would consider a mistake, and this isn't from a place of authority, obviously, is ace queen of spades that you flat call on the button against the short stack open. But then again, even that I could justify, given that it wasn't under the gun open, and I believe we were 8-handed at the time. It's easy for me to sit here and be results oriented. It's a lot different when you're out there.
It was weird playing a tournament yesterday after 3 consecutive days of watching poker. I sat down at the table of this, late night turbo tournament at the APT, and I was like, this is different. This is strange. Yeah. I can't see everyone's whole cards. Poker's not as easy as I thought. And then I proceeded to punt. 4 away from the money. Hiya. Yamamoto.
Oh, you didn't punt. You had pocket 8s.
And it's like 8 is an auspicious Chinese number too.
It's a lucky number.
Exactly.
You had 2 of them. It's double the luck.
Not just 1, I had 2.
It's double the luck.
But 4 goes neatly into 8 twice. And 4 isn't an auspicious number.
That's true. Unlucky, mate.
Unlucky.
Get him next time.
Lunyok Min, now our chip leader, I believe. I'm going to say that conviction. Lunyok Min on the home turf with the chip lead. Ponomarenko here, as you see on our top right, came onto this table and maintained a steady, consistent chip lead for the past few hours. Has now lost it due to a costly flip with ace-king versus tens. Versus Yamamoto, who had the tens, found the very sick double as Ponomarenko now finds an opportunity to spin his stack back up, picking up pocket rockets, American Airlines, the pre-flop nuts, ace, as the Filipinos would say, Ian.
Unfortunately for him, nobody waking up with a playable hand behind, although potential for our chip leader to defend with the suited 9 against the button open. He's going to play the rest of the hand out of position should he continue. Instead, he's just going to take the aggressive line and try and push Ponomarenko around. And I tell you what, Greg, I would love to see a flat call here if Ponomarenko has learned anything from playing against some of these aggressive local Vietnamese players. It's time to just set the trap.
Wow. Man saw a 3 in his hand and was like, time to 3-bet.
Oh, he has
Ponomarenko.
announced all in, and unfortunately, local player was up to no good. Was pre-flop shenanigans. It's just going to come over the top for it all, and still decent pickup for Ponomarenko to get things back on the right trajectory.
And a big part in I think a big part of him getting 3-bet there is huge part in due to his fact that of his image, having been the big stack for so long. During huge ICM spots, he was just your titular big stack bully, opening very wide in late position, picking up the blinds, and Lunyok Min there picking up on that history. Finds an inopportune time to 3-bet into the pre-flop nuts. The philosophical and theoretical genius level hashtag ponderings of the commentators is what the massive global fan base of the APT has come to love and expect. I'm glad that that's become an integral part of the APT branding now. Question. I'll ask this to you. Question. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, did it make a sound?
Can I answer the question with a question?
Yes.
How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? These are the questions that you find yourself asking, you know.
Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter was bitter.
That's
If she
disappointing.
put it in her batter, would it make her batter bitter?
You know, these are the questions that keep us up at night, and similarly to poker, you know, you've got to ask yourself these more nuanced questions in order to gain an edge over the competition. You know, when you pull the plug out the sink, where does the water go down? Clockwise, anti-clockwise? So we dive back into the action.
If Jesus could walk on water, can he swim on land?
That's a good one. I've never heard that one before.
I stole that from Bo Burnham.
That was a good one. A little stab here from William. Local Vietnamese player Ngoc Min Lee, just uninterested. 17 minutes left on the clock.
Taking a look at our chip counts. Wow. 3-player, it's pretty evenly stacked right here. Only a difference of 8 big blinds between the chip leader and the second lowest in chip.
It's anyone's game, man. Anyone's game.
How many nuns could a nunchuck chug if a nunchuck could chuck nuns?
I believe it was that question that inspired Bruce Lee to dedicate his life to the art form of
nunchucking.
Yes. I'm not going to answer that question from the foul, but well played, sir.
Just nunchucking, just the two meanings there, and just I'm trying to flip-flopping between them in my mind. Is it the art of practicing the martial arts of nunchucks? Or is he tossing sisters around? Bruce Lee, we need answers. Is he dead? No, he's alive, right? No, he's dead.
I believe
Is Bruce Lee dead,
it's been
chat?
seen in the Bahamas with Tupac, Biggie Smalls, and Michael Jackson. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. As we William looking like he wants to maybe get busy with this suited King X pre.
They
a
love
form
their
of a call.
We've seen a lot of 3-bets, 3-bet bluff candidates with suited King X's here at the APT. I like it. King X blockers to strong hands like Ace King, Kings, King Queen. Anyway, we're going to see a heads up to a flop here. Single raise pot. Hijack versus small blinds. Flop comes 10-10-6. Ponomarenko with 2 pair 10s and 6s. Ace kicker William Jia out of position without the range advantage. Gonna get bet on and is gonna make a quick fold. Deval, who has been a I believe that this is the Red Duval. Has been a regular patron of the APT and a familiar and friendly face here in Phu Quoc, asks, have you seen Stevie Wonder's new car? What is this? What is that leading to? Have you seen Stevie Wonder's... Oh, neither has he. Poker Stiff says, these are the kind of questions Willy Wonka asked at the chocolate factory. What songs did Stevie Wonder sing? When a Man Loves a Woman? Was that him?
No, that was... God, how do I not... My mum's gonna kill me. Oh, how do I not know the answer to this?
What is Stevie Wonder song? I know, it's bugging you now too, right?
One of my favorite Stevie songs is
Isn't
very
she
superstitious.
lovely? Oh, Superstitious, that's a good one too.
When a Man Loves a Woman.
Yeah, who sang that? When a man loves
Michael
a
Bolton.
woman.
Percy Sledge.
Absolutely wrong person.
Percy Sledge.
William Jia with the mystery cards. Gonna raise up to 120 with the mystery cards.
I love the occasional mystery hand thrown in. Keeps us on our toes. We're going to get to see anyone challenge William's mystery hand, as it looks like he tabled an ace of sorts, or a big picture card. So 13 minutes left on the clock before the blind level increase, and the price of poker getting expensive out there.
One of the last events that you can join tonight, Hyper Turbo 8 Max.
There we go. No Hyper Turbo 8 Max.
About an hour and a half to go to play. We have 2 players that did sign up for it. If we get to 4...
Greg looking at his watch.
Otherwise, we are going to cancel.
There is the
this
staff
about
party
30
tonight,
minutes.
though.
So if you want to play this event, Hyper
I should,
Turbo...
you know, I'll save my money. I'll go to the staff party.
Now's the time to get into registration.
Maximilian Williston says, Greg is my favorite poker social influencer. I want to be like him. This live chat is so good for my ego. I'm loving this. The main purpose of my social group, my friend group back in Vancouver, and this is well known between all of us, is to humble me. I have designated humblers in my friend group. Shout out to Mateo. Whenever my friend group feels like my ego I need to be humbled, they will call in Mateo to humble me. But how can I help it when I'm getting such nice compliments from strangers on the internet? Thanks, Maximilian. Ace King Ian Barok, as the Filipino players would say. Ian meaning ace, Barok meaning king. Raising it up. 2 big blinds. Yamamoto on the small blind. Gonna elect for a fold as Ponomarenko picks up ace-4 here, finding himself in domination rotation here. But versus just a single open, is gonna have to defend on the big blind. So we're gonna see Russia versus Australia here. Single raise pot cutoff versus big blind as the flop brings a beautiful board for my range. Stay loose, play 7 deuce.
Yeah, if this board comes and you're staring down the barrel of the gun and it's Greg firing into you.
I have so much fold equity on this board. It's incredible. I have flopped a boat once with 7 deuce. That was pretty sick. Was I vlogging? Nope.
See what Ponomarenko wants to do. That ace-4 somewhat connected with the deuces on board, and certainly going to have a perceived nut advantage on the 7 deuce deuce. They're still less likely. Shouldn't have too many deuce X defending from the big, but this stack depth going to have more than William, that's for sure. As the 9 of clubs rolls off on the turn, so ace king still way out in front, but got a funny feeling Ponomarenko has a plan up his sleeve should he get
Chop.
the green light to barrel into William, as he does on the turn. Double paired board. Can Ponomarenko steal this one away from the Australian?
Ponomarenko thinking, does he turn ace X into a check call hand, a value bet hand? Or does he have to turn to a bluff to get people off chops? With his bet size here, 225,000 into 530, half pot bet. Gonna get a quick
looked
call.
up.
Chop.
Ace high for both players. Ponomarenko trying to get tricky, trying to steal it away from William on the river. William, as we've seen, man, it's tough to be shaken, especially when it comes to hero calls. Easily the most, I mean, just epic hero call of this final table so far today, with that ace queen earlier on. Maybe even the hero call of the series from what we've seen in terms of the televised hands.
I would agree. When I think of hero calls here at the APT, that's the one that comes most freshly to mind. Is it the one that's happened most recently? Yes. But at the moment, nothing else comes to mind. So, sick hero call of the series, unofficially right now. Len Yok Min with Beauty and the Beast under the gun. Tale as old as time. True as it can be. Gonna make a raise here, folks. 220k, 2 big blinds. William Jia dominated, but has the suits. Queen Jack of Diamonds here for the Aussie. Gonna make the call. Another thing about doing commentary is just realizing how often domination happens.
Yeah.
Happens quite a lot. Will make me much more wary about calling with Jack 9 suited versus a 3-bet out of position now. I'm telling you, those suited gappers, bro. Wow, we're going to see 3 ways to a flop here, folks. Keep in mind, it is a 6-handed table, so half of our players going to a flop. And the flop is ace-7 deuce here. Yu Hung Chen, our short stack. Gonna be loving this spot. Does have to be wary about his kicker, but at this point here with SPR of 2, less than 2, he's gonna have to go for it.
Wow, look at this. It's the local player with just king high and 2% equity. It's gonna try continue to tell the story.
He has nut high card right now, to his credit. William Jia with the queen high flush draw, not going to go anywhere.
So now maybe some questions running through Chen's mind about his kicker, as you correctly mentioned. Has to be somewhat concerned that William has flatter hand like ace-jack, ace-10, maybe even ace-queen-o.
No diamond for backup for Yu Hung Chen, but yeah, he's facing an under-the-gun raise. And the under-the-gun player is betting into 2 people, should be indicative of more stronger range. And he's getting a call by William Jia. Yu Hung Chen has to be very, very wary that he may have kicker problems.
He's taking his time with this decision as he looks up at the clock. See what he wants to do. I mean, I want to just rifle it in now. That's going to make the call.
Not blocking diamonds may be a consideration for Yu Hung Chen. Does not have diamond in his hand, making it more possible for other players in this hand to have a flush draw. Could have played into his decision making here. William Jia does have the flush draw as the turn brings a 10 on diamonds, giving William Jia the check mark here, turning the second nuts.
870 in the middle. Flush completing turn card. See if the local player wants to continue barreling here. He's going to wave the white flag.
Makes a wise check. When he makes a bet and gets 2 calls on the flop, he can't feel really that great about having much fold equity. people are going to be calling with ace X's, which he doesn't have, and flush draws, which get there. Now William Jia trying to figure out, how do I get paid? I have the second nuts. How do I get paid? 870,000 in the pot.
Well, given that this has gone multi-way, given the SPR doesn't have to go huge, yeah, that's gone pretty big.
450, more than half.
Yeah, that's a big bet.
And that is a stack committing bet for Yu Hang Chen if he decides to call. If he called here with like a corpse with a telephone, he'd be calling dead. Not my best work. I don't know. I have a bunch of pre-written out ones, and then there's some I try to... the problem is I have to commit, right? If I just set it with commitment,
yeah,
then it lands better.
It's okay. We'll let you off.
See that? Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes I second guess myself, Henry. You know.
That's okay. I'm the same.
People sometimes think I'm like this super confident, like eccentric guy, but you know, sometimes I second guess my really bad puns. But thanks to you, I'm gonna start saying all of my puns now, uncensored and with full confidence.
You'll get there. See if Chang can get away from this. I mean, the sizing from William, if there's ever a world in which he's going to be able to get away from top pairs in this kind of situation. Under the gun open, betting into 2 players, going 3 ways to the diamond completing turn. You're hoping he's turning like a weaker ace-X into a bluff. He should never have any offsuit combos of ace-X. Yeah, nice fold.
Nice fold, Yu Hang Chen of China. Quick fold by Liu.
He really wants to see it. He really wants to see what William had.
You'll see it on the stream. You're going to break soon. Just look at it. Half hour later. Oh, that's what he had.
Oh, William with that is now the new chip leader. And I tell you what, I don't like using the deserved word in poker, but that hero call and some of the disciplined folds he's made, which you could maybe kind of question from a theory point of view, but I think his folds mainly coming from an exploitative point of view where it feels like he has a perceived edge over the table, and he's kind of showcasing that here. The way that he's been playing throughout. We are going to play some musical chairs in the booth on the flip side of the break. Vidal Single will be joining Greg.
As Henry Kilbane takes a well-deserved break. Man has been powering through. Today and the previous 3 days. Gonna take a well-deserved dinner break, but when we come back, Vidar Single and Greg goes all in, bringing you some APT grade commentary.
Fire in the booth.
Pew pew. Yu Hang Chen goes all in with Queen Jack offsuit, blind versus blind.
Oh,
wow. No.
Oh, he's only looked at one. He's going to peek the last one. I mean, true Baccarat style. And he announces call as soon as he sees the second card.
Ah, and Yu Hang Chen got a glimpse right there and got shown the bad news. And Yu Hang Chen at risk of busting for his tournament life with Queen Jack offsuit, behind and at risk. Needs to find a queen to stay alive here, or he will be eliminated in 6th place here.
Well, we were just talking about how we might be going 6-handed to break. Break, of course, just round the corner. In order for us to be going 6-handed to break, Chen is going to need some, well, a lot of help from the deck.
Yuhan with Queen Jack against Ace Jack suited of Min. Yuhan is covered. Let's see the bluff.
So 5 cards to come. Get us 5-handed.
Bluff 4.
So far, so good for the local Vietnamese player.
To the turn. Turn card says 6. Yuhan needs to catch a queen to stay alive. And the river card
River of Dreams, 5 of Spades, no good for Yu Hung Chun. Eliminated here in 6 plates of the APT High Roller, is cashing himself 291.87 million VND, or 12,000 USD, as we enter a break here. And when we come back, Henry, 5-handed, playing down to our champion. 5 players left, 1.26 billion up top, and anybody's game.
Everyone now guaranteed 373 million for their efforts so far, and all to play for on the flip side of this break, Greg, as we welcome you viewers back into the broadcast booth. Hope you guys have been enjoying this coverage from the Asian Poker Tour for Quoc. Going to be going on a quick break. I'm going to be jumping out. Vidal's going to be jumping in alongside Greg Goes All In. And we've still got ourselves a high roller champion to crown here from the Corona Resorts and Casino. We'll see you guys very shortly.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before, and go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated rather. Has to be somewhat concerned though that his ace-x is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand, although there's no way you can know that against the +1 open. Win going to fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. And hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot. Trying to fold out all of those suited broadways. Ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks. That Win might stab on the flop with. And then fold to a raise. Surely Win just going to preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously, we can see the whole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but he's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he just jam 9s, 10s, jacks? Maybe, but what about the stronger parts of his range? The queens, kings, and aces. They'd want to get some action. They'd want to induce some of the weaker holdings behind. So definitely has an overpair range advantage. He's got to throw out all of his time bank extensions. He's really thinking this one through. A lot of draws out there. A lot of gut shots, a lot of straight draws. Wow. I tell you what, I didn't expect him to find the jam, but he's moved all in on the flop. 3-bet jam, continued for 200k into 660. Lee Son clicked it to 455,000 with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. I would have liked to have just seen a jam from Lee Son or a check call, given that he's got backdoor hearts. But Win really sniffing this one out. Just saying, hey pal, I have all the overpairs. Really just putting Lee Son on a weak holding here. With close to zero fold equity as well, you can see Lee Son with just 735k to call with 2.3 million in the middle, getting over 3-1 on a call. Talk about perfect timing from Win. Just sniff this one out. Curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the check raise from Lee Son, but even more so, how about this jam? I mean, just some real street poker being played in Vietnam. One of the things about the APT events is you really just do get these unorthodox styles of poker, this street kind of poker being played, where sometimes theory just goes out the window and a man stares you down and 3-bet jams on the flop, and Win gets it through with just queen high. Take a bow, sir. The final table of the APT Hanoi main event with over 125k for first. And he finds the 3-bet on the flop with just queen high. So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared no-limit hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off with 30 picks. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player Din Duc Trung, calling with the a6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, German Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, a6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Din flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, German Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check round. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of club.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, what's up everybody, and welcome back from the break. You're watching the APT High Rollers final day, folks. We are down to the final 5 players, and it's gonna be a spicy final table as we play down to our champion. Vidur, how have you been?
Very well. I've been following the action along. It's been wild.
Woo.
Some upsets, some comebacks, some up-and-coming maybe situations. I'm super excited to hopefully maybe close this out in this session. If not, doesn't really matter. We're going to be here along for the ride with all you viewers. We're going to take it to the finish line, down to whoever wins 1.26 billion VND. As we cut to the action here, we are down to the final 5.
Final 5 players it is, and only one of them walking away with the 1.29 billion VND, Vietnam Dong. That's worth about 50,000 US dollars, a nice chunk of change. And another thing that's exciting about this Final 5, it's really anyone's games. Like
Truly.
the disparity of the chips is very minimal. Everyone has about similar stacks. Average big blinds right now is fairly short, 26 big blinds. No huge, overwhelming chip leader as we get right back into the action.
So Greg, I've been following along, like I said, but I did miss a few crucial pots. I did see the big flip where the chip leader sort of switched positions down to, I believe, second in chips. But what do you think, would you say, has been the story of the hour so far?
Sure, I think if we were to look at Pomerenko as one of our protagonists, and when I first came into the commentary booth the last couple of hours, he was just dominating, and he just maintained his chip lead for the whole entire time. And then, yes, as you said, a very significant flip with Ace King versus Tens, lost that one and immediately went from first in chips to second last. But now it just balances out the playing field, levels out the playing field, as I should say. And now we're back in the action. Ponomarenko of Russia on the cutoff with 24 big blinds, raising it up with King 7 offsuit.
Very important in his shoes to just have used the break to hopefully center himself again. Realize he's still very much in this tournament, considering many players have bounced around from his stack depths to much greater heights.
And we're going to see what looks like a defend here from William Jia. Domination rotation. King 8 versus King 7 heads up to a flop. Single raise pot. As the flop comes, Jack 7 ace. Ponomarenko with the dominated hand pre has the best hand post. Picks up bottom pair here. William Jia checking and flow to the pre-flop aggressor on a board that's going to be favoring his range a lot more. He's going to have all of the aces, all of the jacks, all of the ace jack. And it's going to be a bet and a quick fold as Ponomarenko takes down this pot. Power poker, folks. You got to realize when you play poker, you got to ask yourself, where is your EV coming from? And that's something that's a question that's been posed to me more and more often as I try to pick up the game of tournament play. You got to recognize that EV comes in different ways. There's fold equity. There's just pure raw equity. There's playing in position. And your job as a poker player is to give up as little of that EV as possible to your opponents.
Very well said, Greg. A great summary of what successful poker strategy is. Just find your EV, figure out your edge, and maximize it.
That's right. If you want to subscribe more to Greg Theory Optimal, you can follow my training site, Downswing Poker. Just kidding. Don't go to the website. I don't know what it's there, but it's not the site.
Well, we have to buy the domain now, surely.
I'm kind of tempted now to search up downswingpoker.com to see what happens, but search at your own risk, I guess.
Do not follow whatever advice you get on downswingpoker.com.
Do not do as I say, nor do as I do. Lin Yok Min of Vietnam on the home turf, trying to bring the trophy home.
Now, Greg, like I said, I was following some of the coverage. I appreciated a lot of the shout-outs. And also, Yulu humbly accepting my request to do some accents, some phrases.
Yeah, it was quite the challenge you gave me here. Pocket sevens for William Jia from Down Under. Run into Jinwoo Kim's ace king. And Jinwoo Kim now with the spot, following the raise and a flat behind. All in, he says. Jinwoo Kim all in with the ace king of clubs, following a button raise. A small blind flat. And it's going to be a really weird spot for William Jia here. Flatting the initial open. Now in a spot where he has to consider the 3-bet.
His hand looks under-repped, which is a weird thing to say from the small blind with a medium pair. But Jinwoo Kim certainly capable of making a squeeze play with weaker holdings than the one he has.
Yep. Button could be opening and should be opening super wide, as we saw. Small blind going to be flatting, capping their range. Great time to squeeze here. Even without the premium holding we see that Jinwoo Kim has here with ace king of clubs. William Jia in the tank representing Australia.
Perhaps a minor factor that William does have Jinwoo covered, so he would have maybe 4 or 5 big blinds behind were he to lose the hand. And that might be what makes the difference here. He lets it go. Disciplined fold, and Jinwoo Kim gets one through. Would have been in a flip situation if called, and would have been at risk for his tournament life.
Yes, flipping for your tournament life when there is a $90 million VND page up. All the players guaranteed 373.5 million VND, which in US conversion is about just shy of 16,000 US dollars. Each of these players has that locked up, but of course everyone going for that 50,000 up top. And again, like we said, anybody's game. It really is. All the stacks are pretty evenly stacked. Everyone's sitting on or in and around the average stack of 20x big blinds.
What's really cool, and what I love about multi-day coverage here at the APT, is that so many of these faces and so many of these stories we've been following along since their day one.
Absolutely.
We've seen the ups and downs. We've seen players like, for instance, Jinwoo Kim when he came in onto the feature table on day one, absolutely dominating with his chip lead at the time. And now we've seen them adjust to shorter stack sizes, really showcasing the versatility of their play. And look at this. Jinwoo Kim once again finding a hand in the blinds. This time around, William Jia doesn't really have as juicy a holding as pocket sevens. And surely another raise or all incoming. There we go. The triangle comes out.
Jinwoo Kim getting slapped with the deck right now. Ace King followed by tens. Jamming twice in a row, back to back, picking up the blinds, making his presence known here at the final five of our final table of our final day in Phu Quoc here. Check out our chip counts. Look at that. Our chip leader is only a chip leader by a margin of one big blind, and no stacks shorter than 20 bigs. Lots of poker to be had here, folks.
That's incredible. I don't remember the last time I saw that, Greg. 5 players left, all between 20 and 29 big blinds.
Yes.
Talk about anyone's game. I mean, this is just out of line even in a way. By the way, Greg, in case I sound a little raspy, you mentioned we're closing out not only this tournament, not only day two, but the series here.
Yes.
I figured on what might be my last break in the booth.
Yeah.
I had one of the lovely coffees Vietnam has to offer, and a bubble tea.
You had 2 beverages in one sitting, sir?
So out
You
of line.
wild man. How was it? Good?
Absolutely wonderful.
Delightful. Great to hear.
But my throat is like, hey, buddy, aren't you due in the booth in like an hour? But my brain was like, hey, buddy, look at all the bubbles in that tea.
Listen, and you know, conversely, I think having a beverage is going to maybe soothe out your throat, perhaps. Your voice sounds just fine. Nothing to be worried about.
Why, thank you.
The sultry commentary brought to you, of course, by Vidor Single.
Check out my OnlyFans.
Have I told you this joke yet? If my branding for Greg goes, if YouTube doesn't go well, my branding with Greg goes all in. Very much transfers easily to OnlyFans.
Truly a great idea, I must say.
Hopefully YouTube continues to treat me well. We're going to see 3 ways to a flop here. 5-handed, but cutoff open versus a button defend and a big blind defend. 3 ways to flop. His flop comes 6, 9, 8, 2 hearts. Kim Jinwoo with the best of it with middle pair and an open-ended straight draw.
But notice the 2 overs and the open-ender of William Jia with the Jack-10. This might be an action flop right here. Check, check so far, but Jinwoo Kim has to feel comfortable, perhaps thanks to the open-ender, of betting this. No, he's been really good at pot control and just demonstrates his ability to face variance in favor of pot control. And there we go, an absolute blank card, the brick of all bricks. And now, surely we see some sparks between William and Jinwoo.
A 7 here for Ponomarenko would be really... would have huge reverse implied odd implications, as the 7 would give William Jia the nut straight.
And look at this, Greg. Look at the person firing out in this spot. The person who has no piece of it and a big bet too, 250 into 600k, putting a decent amount of his own stack into the middle to try and take this down, thinking maybe that his opponents have only 2 overs, thinking maybe that his 5 gives him some straight draw, outs. And William Jia certainly not going anywhere with the 2 overs and a straight draw. Now Jinwoo also pretty much cannot fold, but can't be too comfortable. Perhaps worried that his 8 cannot be good, even though that is the case. Wow, Greg.
Wow.
3-way to the river? I mean, this stage in the tournament, how often do you see that?
Not often at all. As the River of Dreams brings a Queen of Hearts, and that's going to give William Jia the nut straight. It does bring in the front door flush here. And such an interesting line of a hand. Single raise pot, pre-flop. Checks through on the flop. Pre-flop aggressive checking back, and the best hand in position checking back. And then suddenly on the turn, all of this money goes in. And William Jia finding the win. And William Jia checks. Decides to take the passive route, making the straight there.
Bit surprised to see the check, but multi-way, you figure somebody could easily have the hearts to have completed the flush, and what you don't want, I suppose, is to be put in the absolute blender with a raise on the river.
Absolutely.
William Jia did have that jack of hearts, which I thought might push him that wee bit more confidence to make the value bet on the river, but as it stands, he wins a pretty massive pot. I mean, all things considered, every pot will seem massive, and every chip stack is so close together.
Very cool to see him adding that straight to his check calling range, presumably. Again, this is just a high level of poker that you need to have to make it to the High Rollers final table. Congratulations to all these players who've made it to this final table and their run thus far. I know everybody has hopes for gold, and anything less than can be disappointing, but at the end of the day, please do take the time to celebrate just how far you've come, not only in this event, but also in your poker career. 142 hands have passed so far. We're now in hand 143 as the button goes round and round and round. Yamamoto, who found the fortunate double up with 10s, I believe, versus Ponomarenko's ace-king. On the button with a very reasonable hand, ace-6 offsuit. Lin Min with the ducks, the deuces.
I think about how difficult it is to, I keep using the word center yourself, or you might say emotionally regulate yourself at this stage of the day and this stage of the tournament. How do you deal with that, Greg? Are you good at keeping emotions out of it, or are you the opposite?
I've at a point now where I'm aware of my tilts and what tilts me. Not always the best of being aware of when I am particularly tilted.
Oh, of course.
But I think the bigger challenge for me, if I were to be in this event, is just the amount of hours having played. They started the day today at 12:30. It's now 8:42, so I've been playing for 8 hours straight so far, folks. And for myself, I personally like to cap, since I play cash more often, cap my sessions at 6 hours. Deuces is still ahead here. Lots of chop outs to be had. None of them are going to come in. Deuces are going to be good here.
6 hours is pretty good. That's a long session.
Yamamoto elected to try to get to showdown, checking back on 3 streets. And going to be shown the ducks. And that's going to be a nice little pot there for our Vietnamese player, trying to bring it home on home turf. As Yamamoto now dips below the 20 big blind mark. Once again, finding himself having to play some short stack poker.
I was catching many of the philosophical questions you guys were pondering.
Did you have any thoughts or philosophical insights to add to your own?
Certainly not. I am purely a student of your philosophy. But it did make me think, when you're just sitting there at the poker table for those 8 hours that you just mentioned, maybe those 6-hour cash game sessions, that's a cool rabbit hole to go down, right? Just pick some difficult philosophical question.
Well, it's the poker player shower thoughts, which is a video I have made on my channel. Again, you can subscribe to me. Greg Goes All In on YouTube. It was called Poker Player Shower Thoughts, and some of the thoughts would just be like, fishes are bad, but sharks are fish.
Wow.
But whales are fish. But whales are mammals. But donkeys are bad, and donkeys are mammals.
Wow.
Yeah, I never thought about that, eh?
I am just already confused and perplexed.
Maybe a little sad.
Intrigued. Yeah, a little sad. You know, nostalgic even. It does make me want to go to the nearby nighttime safari we have in Phu Quoc.
Yeah, lots of fish there, I'm sure. You're going to see a nice hand here. Ponomarenko with ace-jack, a great hand for blackjack. A beautiful hand for poker, raising it up on the button. And Lun Yok Min with ace-8 offsuit in the small blind. Could be a contender for a 3-bet. And if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Lun Yok Min. But looks like he's just going to make a call here. William Jia with the big blind special, king 7 off.
A bit loose, I'd say, from Ngok to simply flat call with the ace-8 off. Small blind, of course, notoriously absolutely the most difficult position to play from.
Yeah, and another reason, I know at least in cash, there's more flatting happening in tournaments, but I know at least for cash, small blind range is always either 3-betting or folding.
Actually, theory suggests that should be the case in tournaments as well, perhaps particularly in tournaments, but we're in Asia, Greg.
Yes, correct. Anything can happen. But yeah, a big reason for that is that if you flatten the small blind, you're highly incentivized to big blind and flat along, and so you're multi-way to a flop out of position. But as played, here we are, folks. 3 ways to a flop, single raise pot. Who has the best of it? It's going to be Ponomarenko with ace-jack high as flop goes check, 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 bringing in the turn, which is the queen of spades. Ponomarenko still ahead with ace-jack high. Picks up the gut shot here. Needs a king, but is already ahead. Lun Yok Min has the option here. Might consider taking the lead, taking a stab. Elects for a check. I see 1 check. I see 2 check. I see 3 check.
A shocking 86% equity with no pair. I mean, it's pretty incredible.
River brings Broadway in for Ponomarenko. This man does not miss. Makes the Broadway straight. Does bring in the backdoor flush, though hard for anyone really to represent it at this point.
Ponomarenko hits absolutely the best card in the deck, perhaps with the exception of the fact that it's a spade. William Jia now has top pair and smartly checks it. Ponomarenko is, of course, going to value bet, and when it gets back around to William, he will have a real decision. Ponomarenko could have a lot of kings, considering how the hand went, but he certainly could be taking a stab at it after nobody seemed interested throughout the hand.
You know, it looks like William Jia going to lose some chips here as he does river top pair. After so much passive action, flop turn. Adds might be adding the king 7, your top pair, weak kicker to his check calling range.
And look at that bet size. Yeah, like he's absolutely drilled it in the sense that he's polarized his hand. He knows that leading out on the river looks either super strong or super weak, and this is going to make William's decision even harder.
William Jia, yeah, all of those things considered, in addition to that, does not block spades, which could either mean he doesn't block Ponomarenko's bluffs. It also means that he doesn't block Ponomarenko's flush value hands here. And just so hard. When you run a runner, you got to make a big bet because people are just going to put you on it. And Ponomarenko, runner, nothing funner, rivers the Broadway straight and gets paid. Clawing back to find that chip lead, and back it is again. Smaller margin this time, but in the lead he is.
Well, we were talking about blockers, and of course William blocked the almighty king, which is one of the hands that Ponomarenko might have been value betting with, which probably played a huge role in him deciding to pay him off. Certainly must be disappointed to see that result as it stands. Ponomarenko, as you said, back in the chip lead, but not the same dynamic that he started off the table with everybody very, very close in chips. And I do wonder what happens at the very next blind level. Right now, everybody in that 10 to 30 big blind range, but once we get down to the 100K big blind level, especially 5-handed when the blinds come at you fast, man. Like, there's nowhere to hide, right? Every few hands, you're either on the button, small blind, or big blind.
Yep, reminds me of reverse Monopoly. You know, in Monopoly, every time you pass by go, you get money. It's the opposite here. Every time that button goes by you, you've just paid a bunch of blinds. Ace 4 offsuit raise from Ponomarenko. Continuing the heater. Jinwoo Kim picks up the beautiful suited connector. The only problem is that he's pretty short. He is in the big blind though, gets a good price, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to see heads up to a flop. Single raise pot, cutoff versus big blind. Ace 4 offsuit versus 6-5 suited as the flop brings Ace 7-4, 1 club.
What a flop.
Wow. 2 pair for Ponomarenko. Open ender for Jinwoo Kim. And your open enders and straight draw is really increasing in value when it's a rainbow board, as you just have no real in reverse implied odds making your straight, but bringing in the flush.
This is what I call a movie flop. It's almost like engineered for these two hands in particular. Jinwoo Kim simply cannot go anywhere at this stage. Might even consider bumping things up if he really thinks Ponomarenko is getting out of line with his newly acquired chips.
Yeah. And on the board just like this, A7-4, Ponomarenko is going to be c-betting a lot with entire range. And so a re-raise here does have a lot of fold equity against most Ponomarenko's range. Re-raises to 450. Of course, he's going to find that Ponomarenko is at the top of his range with 2 pair here.
Talk about music to Ponomarenko's ears. I mean, you flop 2 pair and your opponent check raises you. And now Ponomarenko with the classic decision of whether you reel the opponent long.
Wow. Is going to do just that.
That is what he does, and it's sort of the only option here because after all, naked aces are much less likely to be.
Wow.
What a card. I mean, just drills it with the redraw to the club flush.
Oh, wow.
And
Just the
Ponomarenko
nuts, yeah.
drawing so slim all of a sudden after absolutely smashing the flop. This is quite a pot we have brewing here. I'm already taking a look at the relative stack size if this does go in. 1.3 million in the middle, Jinwoo Kim 1.2 million behind, under 1 SPR, trying to figure out how to get maximum value. Little does he know. I mean, he could bet any amount, and Ponomarenko might beat him to the pot and he checks.
He's going to check here. Incredibly creative. The most obvious bluff does get there, though. The straight draw. Wow, and Ponomarenko making a world-class check back here.
What am I watching? I mean, these guys could just see each other's cards, it seems like sometimes.
And
the skill level.
Ponomarenko, like a stick bug with a crayon, drawing thin. Does not hit his outs. Jinwoo Kim does get the check mark with his straight. The board does pair.
Surprisingly, 3 actually smashes the range of Jinwoo Kim the way the hand is played. Something like a 5-3 off or 5-3 suited, if you think about, would play the hand the same way. And he does go all in, and actually,
wow.
Ponomarenko cannot treat this decision lightly with the 2 3s coming in. Once again, something like a 5-3 or even a 3 deuce, perhaps with a backdoor, might have played the hand this way. Of course, much easier for us to say once we can see the cards face up. Ponomarenko already made a world-class check on the... Oh, I thought he'd called. It's the time banks, of course, but this is certainly a decision he wants to take his time with.
Wow. And it's such a tough spot here because, like, really, it makes a lot of... Like, there's not much that Ponomarenko beats despite having 2 pair here. 5-6 gets there. Any sets on the flop have just boated up. Might take the same line. Only thing maybe he beats maybe is like 5-8 of hearts, 5-8 of diamonds, 5-8 of clubs.
Essentially, all the straight draws that didn't get there, all the gutties like 8-6, 5-8, etc. But the question is, what is ace-4 really worth? It's a bluff catcher at this point.
Yeah.
You may as well have a naked ace. With the exception of if there was something like a trapped ace-king in the cutoff. But once again, in the big blind, I should say, with Jinwoo. But credit where it's due, Ponomarenko really seems to know where he's at in this hand. Could toss in that reluctant call, of course, considering what he flopped, but I cannot commend him enough for not only thinking this through, taking his time, but clearly considering a laydown. And the fact that he checked back the turn just goes to show that 6-5 was one of the hands he was afraid of and probably thinks would play in this exact same way. How much credit does he want to give Jinwoo Kim for an absolute air all-in bluff?
Wow. 3 time bank chips left remaining for him as well, each one worth 30 seconds. Those are the only time bank chips he's going to get for the remainder of this.
Don't forget, these guys have been playing with each other for a while, not only on the final table, but perhaps earlier in the day or yesterday as well. They've had a chance to observe, and just from my observation of Jinwoo Kim, seems a super solid guy. He does make the call. We'll get the bad news, and look at that, the chip leader coming into the final table. Absolutely crippled after that. Essentially a cooler by the turn, but credit once again where it's due. Ponomarenko did consider folding the river clearly.
Yeah.
Could not get away from it.
Just at the very top of his range there. Really hard to find that fold. And Jinwoo Kim finding a really fortunate turn card. Gets the massive double up as Ponomarenko now drops down below our 10 big blind mark, putting him in the danger zone.
Keeps the double hand on shoulder stance even while the dealer racks up chips. I mean, if I was in his shoes, I'd just be, my fingers would be wiggling, just ready to pick up my newly acquired doubled up chips.
Maybe he's tap dancing under the table. You don't know.
That's a great point.
You know like how it's like how like ducks or geese swim.
Like, yeah, exactly.
You know, like calm on the top of the water, and then underneath the water just paddling like mad.
I will absolutely be imagining Jinwoo Kim tap dancing every time he is in the frame from this point on.
Amazing. One of those things you just can't unsee.
Let's get back to the dynamic here. I mean, coming into the final table, Ponomarenko had an absolutely crushing chip lead over everybody else. He's been knocked down a few pegs. Perhaps not really his fault, lost a big flip, and the cooler we just saw. Jinwoo Kim now, the clear outright chip leader on this tournament table. 45 big blinds or so.
Wow. USA. USA.
Somebody whose leg is shaking is Ponomarenko, and I don't blame him.
It's always just finds, you know, it's just such a stressful part and frustrating part of tournament poker is that, you know, you find yourself in a place where you could really win the tournament and still, of course, still anybody's game, but when you take a loss like that, it does shake you. It does take a while to regain your composure.
Absolutely, and again, it was a cooler. What might be hurting more is that Ponomarenko clearly thought he might be behind and sort of reluctantly made the call, so
Yeah.
you almost blame yourself a little bit more if you truly thought about it, was a marginal decision, went back and forth, then chose the wrong decision, so to speak, not to be results oriented. You actually tend to regret those more, as opposed to if you were a little bit thoughtless and said, oh well, I have aces up, I call, and then you sort of move on to the next one thinking you got coolered.
Jinwoo Kim sitting on a massive stack of 45 big blinds relative to the rest of the pack. So we're going to see some blind on blind action here. Mix a raise now of 240.
As I had mentioned, my apologies, Greg, go ahead.
No worries. Just commenting. Go ahead. Sorry, no, just talking about that. I was just saying what was happening. I didn't have anything really insightful to add. You're probably about to say something much more valuable. Please.
Oh, please do not build me up like that while I drone on about God knows what. But just looking at Jinwoo Kim, it occurred to me that this was a more familiar dynamic based on the feature table we were commentating together on yesterday, where Jinwoo came in as a chip leader and just started putting those chips to work as the big stack bully on the table. And now on the final table with 5 left, with, well, multi times the ICM pressure than yesterday, I suspect he's going to be the new big stack bully.
Love to see it. And it's just one of those moments again where I think, like just that hand with Ponomarenko, it's just one of those things again that reminds about poker, that reminds me of how reflective of life it is sometimes. You know, took a big blow and then next thing you know, he's right back in the hand and has to keep playing. And it just reminds you of life that, you know, sometimes you take some real bad beats.
Totally.
And the world, and it's just kind of jarring, but the world just keeps going on and you have to keep pressing on, which is, again, one of the kind of more philosophical reasons why I really enjoy the game of poker, just as it's one of those games that just really reflects life so beautifully well. You play a game like chess or something, there's always a definitively right thing to do. Whereas poker, it's not so, and you can do everything right and still suffer a huge loss. Or conversely, do everything wrong and still get rewarded. I'm going to see a spot here, folks. Blind versus blind. Yamamoto with the best hand right now with the pair of 5s. Ponomarenko with queen high. Electing check back. Has only 7 big blinds left remaining. Back to Yamamoto with the pair of 5s. It looks like he went check check on the river.
Yeah, all three streets were checked. Neither player too interested in fighting for it. Yamamoto, of course, likely felt he was ahead. Ponomarenko decided he's been brutalized enough by the deck without waiting to see if his bottom pair was good by betting it, so he does sort of lose the minimum.
Yeah, and Yamamoto here also in a spot now where he's highly incentivized to play pretty conservatively, as he is the second shortest stack. Ponomarenko now, or shortest stack, due to the pay jumps. Japanese player is highly incentivized to wait for Ponomarenko to bust before he does, as it is more likely as he is shortest stacked. Again, I'm no prophet. I make no predictions. Anything is still possible.
Someone from Ponomarenko's rail in chat has been telling us about the famous Ponomarenko hypnosis.
Ooh.
And the hypnosis is at work. I mean, certainly hypnotized us coming into the final table, but the poker gods do not seem as impressed with the big flip that he lost and the cooler. But as you correctly pointed out, Greg, it's poker. You're never out until you're out. And 7 big blinds, by the way. Doesn't seem like it, but plenty to work with. 1 double up and you're back in it.
That's right. Kim Jinwoo sitting comfortably now with the big stack. Back to Yamamoto, 17 big blinds. Our second shortest stack here on the button, looking to steal some blinds. Raises up with a very reasonable hand. Ace-3 offsuit. Blinds are 40k, 80k. Makes a raise of what I believe should be 160k. Nailed it.
Yeah, that was a tough one, huh, Greg? Twice of the blinds.
Ponomarenko now, we've been so used to his deep stack, aggressive, loose play. That's almost kind of a bit jarring, seeing him now short stacked and taking a little bit more conservative lines. With a hand like King 9, as the graphics disappear on us, I'm sure they'll come back. I was surprised to see him just fold it, but are we on a new hand?
Yeah, same here. I think King 9 is one you can certainly go with. It just depends on your playing style, whether you've sort of memorized the charts at the lowest stack depths. But I have a feeling Ponomarenko is the kind of player who doesn't bother with the low big blind shoving range charts.
Sure.
Came in with such a huge lead. That's probably the comfort zone for him.
Lun Yok Min now with trips. Looks like a single raise pot, button versus big blind. Action now on Yamamoto. Looks like it's been checked to him on the turn. Or action, pardon me, is on Lun Yok Min, who makes a bet and a call, and we're now down to the river.
Well, there's a lot of chips in the middle, no matter how we got here. 640k.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure how we got here, but as played, as is, Lun Yok Min of Vietnam has trips.
He's probably thinking about how much to value bet, and Yamamoto with queen high would have to be thinking about making a pretty insane hero call to pay him off here.
Looks like 420 or so chips. Nice. And a quick fold. And another A. I was correct again. And a nice pot here for our Vietnamese player, Le Ngoc Min.
So there you see it. 2.7 million for Ngoc Min Lee, and of course the chip leader, Jin Woo. 5-handed does mean the new shortest stack will be facing the blinds relatively quickly. On the button for now. Gets to see 3 free hands before he has to worry about the blinds. But after that, has to put in the big blind and the big blind ante. William Chia, it's been quite a few hands, pretty much because of the card distribution. But again, when you're 5-handed, sometimes you just have to get in the mix, even if the cards aren't supporting you. Of course, the short stack, a big reason why you might be handcuffed as the middle stack. Really looking to get that next pay jump. They're getting big.
Min Coming in with the 220k raise, blind versus blind. William Jia of Australia on the big blind now. Is going to make the call. Love, and these are your favorite spots, Vitter, as you said. Blind versus blind, and when we're this short-handed, a lot of these dynamics are going to happen. So you must be ecstatic right now.
I love it. I play a lot of heads up, and I'm always curious what strategy people come in with, particularly from the small blind in an unraised spot, one where the button actually folds. So clearly, with the chip lead, at least relative to William's stack, raised it up with a fairly good holding king 10 off. Flops best and gets a quick fold. William looked like he considered all three options. Could easily fold a 10-7 there. Did end up choosing to see a flop. Decided he could afford it. 4 minutes to the next level. 6 bigs for Ponomarenko with that big blind plus big blind anti-deadly combo coming to him in 2 hands. Next stack after that 14, so all eyes on the Russian. Big target on his back, looking for that pay jump.
And a big pay jump it is. All players guaranteed right now 16k, or roughly 60k in USD. And this next pay jump is about 4k USD. They would go from 16k to 20k. So one more bust out, and that's an additional 4k for the remaining players.
That's a lot of Ks to make just by sitting and folding, you know. It's got to be tempting. At the same time, 1.26 billion VND, 40,000 USD up top. Hopefully that's more tempting, because that's the one you got to go for.
And I've just been regurgitating what you've said about ICM and just this idea that the value in winning chips is not as valuable as not losing chips.
Yep. Certainly my understanding of the big takeaway from ICM. You need to be, sorry, just to finish my simplification, ChatGPT style of breaking down ICM.
Yes, please.
I guess it boils down to you need to be in the tournament to win it. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
So as long as you give yourself the chance to survive in the tournament, it means you can still win.
Love that. You, Henry, and I, we should have a sit and go. That'll be fun. And we'll get the chat to commentate it.
That sounds great, actually. What were those 3-way sit and goes called on Stars? Spin and goes.
I can't talk to Stars. I can talk to GG Poker, though, the #1 poker site globally, which has spin and gold. Spin and gold?
Spin and goes, yeah.
Yeah.
I meant GG. I didn't mean Stars. GG has spin and goes as well.
Stars?
And so does Natural 8, of course.
Yes. The subsidiary of GG Poker. All right, looks like Jinwoo is going to be ahead here with the pair of 5s, blind versus blind, but William Jia does have the gut shot, needs a 7 to make the straight. Does also have the 2 overs as well as outs. And wow, Jia going to use that 8 high as a bluff candidate here and his gut shot, and is going to take it down.
Certainly a lot of reverse implied odds when you have bottom pair, bottom kicker. Really no way for your hand to improve. The board's super wet. No river, you're truly comfortable with the exception of maybe a 5. So Jinwoo lets that go, waits for a better spot. And the thing is, when you have the chip lead, especially a big one, you want to be doing the betting. You don't want to be doing the calling. Jinwoo, clearly very principled, understanding that concept completely, deciding that he's going to be the aggressor when he's trying to pick up chips. Not pick off bluffs with bottom pair. Is this it? Queen 10. It's going to be good enough, I suspect.
It is Ponomarenko of Russia going all in here for around 6, 7? 7 big blinds.
Under the gun, but of course that is the same as the hijack when it's 5-handed. And look at that. Jinwoo finds a bit of a monster 5-handed ace-jack suited. I suspect he's going to isolate to try and get heads up with Ponomarenko, knowing that he is very, very ahead of Ponomarenko's range. Try to get Yamamoto out of the way.
Nowhere at risk of busting either for Jinwoo Kim, which incentivizes him more to go for this spot here. Goes all in, rejamming on top, isolating Ponomarenko. So we're going to see Ponomarenko all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 offsuit versus Jinwoo Kim's Ace-Jack of diamonds. A lot of connectivity between these two holdings here. But Ponomarenko does only have 30% equity. It is a 60-40 flip.
2-1 favorite Jinwoo Kim to win this and knock out the chip leader coming into the final table. What a turn of events that would be as we head to the flop.
Nikolai with Queen 10 offsuit.
Queen 10.
Against Jinwoo with Ace-Jack of
Certainly a fighting chance here.
Nikolai is covered. Let's see the flop.
2 live ones.
As flop comes King, Queen 3.
Queen and 8.
There's one of those outs.
Ponomarenko takes the lead now. Goes from
for Nikolai.
36% equity now to 75% as the turn brings deuce of clubs. Jinwoo Kim needs an ace or a 10.
An ace or a 10 to stay alive. And the river guard
is a 10, giving Jinwoo Kim Broadway straight the nuts here. And Ponomarenko eliminated in 5th place here of the APT High Rollers, cashing himself a 373 million VND. What a pleasure doing commentary for you, sir. Congrats on your deep run.
And Jinwoo, unstoppable even when he misses the flop, just finds the absolute nut straight on the river and vaults himself to a stack of above 50 big blinds. I think we have a new favorite here. It is undeniable that Jinwoo is in complete control. Being a bit blessed, I might say, against one particular opponent, the chip leader coming into the final table, who does take it with a smile. Have to respect the attitude. Gave a little smile to the camera as he walked out. Understands the variance poker has.
Immaculate professional. Again, beautiful performance here on our featured final table. And also so sick with that river because Ponomarenko blocked the 10.
Yeah.
With the Queen 10. Big IM. It improves to 2 pair, but dies via the nuts. And that's the way the cards fall sometimes, as we are down to our final 4 players of the APT High Rollers on the last day of the APT series here in Phu Quoc. Queen 10 back at it again. Under the gun, but really effectively since we're forehanded the cutoff. Gonna raise to 2 BBs.
Jinwoo eyeing the stack of William, knowing that William is really opening himself up to getting maybe being on the short end of some aggression, considering there's a 9 big blind stack in the form of Yamamoto. William's stack, of course, was about 20 big blinds to start. In this case, Jinwoo decided to let it go, and look at that. Yamamoto finds Queen Jack suited. Would absolutely have William dominated were he to find the all-in button.
Only 1 queen left in the deck, as we saw Jinwoo also fold Queen 9. Queen's running hot on this table, but Yamamoto with 9 big blinds and a decision.
This is close. On one hand, he has a hand that is very strong, and he wouldn't want to let go. He's probably considering maybe peeling a flop as well, considering how connected the hand is. It would just hurt too much to fold it outright. Same time, he might not be giving William enough credit for opening light with the absolute chip leader right on his left.
With a bunch of short stacks in the blinds as well. Well, okay, Yamamoto goes all in with the better hand. Big blind wakes up with 4s here. But versus a raise and a 3-bet shove, with 4s, you're really at best flipping, it feels like. Makes a disciplined fold. Back to William Jev versus the 3-bet shove for 10 big blinds. Open to 2, 8 more big blinds to call. And it looks like it's going to be a fold as Yamamoto achieves a good result and takes down the blinds pre-flop. And all the dead money. All players locking up 462.54 million VND, which of course equals roughly to about 20,000 US dollars.
How sick is poker, Greg? 4 people left, 20,000 US dollars guaranteed. But climb up just 3 spots. I mean, you've climbed up 96 spots, give or take, to get to this position. Just 3 more, and you net yourself like 35,000 US dollars. Poker's just too sick.
So sick, so sick. To quote Elkie, so sick.
So Seek.
So sick. Jinwoo
You
came back.
do a
What's
good
up?
Elkie, by the way. I heard that too.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's hear what Elkie might say about
And
the
we're now
shove.
back in the hand. Jinwoo Kim, ace 4. That's not even Elkie, that's just a generic French accent.
I think I heard that in the Pink Panther.
Dun, dun,
I would
dun,
like to order the hamburger.
I would like to see Odyssey hamburger. Jinwoo Kim, ace 4 offsuit, openings on effectively the cutoff, and Ngoc Min Lei of Vietnam with more than 20 bigs elects to just shove it and take it down pre with ace queen suited diamonds variety. 26 big blinds is the average stack here, folks. 26 big blinds, 2 players well under that average, but no one quite under the 10 big blind mark. Yamamoto in the danger zone as our short stack, playing a little more conservatively as he patiently waited to outlast Ponomarenko, but now needs to double. Stay alive here, folks.
This is it. Truly, we're approaching the finish line here. 4-handed, 1 clear chip leader, and look at that. Yamamoto wakes up with ace king. Cannot wait to get his chips in the middle. Doesn't really need to think too much about it. 14 big blinds, quite a lot. Ace king, an absolute monster 4-handed, but decides he wants that pickup.
Nice.
He wants a little more comfort that he's been missing the whole time he was in the sub 10 big blind range.
For sure. And listen, if you shove pre, you can't make any mistakes post flop.
True, and look at that. 2 short stacks, 2 big stacks for lack of better words. Very, very interesting dynamic. Between the big stacks, surely a question of who's the most aggressive and who puts the most pressure on the other big stack. Because of course, if you have one of the 2 big stacks, you want those sweet, sweet pay jumps. The idea of being eliminated before the short stacks is, as they like to say, ICM suicide. William, one of those aforementioned short stacks, 14 big blinds on the button, finds the suited ace. Might just put this in there, try to pick up what's in the middle. Definitely a hand good enough for you to face some resistance. The value of these holdings goes up many, many times when you're talking about being 4-handed. I mean, these are big hands, 4-handed. 1.1 million, he says. An effective all-in, leaves himself 300k behind just in case the other short stack happens to find himself all-in. Very common strategy to ensure that in case some madness occurs behind you, you give yourself the ability to actually fold your way to a pay jump of sorts.
Puts enough of his chips to put the short stack all in, but not enough to put himself and his tournament life at risk versus Jinwoo Kim, who, wow, is going to go all in here and squeeze.
It's a big call in the sense that
Wow.
3.1 million in the middle, Jinwoo Kim would actually comfortably no longer be the chip leader were he to lose this, but were he to somehow find the win, he'd be running away with it. Also a lot of chop outs, of course. So here we go. William Cha at risk. Are we going to be down to 3 players here?
This flop comes Jack 8, 3, 2 spades, 1 club.
Okay.
William Cha needs to find a
Chop likely, but a deuce,
Chop out
4,
too.
5 or 6.
How
about
wow. And the better hand pre is the worst hand post, and a disappointing elimination here from William Cha, who was so ecstatic to see that he wasn't dominated pre. Cruel river of nightmares.
How
There.
about that? How about a 4 on the river? A call from Jinwoo in a spot where I was not sure what he was going to do. Acted decisively. It's like he knew the river was coming a 4. William, I have to say, walked away understandably in disgust. But he does walk away a richer man than he started the day.
Yes, 20,000 USD is nothing to scoff at. And now we're down to the final 3 players of the APT High Rollers here in Phu Quoc on our last day. What a way to end our series, all of it culminating to this moment.
I'll tell you what, Greg.
Yes.
Perhaps more than Jinwoo, that 4 would have pleased Yamamoto, who has just laddered up and guaranteed himself at least a 3rd place finish here, despite being a very short stack. As you had mentioned,
And Yamamoto picking up ace-king offsuit here with 15 big blinds versus the raise on the button by Jinwoo Kim. As the blinds are going by so fast, the button is highly, highly incentivized to be opening very, very wide, which is going to invite some light 3-bets, but is not the case, as Yamamoto Kazuo of Japan has big slick ace-king offsuit, and all of his chips, all 1.4 million of them, go into the center. A quick fold from our Vietnamese player Ngoc Min Lei, and back to Jinwoo. He's going to make a quick fold, and it's going to be a nice pickup here for Yamamoto Kazuo of Japan. All players now locking up and guaranteed 571.38 million VND, which of course roughly converts to about
25,000, I'd guess.
25,000. That's a good guess.
Thank you, thank you.
Of course, top prize is double that. 50,000 up top. 1 champion, 1 trophy, 3 players.
Let's take a look again at the relative stack sizes. Jinwoo, of course, the out-and-out chip leader, above 50 big blinds, an absolute monster stack at this stage. Yamamoto did make a nice pickup there, so he's up to 18 big blinds. Ngoc has been sitting there quietly with fireworks happening behind him. He's comfortably in the middle of the pack, 29 big blinds, but this is a situation where if things were to happen quickly, it all depends. Does Ngoc get the next elimination? Does Jinwoo make a comeback? Excuse me, not Jinwoo. Does Yamamoto make a comeback? Jinwoo, of course, our chip leader with 51 big blinds. And if somehow he is the one to knock out the next elimination, he will go into heads up with an absolutely crushing lead.
And flop comes king 3 deuce 2 clubs. Beautiful flop here for Ngoc Min Lei in the small blind with the pair and the flush draw. Jinwoo Kim has the better pair, and no 2-pair now for Ngoc Min Lei, who has the world 2-pair and the flush draw. Jinwoo Kim with a pair of 3s, currently no good, only has 5% equity, like a stick bug with a crayon, is drawing thin as Jinwoo Kim makes a bet here with the worst hand. Bets 100k into 300k, third pot bet in position. Back to Ngoc Min Lei of Vietnam, representing the home turf, is just going to make the smooth call with with 2-pair, as the river is the jack of clubs. Just improved on every street. Had a pair, then made 2-pair. River's the flush. Gonna check it out at Jinwoo Kim, who decides to see showdown, checks back, and another nice nickel pot here for Ngoc Min Lei, chipping up real nicely to 32 big blinds. Next pay jump is 300,000, pardon me, 300 million VND. So this is going to be a really important pay jump here.
Almost $12,000, I believe, and these are just absolutely massive stakes these players are playing for.
That is 12,000. 12,000 pay jump. It could very well be like a $12,000 flip. That's nuts.
Tournament poker is pretty crazy that way when you get down to the end. And these players, don't they know it? But you wouldn't be able to tell by the fearlessness of their play.
Ngoc Min Lei opening on the button with King 7 offsuit here. Jinwoo Kim with Jack 6 of clubs. It is suited, but it was suited. He's gonna make the fold. Notice that he has a short stack on his left and he's pretty handcuffed by, because if he's gonna get in a pot, it may very well be shoving. Yamamoto with suited 8 deuce in the big blind, electing to just let it go, is Ngoc Min Lei from Vietnam takes down this pot, chipping up once again. Yamamoto in the danger zone, 16 big blinds covered by both players here. But all it takes is one double up. And I think once again the dynamics at the table just flips all over again. And how the turn tables. Checking back in our chat here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Greg. One double up here and there completely changes the dynamic. It does look like Jinwoo is in control with 50% of the chips in play. That being said, we saw him very quickly take a spot where he called off ace-4 suited, of course, binking the 4 on the river to eliminate the 4th place finisher. But he is likely to make some calls as we get to the finish line here.
Ngoc Min Lei picking up ace-queen on the big blind versus the button open. taking again the passive route as the middling stack here, again very incentivized to pot control against the big stack and wait out, bide his time and outlast the short stack. Both players making top pair here, and three-handed, that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I said wow because talk about having an underrepresented hand. Ngok-Min Lee simply flat called in the big blind. The range of that is super, super wide. Ace-Queen pretty much at the top of that range. Jinwoo Kim comfortably bets out for value. And now, is Ngok still afraid of the ICM, or does he realize that he has an absolute monster and wants to put more money in the middle?
More money, more fun. Looks like a raise to me. About 400,000? 400,000 raise. Ngok-Min Lee.
Alarm bells need to be going off for Jinwoo here. What is Ngok feeling comfortable raising it up with the short stack still in the mix, 3 players left at the final table? He's quick to make the call, and I don't blame him, but taking some time to really think about this decision could serve him well.
Interesting turn card here. Pairing the board, improving both players to 2 pair. Jinwoo Kim's kicker no longer plays. Has 1 chop out. Has chop outs on the river now. Needs a king for a chop. And Ngok-Min Lee taking an interesting line of check raising flop and now checking turn.
We see the outs actually. An ace, a 10, or a king will do it. So certainly not drawing dead, but cannot win this hand.
Small bet now. 400k. I can understand the check by Ngok-Min Lee as Jinwoo Kim might be calling with a lot of 10x's versus the check raise, which of course now improves to trips. So exercising pot control once again. Just check calling here with the best hand. Aces and 10s, queen kicker as the river brings the Bink City for Jinwoo Kim, smashing every single river and finds the chop out here.
And how the tables have turned now that he's in position with the 2-street betting lead, probably feeling comfortable that his opponent does not have a 10 given that he checked the turn and now the river. He check called the turn, of course, Ngok-Min Lee, and now check the river. Jinwoo actually goes all in, and now
oh wow,
Ngok has to be in the blender thinking, does my opponent actually have a 10? What a crazy turn of events in this hand, thanks to how Ngok-Min Lee played the hand, underrepresented his ace-queen throughout, is now calling either as a bluff catcher with his top pair, aces up I should say, with a king kicker, or at best chopping the pot. And given the ICM implications, what a sick spot, Greg. How the hand has gone is so confusing in a way.
Jinwoo Kim trying to get value here from perhaps I could say try to get ace X's off a chop here. Now that his kicker doesn't play, maybe some king high flush, some nut flush draws that make a pair of kings on the river. But either way, what a sick spot here. Jinwoo Kim, wow, gets the fold. He's so sick. He's so sick.
I'll tell you what, Greg, that is not one Ngok-Min Lee will enjoy on the playback. That is just a very, very interesting run out. Completely going the way of Jinwoo Kim, thanks to his playing style, but also purely sort of thanks to the ignorance of Jinwoo realizing how strong Ngok-Min Lee was, sort of trapping pre-flop, check raising the flop, and then getting cooler to a chop on the river, with Jinwoo stealing away the hand. I mean, you don't see this very often, folks. This is just elite poker going on.
And you can't get to the high, the high rollers here at the APT without this level of skill and patience, and just honestly such a privilege and pleasure to watch all of these players play. I played the Turbo yesterday, and it was so much fun because I had so many of the reoccurring feature table players at my table, and at first I was like, table change, please, table change. But then I realized I know how each one of these guys play. And they all play better than me.
Yeah, shocker.
Ngok-Min Lee, Queen Jack offsuit, blind versus blind. Blind's now 50k, 100k. Kim Jin-woo, who just doesn't seem to miss. Picks up the suited Dolly Parton here on the big blind, working 9 to 5. Goes all in. Goes all in. Wow, he's applying maximum ICM pressure on Yeok-min Lee, knowing that he's still so highly incentivized to wait for the shorter stack to get out of the way and be eliminated, and knows that he can raise and go all in here with impunity. As you can check it out, Yamamoto 1.6 million, 16 big blinds.
How's that for putting on a clinic about how to use ICM pressure in a big stack? First he gets his opponent to fold a chop, then goes all in with any two. All chips heading in one direction, and Yamamoto needs to be thinking, am I just here to blind down, or am I going to have to make a stand at some point? Because of course Yamamoto, being the shortest stack, is the one without the ICM pressure, so to speak. He is the shortest stack. No one for him to wait out, unlike the man in the frame right now. Knock.
Jinwoo Kim with the suited 2-gapper, diamond variety, with the short stack on his left, playing for 16 big blinds effective, just goes all in. Just using this spot to pick up as many blinds as possible.
What's the point of even looking at your hand, Greg? I mean,
I know.
just go all in blind.
Sick, and then win. Wow, look at that lead. 64 big blinds. Has 3 to 1 in chips versus the second leader in chips. Setting himself up really well to win this tournament and taking full advantage of the ICM implications here. Putting max pressure on the middling stack. Exercising all of the fold equity.
He's just been in control ever since that crazy hand with the 6-5 of clubs. I don't think he's looked back ever since then. He just decided, if the poker gods grant me the nut straight with the club redraw against the aces up,
Yeah.
maybe I'm supposed to win this one.
And also, don't even forget the ace-7 versus ace-4, where he just binks the 4, eliminating the last player in 4th place. Just running well, playing well. Wow, just exercising maximum pressure here. Jamming pretty much any 2 cards, picking up all of the blinds. And neither of these players, neither the middling stack or the short stack, can do a thing about it.
If anybody watching is confused by the style of play, just put yourself in the shoes of these players. Yamamoto, of course, will call off maybe the top 10% of his 10%, I should say, of his range. Maybe 15 to 20%, say something like ace-7, ace-8 plus. However, Yeok-min Lee can barely call off even something as high as pocket 6s, pocket 7s, because the ICM pressure is just so insane. Do you really want to be flipping or even be a 60-70% favorite
Yeah.
with such a huge pay jump on the line?
Yeah, all players guaranteed about 25K right now,
USD, that is.
USD. And the next pay jump here is going to be probably around 10K, I would assume. Pocket 10s for Yeok-min Lee in the small blind. Blind versus blind. Flats it. Maybe induces the all-in here by Jinwoo Kim. Snap call by Yeok-min Lee. All in for his tournament life now. Decides enough is enough. Here's where I take a stand. Traps Jinwoo Kim, who's been shoving every hand.
Yamamoto looks casually away. Meanwhile, he realizes what this means. Yeok-min Lee has found himself all in. Yes, he is a 72% favorite, just as I was saying. And of course, 10's too strong. This is a situation he wants to be in. But a king would knock him out and actually send Yamamoto heads up. So this is a big one here. For the chip lead, effectively, or at least the co-chip lead, was Yeok-min Lee to win.
A flip worth thousands of dollars
Well,
here.
not a flip. I mean, a heavy favorite.
77-3 flip. As flop comes Jack 6, 5, 10's looking good. Yeok-min Lee 84% favorite to double up right now. As the turn brings an 8 of diamonds. Needs just to fade 3 outs.
King. Only a king to stay alive, and the river guard is an ace.
It's going to be a dice double up here for Yeok-min Lee. Fantastic. Yes, again, all players guaranteed right now 571 million VND. Everyone locking up 25,000 USD.
Min Lei perfectly execute a trap there. After all, he saw Jinwoo shoving every hand blind. Utilize the dynamic of the small blind versus big blind. Jinwoo actually with the king, frankly, a fair enough theoretical shove, not only because of the ICM pressure, but because of the stack depth itself. Quoc actually holds, thereby getting equal with now the co-chip leader, Jinwoo Kim. And now we really see the chip differential, 44, 43, and then 13. Yamamoto certainly looking to get busy, three-handed, those blinds and the big blind ante, which by the way doesn't reduce when the number of players go down. So it's almost like a new form of poker because you're putting in 2 big blinds every 3 hands.
Yeah.
That is a lot of rake to be paying to be able to see hands.
And I just looked at the pay difference between third to second place. It is 12,000 USD, which just makes you respect Min Lei's play there with the 10s. Could he have just folded everything but aces and waited for Yamamoto to bust and make the ladder? Yes, he could have, but that wouldn't have positioned him for put him in a good position to win the tournament. So really, there's huge money on the line and big respect for taking that risk there with the 10s. Paying off well.
These guys didn't get here to fold 10s, Greg.
Absolutely
certainly
not.
How about that? An ace on the button. Very, very strong three-handed. He knows what he has to do. Raises it up. And now that Jinwoo Kim has been slightly crippled and doesn't have that extremely huge stack advantage, how does he want to play the small blind? With actually a reasonable holding, queen jack off. I see raising chips.
Raise to 10K here, or 8K.
That certainly answers my query about how Jinwoo is going to approach this spot.
And Yamamoto goes all in with the ducks.
Wow.
Wow, raise 3-bet all in.
What is going on? Yamamoto saw the 2 big stacks on the table fighting against each other. Decides to get busy in the middle with deuces. Bit of a misstep, I have to say, with 13 big blinds, but fortunately for him, has found himself with a pretty sweet situation, 50-50 spot to get to 2.8 million, which would actually put him surprisingly even with Jinwoo Kim. If he can only dodge the queen and jack and perhaps other combos. What a big flip.
Ooh, King to 5, queen. Yamamoto needs a red deuce to stay alive here, folks. Deuce of hearts for a sweat.
We might be getting heads up here,
Now
Greg.
needs 2 deuce of diamonds and only the deuce of diamonds to stay alive. 1 outer for Yamamoto Kazuo on this river. It's the 3 of spades.
And we're down to the final 2 players.
Wow.
Here at the High Rollers event, round of
And that's
applause.
going to be
Thanks
a
for
good game for
Yamamoto.
Yamamoto Kazuo of Japan. Eliminated here in 3rd place, bagging a tidy pay of 25,000 USD, 571.38 million VND.
What a turn of events. Yamamoto is out. Jinwoo Kim back up to the chip lead, 6 million to 4.2, a 3-2 chip lead as we get down to heads up. The player might just be discussing deals, but we absolutely will be looking at a break here as we set up for heads up play. And we thank you for sticking with us, and let's just close this out together after we come back from the break. I mean, what a run it's been for Jinwoo Kim.
My goodness.
Absolute domination in the middle. After that, losing that big pot, and then coming back with that queen jack versus deuces. Sometimes it just feels like it's meant to be. So here we are. We're coming down to heads up. Jinwoo Kim versus Min Lei. Not surprising we've ended up here given how the last few hands and few rounds have been. But after we come back from the break, we will be closing this out together. I'm Vidar Singhal with Greg Goes All In. Make sure you stick with us as we close out the final day of the APT Phu Quoc High Roller.
to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity, turning the bigger full house as Din the Duck Trunk comes firing. Half pot. Has flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. German obviously with trip 6s. Not going anywhere just yet. And now, what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack. 1.1. I think closing the action. You know, he can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still one card to come Final 2 tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more, as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Din Duck Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. It's like 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bokharov do here? Flop trip sixes. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
And welcome back, folks. Welcome back. It all culminates to this moment. Day 2, APT High Rollers. We've gone down to the final 2 players here battling for the 1.2 billion VND. Jinwoo Kim of US of A and of course Nyok Min Lei trying to bring it home for Vietnam today. Again, commentary brought to you by Vitor Single and myself, Greg Goes All In. Replacing me soon, though, is Henry Kilbane. So this is my goodbye to y'all. Thank you all for watching, and please make sure you like and subscribe. But this is my goodbye to you. I just didn't want to leave you with any abandonment issues. So again, folks, please enjoy this intense heads-up battle here at the very final event of the APT series here in Phu Quoc. Let's get back right into the action, folks, as I hand it over to my esteemed colleague, Henry Kilbane and Vitor Singal.
And here we got to heads up at the APT High Roller. Final day of action. Final 2 players. By the way, no deal, just playing outright for that first place 1.25 billion VND. That's over 50,000 US dollars. The man in control since the last maybe 3 or 4 eliminations, Jinwoo Kim. As I welcome back Henry Kilbane in the booth, joining me. Welcome back, Henry.
Appreciate the warm welcome, and of course, massive shout out to Greg Goes All In for not only some world-class commentary delivered throughout the festival, obviously the main event and this 2-day high roller, but let's just not sleep on the man's content creating capabilities. Just so fun and entertaining in front of camera, and it's something that I've noticed the players really appreciate. You know, I always see people kind of giving Greg the side eye, and they like recognize him from the videos, go up and say hello. They're trying to steal his glasses at all times and take pictures, and really becoming a staple for the Asian Poker Tour. But without further ado, I guess, for one last time, let's throw it down to the people that really matter to us. Not that Greg doesn't, but you know, the players. That's what it's all about at the Asian Poker Tour. Heads up in what has, you know, been an epic 2 days of battle in this high roller. An epic 10 days this festival here in Phu Quoc. We're not going to have to wait too long until we return. Asian Poker Tour Taipei being held in Taiwan, kicking off on April the 28th. That coveted main event with 30 million Taiwanese dollars guaranteed as we dive into this isolation from Jinwoo. In great shape, by the way. Note the equities as the local hero dominated. Vidor, to kind of put you on the spot a little bit, if I'd asked you, you know, nine-handed about these two players, anything that you could kind of think back to that now that they're heads up, you're like, you know what, I'm not surprised. There are a couple of things that stood out that really piqued my interest, and we now find them here battling for that 54,000 first prize.
Absolutely not surprised, mainly as a function of having seen them play not only today, but on day one during our coverage yesterday as well, both of them on the feature table at various points of time. Jinwoo Kim was a new addition to the feature table when he came in, and he does catch that queen, by the way, with a lock on this hand. Assuming he takes the spot down, he will extend his chip lead, and that is exactly the situation he was in yesterday with a chip lead on the feature table. Really knew how to use it. At the final table today, did not come in with a chip lead. Of course, the Russian Ponomarenko, absolutely dominating chip lead coming into the table, slowly got whittled down out in 5th place. Jinwoo Kim has just shown the desire and the ability to just go for it, to go for first place, to make big calls, to make big 3 bets. So certainly not a surprise to see him here. Min Lei, on the other hand, if I could give him mad props, as they say, it's his ability to adapt to every situation, to every stack depth. We saw him get his relatively big stack 3-way with a nicely laid trap for Jinwoo, when Jinwoo was just going all in any 2 cards, using maximum ICM pressure of the short stack, Yamamoto being around. And Min Lei found pocket 10s, trapped them in the small blind, nice little limp. Got Jinwoo to go all in with the king rack, the king 3, and held with the pocket 10s, got up to about 4 million in chips, and that's why he has a solid shot in this tournament still.
Oh, hang on a minute, Vidor. Apologies for cutting you off. Min Lei keeping Jinwoo honest for 2 streets across turn and river. Flop went check, check. Jinwoo bet turn for 250k. Managed to extract an additional 500k on the river. So maybe this, what was this, is the second hand of heads up. Min Lei just trying to see what his opponent's up to, knowing that King High is going to be good enough a decent amount of the time, but maybe a slight misstep there. Maybe something for Jinwoo Kim to keep an eye on. If his opponent's going to call him that light across 2 streets, maybe see him stretch deeper into his value range in future hands.
Keeping him honest is the right way to say it, and perhaps Min Lei letting the history of Jinwoo's play affect how he felt about his king high on the river there. Jinwoo, as I mentioned, at one point literally shoving any 2 cards. Min Lei did trap him with the 10s. In this case, decides to look him up with the king high. Usually a good hand, heads up. King high on a board like that could be good against any bluffs. Jinwoo, of course, had the king queen.
Limped pot here. I do apologize. Min open. Min Lei does not want to see a 10 roll off. He has flopped an open ender. We can see the higher end of that straight draw would give Jinwoo the queen high straight should it roll off. But yeah, some great points being made. I mean, Min Lei came in 4th in chips to start things off at this final table. Started the day with 34 big blinds and made some great adjustments throughout that really just caught my eye, and was impressed by how he managed to extract max value from some of his holdings and also managed to avoid disaster in a couple of hands. And as for Jinwoo, we spoke about it prior to the bubble. In fact, we mentioned him yesterday on day one. Just his presence at the table, his stoic-like presence, if you will. Love his table demeanor, and it just seems so deliberate with everything that he does. All business. And it makes sense with there's over 50k up top and that coveted APT high roller trophies. We continue on this King of Diamonds turns. Knockmin Lei opting to check raise the Queen 9-8 with the lower end of the straight draw.
Look at that. Double barrel.
Undeterred. This would be a crippling blow to his stack had Jinwoo Kim continued, but talk about timing and some of the variance involved in tournament poker. So we have ourselves a $16,000 heads-up match. Jinwoo Kim against the local hero, Knockmin Lei. Heads up for this APT high roller, 2-day high roller, the 54,000 USD that comes with it, the 1.26 billion Vietnamese dong. And of course, you know, we talk about the importance of money, and it's a massive measuring stick in poker, but those trophies, man, they're tough to come by. You really have to battle, and something to give the parents, to show off to your friends and family at Christmas dinner. That annoying aunt that never really liked the fact that you pursued poker for a living. You can kind of just keep pointing that out on the mantelpiece whenever she complains about your career choice. So, hey, listen, you got many of those lying around,
Henry,
Aunt Susan?
why don't you just name her at this point? Clearly digging deep here, bringing out some personal issues, it seems like. You can name names. Go ahead, buddy.
Auntie Karen.
Of course.
You think I'm joking? I actually have an aunt named Karen, so diving back into this single race pot. Knockmin Lei still with the best of it. Mad props to the entire team. Of course, this heads-up match could be over in the blink of an eye, so really want to get some warm words in for the team, production team, with Jan and G, Martin out on the floor. Obviously, the likes of Lloyd, Fred, Neil, Michael, Victor, all of the live reporting team, all the camera crew, the likes of Chris and Shan. I mean, I'm name dropping here, but this is, you know, big team, big family effort. Everyone really just working in team spirit to take the APT to new heights. And I think given the turnout here in Phu Quoc and given the buzz around upcoming event in Taipei, the players really just showing up to support the efforts that have been put in recent months. Going from strength to strength. So you hear some shenanigans going on in the background. This is probably going to be, sorry, Vidor, I was about to say, it's going to be one of the rare folds, you know, with that big blind ante, especially against the Min Open. Knockmin Lei going to be really incentivized to defend as wide as possible, but 8 tray, it's not enough.
Yeah, you need to have a fold or two in your big blind folding range. Just to echo your thoughts, Henry, it's been an absolutely amazing production here, both off the stream and the event in general. I mean, talk about an immaculate experience, both as a player, as a commentator. The APT really is going from strength to strength, and as you correctly mentioned, what a great sign for things to come in the upcoming event at APT Taipei. It's my first experience coming live to an APT, and I cannot talk highly about it enough.
I've got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing more of you, my friend. You are definitely part of this team.
Well, I know I'm showing up. It just depends whether I'm on the team or not, because the APT Taipei can't keep me away from that. The biggest tournament in Asia. What kind of a poker player / commentator would I be if you didn't find me there?
What about poker commentator / player? That's the bracket I've been finding myself in the last 18 months or so.
Well, those who can't do, commentate.
Touché, buddy. Touché. Limped pot. Knockmin Lei again, just with that big blind ante, highly incentivized to complete from the small in position, pretty much close to range. Getting amazing pot odds pre. Little tickle on the 7-7 jack. One big blind stab. Met with the old flick in from Jinwoo. The 9 of clubs, some of those semi-bluffs. 9-8s, 10-9s, some queen 9s.
This is what I love, Henry. Heads up, playing for all the fit, which might be a big factor here in terms of how long this heads up lasts. Unlike the main event yesterday where players taking it very seriously, of course, the main event trophy and title, not a joke, but after a deal, a bit more relaxed as you might expect. These guys are just in the mood to battle it out, and as a result, we're seeing some back and forth, still around the 2-1 chip lead mark for Jinwoo Kim, which is where we started off heads up with. Rockman Lee doing a great job, takes it down to the 5-3 off there, and just goes to show every hand is going to be a battle. Every hand is going to determine who wins that extra $16,000 or so, I believe you said.
Yeah.
And most importantly, that trophy that sits right at the corner of the screen there. A little bit out of focus, but beautiful nonetheless.
Yeah, that's a great point, just to echo the fact that, you know, heads up poker, there's nowhere to hide, man. And in fact, a heads up is typically the challenge issued to, you know, people that trash talk your game or people that don't respect your game. You just say, okay, let the cards do the talking. Seems to be the way that we settle things in the poker world.
Heads up for rolls. HU, the number 4, ROLLZ. That's the challenge in the poker world. Heads up for your bankroll.
Have you ever challenged someone to heads up for rolls before, like legitimately?
I tried, except I pretended my roll was only $200. I wanted the best of both worlds, but I still wanted to be able to eat the next day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've only challenged one guy. Don't need to mention any names, obviously, but...
How'd it go?
Didn't accept.
Were you relieved, low-key?
No. No.
Oh, you were in it to win
No,
it.
oh, dude, listen, man, human beings, poker players, we have fragile egos. I mean, I don't want to speak for the masses, but there are times where your emotions can get the better of you. And at the time, I was very keen to play this guy. I was also very confident in my heads-up PLO capabilities at the time as well against this particular opponent, and he'd...
Hold the phone, Henry. Heads up for rolls PLO?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the kind of variance we're talking about is hard to even fathom.
That's true, but you also need to understand that the win rate that you can have in heads-up PLO is huge compared to Hold'em.
Oh, trust me, I do understand. All I need to do is flip the sign on my losing rate, and I'll know exactly what kind of win rate is possible.
I mean, we're talking, you know, healthy double digits. There are heads-up matches where...
Track so far.
People have had, you know, 20-plus big blind win rates as we go back into this little single raise pot. Ace-X v Ace-X. Jinwoo dominated pre, but the 3 hearts on board, giving him the nut flush draw with his ace-4. Knock him in late with a complete whiff. And ace-high. Looks like he's going to continue small and wide, as he should on these monotone textures. Also a hand that, you know, doesn't want to play a guessing game to probes on the turn. Should Jinwoo semi-bluff, can't really face much heat. And also doesn't mind just bet folding should he face any resistance. And looks like resistance is exactly what it's going to be met with. Aside from Jinwoo, that looks like he's just happy to get this in here. Looks like around 700k. 640,000, no 4x.
We have been commending Jinwoo Kim's demeanor on the table, his poise. Let's not take away from the man we see here. Yokmin Lee has also demonstrated just complete composure throughout this, not just final table, but really the whole tournament, having seen him play on day 1 as well. It's no coincidence that he is where he is right now. Heads up, playing for 1.26 billion VND. It takes that level of not only physical poise, of course, which is what tends to stick out, but also the mental composure to make the correct decision every time, every hand, every situation. And indeed, that's what he's done to get this far.
We have a champion for Hyper Turbo event, all the way from Thailand, Noanoy Rangrot.
And speaking of poise and posture, I can't help but notice Jinwoo Kim's new pose. Since we paid so much attention to his sort of double hand on both shoulders in the early part of the day, yesterday as well, I think he reserves that for the full ring version of the game. And now that we're down to heads up, it's one hand slightly inside the jacket. Center of gravity probably right in the middle of his body.
Keeping his right arm across his chest, just keeping an eye on the pulse. Both players with a flush draw, Jinwoo with the better one and the best hand, as well as the betting lead checks through on the 3-diamond board as Queen of Clubs now gives him a Broadway draw.
If I know my man Jinwoo, he's itching to bet this. He would be, so to speak, bluffing with the best hand here. Does have a pretty good flush draw, particularly in heads up, and the Broadway draw to boot.
It looks like 2/3. One of those frustrating ones to have the bet fold should our opponent put us in the blender. We can see that 8-4 quickly finding the mug. Looks like Jinwoo Kim is opting to just proceed with a min-open strategy on the button. Haven't seen anything else from him just yet. So 2.5 to 1 chip lead. 60 big blinds. Plays 24.
Slight extension from where we started this heads-up play. It was closer to 2 to 1 coming in. Okmin Lee has taken some hits, but certainly hit back opportune moments as well. Still seems calm. Tad bit frustrated, perhaps, with the kind of holdings he's been getting dealt.
Yeah, he's definitely been dealt bottom of range so far. The only ace-x he got dealt was then check raise on a monotone board.
Has come in with a limping strategy, I see. Becoming increasingly common again to limp in heads-up poker. Used to be a big no-no. Of course, on the button, you want to maximize your advantage, add some more chips while you're going to be in position for the rest of the hand, and of course, aim to pick up the chips in the middle. In this case, by the way, as opposed to a regular heads-up in, say, something like a sit-and-go, there's also the big blind ante to fight for. And fight is exactly what Jinwoo Kim does with his 4-3 suited. Realizes that Okmin Lee's range when he limps is just so wide. There's a lot of hands that could be folding to a raise in this spot. And if not, he's comfortable with this big stack and big aggression to try and take it away.
Well, sizable pot brewing. 1.2 million in the middle pre. King 8-5 rainbow. Maybe, just maybe, that all-important 5 of clubs on board as well as the betting lead. Enough for Jinwoo to continue here.
Talk about a masterclass in aggression. I mean, Jinwoo Kim has been putting on a clinic of what to do with a big stack, and look at this! Frankly, I thought the hand might be over considering the size of the bet relative to the size of the remaining chips in Okmin Lee's stack, and Okmin Lee has other ideas, floats with the jack high, and now Jinwoo Kim, the real decision point in this hand, 2 million in the pot, 2 million behind in Ngok stack. Does wave the white flag for now. And Okmin Lee, if you float the flop and pick up some equity on the turn and your opponent now checks to you, seems like this was all part of the plan then. Does lead out.
Yeah, this can be a sizable pickup for the local hero to get back up to 4 million in chips.
What a great hand, Henry.
Yeah, back north of 30 bigs. We got a heads-up match on our hands for this title, chat. Neither of these players looking to just get pushed over and back down so close to coming out glorious and victorious here in Phu Quoc. So easy to just get heads up and kind of just become complacent. This is where you can win the most money. $16,000 heads-up match between these two. Of course, the trophy and the glory that comes with winning an APT High Roller trophy.
Once again, I can really feel the tension on the table. I don't know if I'm just projecting here, maybe, considering how swingy this heads-up has been so far, but also in the demeanor of the players. They're just super focused, making some moves. We just saw Jinwoo Kim do what Jinwoo Kim does and be super aggressive with the marginal holding the low-suited connector. But I was blown away by the float, Jack-10 off by Gok Min Lee in a big pot. Just maneuvered himself into a great pickup there. Here we go, 6-3 suited. Certainly good enough to raise heads up. He has been limping though. Does he continue the same limping strategy? Not this time. Makes a big open, 360K. Decides to just muscle his way through this one and make the all-important pickup of the 2 big blinds in the middle. So look at this, 6 million to 4.3. We have a fight here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're supporting one of these two players, firstly, let us hear it in chat. Who are you rooting for? Jinwoo, of course, putting on a clinic, as I said. Gok Min Lee showing the resilience that it takes to battle a big stack, be in the running. What a deserved way to close out this event, Henry, and the series.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about, given the chip stacks at the start of the final table, there was obviously the potential of a runaway chip leader and a quick final table. You know, that was definitely on the cards for the Russian to just steamroll everyone and for this to be over and done with in the span of, 3 or 4 hours. Fast forward 9 hours, and deserving way to finish the series. Was truly been an epic poker festival in what is quickly becoming a poker paradise. Phu Quoc, Vietnam. These two titans on the back end of 10 days of grinding, still with work to do, and finally a decent hand. Gok Min Lee, King Jack O heads up, 35 big blinds. He is the effective stack, playing for chips now rather than ICM. Curious to see if he deviated from his limping strategy now that he is north of 30 big blinds.
Seems like he has, and he's really
wow.
varying up the bet sizing, and look at that. He's
First time he picks up a really playable hand on the button. Not only has Jinwoo Kim woken up with a legit hand, but he has Gok Min Lee dominated. So he cuts out $1 million even by the looks of things. Action back on Gok Min Lee. I mean, this could find its way in the middle. There is a world in which he 4-bet jams over the top.
Sizable 3-bet though there, Henry. I mean, the old 4x, heads up, King Jack off. Probably feeling a little off kilter at the moment.
Wow, he's gotten away from it. Fair play, sir. Fair play. I think, that sizing from Jinwoo is one that is incredibly deceptive. It's like the perfect size in the sense that, hey, you still have enough fold equity. There's now a lot out there for you to still, should you come over the top. Like, I am still going to fold. There's room for me to fold to a jam. Come and get this $1 million. Gok Min Lee not taking the bait. That is a tough fold to make heads up, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and he made it look easy too. It really is a tough fold, particularly against an opponent such as Jinwoo. I mean, just think back to the last time we saw him make a huge raise like that. He had 4-3 of clubs. This time around with the ace-jack, with Gok Min Lee being absolutely dominated, managed to get away from it. Who knows how much in equity he saved there by simply folding his king-jack off. Really great sixth sense for the game.
Modern day cooler developing here. Pair v pair. Difficult to do in full ring, let alone in heads up. It's going to check through. As the 5 of spades does complete a couple of straight draws. Does also bring in the front door flush draw. Had either player been checking with the flush draw, still plenty of value to be had. Knockmin late. Looks like we have a Knockmin Lay fan in the chat saying he's the best player in Bin Duong and that he's incredibly handsome. Well, I second that.
Which part, Henry? Both parts, right?
Both parts. Well, I don't know if he is the best player in Bin Duong. I can't say I know many people, if any, from that part of the world. I'm going to take the viewer's word for it. He's a good-looking chap.
Certainly is, and let's not discount the swag. The beads, the sunglasses, the shirt itself. I mean, I'm loving it all, really. And how about the value bet? How's that for swag? And Jin Woo, by the way, with a piece of it, and a piece of it is often considered a lot in heads up. Tough to make a pair, as they say. Jin Woo happens to have that. Bottom pair with the deuces. Also, given the action, a lot of missed draws possible.
Yeah. Although that 8 of diamonds making that less likely now. But yeah, the obvious spade draws, the 4x's, the 6x's, that stabbed.
Might look easy if you're not experienced in heads up, but just look at the fact that Jinwoo uses a time bank chip. I suspect this is sort of a mental flip situation, by which I mean it's so marginal in 50-50. He just flicks it in. Understandable call. He's going to get the bad news. And look at this. The stack's now almost dead even. We have a match here, ladies and gentlemen, and they're playing for it all. Unbelievable. 5 million to 5.2 million. Barely a chip lead. Talk about evenly matched players playing with even stacks. No deal happening. This is what I'm in for, Henry. I love heads up. I love the high stakes heads up we have here, over $16,000 to play for.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Just gone 10 p.m. local time. No signs of a deal in sight. These two swinging for the fences. Happy to just lock horns and may the best man win. Over 50,000 USD going to the eventual champion. The question is where is that trophy going? Is it going to stay here in Vietnam, the local player Ngoc Min Lay, or is it going back to the US with Jinwoo Kim? It's again another playable hand on the button. Pocket fives, and again going to be met with a 3-bet. And given that we're on a 30-minute delay, of course, to protect the integrity of the game, neither player would have received information. They had friends or peers watching, kind of give them some insights as to how the other player was playing, which is perfectly legal. It's allowed to happen. You can get that feedback on break, of course. Oh, he's going to jack this. Wow.
Is this it?
I mean, king, queen for 40, I guess, against the 4-bet. I mean, look, you can level yourself, right? With the previous hand, you previously 3-bet big blind v button just a few buttons ago. Is this your opponent just making an irrational stand? Wants to send a message that, hey, listen, pal, I'm not going to get pushed around. King, queen, heads up for 40 bigs. Depending on who you ask. Jinwoo says, gonna live to fight another day.
Once again, you're right, Henry. It's a very different dynamic heads up. King, queen for 40 big seems like a lot in many situations, but let's not forget, when you find yourself in the spot that Jinwoo did, facing essentially a 4-bet all-in, you are getting pot odds as well. And small pairs, perhaps the odd king-jack suited, maybe even an ace-rag suited, will make up a huge percentage of the range of those 4-bet jam hands, in which case you do have something like 40 to 50% equity. Of course, Jinwoo worried about being dominated by something like an ace-king, ace-queen, and behind most aces, ace-jacks, by enough of a margin to let that go. Not easy to sort of get it all in with King Queen for the tournament. And with that, let's acknowledge we have a new chip leader in the form of Ngoc Min Lay. His pre-flop aggression paying off to give him the chip lead, and my, how the tables have turned. 3-2 chip lead in the favor of Ngoc Min Lay. Started off, of course, with the reverse. So here we go.
Hit him with the Uno reverse card. It's taken the chip lead late in the festival. Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc. This is obviously the final event that we'll be covering from a broadcast point of view. Still a couple of turbo events out on the main floor. You can hear some of the shenanigans in the background every now and then. Players looking to get out of the hole for the festival. Maybe a little sweetener on top of profit they've already made. There's some people who don't care about the financial result, they just love the game, as Ngoc Min Lay opting to check raise the Queen 3. That Queen of Hearts, obviously a pretty key card, would allow him to double barrel and pick up equity on a decent amount of turn cards. Any Jack 10 heart turn, I should say, as Jinwoo Kim does call with top pair.
Every hand, every spot is being taken to the streets. I mean, check raising with the Queen 3 off on King 9-7 is pretty special. And look at that. The King just locks up the hand for Jinwoo Kim and is going to ensure that Jinwoo Kim continues to trap now that he has such a strong hand. Just depends on how wide Ngoc Min Lay wants to get with this hand.
Yeah, disaster turn card. The board pairing making it a lot less likely to get pairs to fold, let alone trips, but it's not going to slow him down, and that is a sizable shell. Looked like more than half pot. Wait for confirmation from the graphics. Yeah, 1.1 million. Setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.5. Basically, kind of sending the message to Jinwoo, if he was calling with a 9 or was calling with a 7, that, hey, listen, pal, you're going to be calling for your tournament life on the river. Jinwoo does make the call.
He knows exactly what to do here. Stringing along the man who has fired 2 barrels. If he does find it within himself to fire that 3rd barrel.
Don't you dare.
On the river.
Don't you dare. Well, that is probably one of the cards that he just has to wave the white flag on. Had 10 of hearts, Jack of hearts rolled off. Maybe, just maybe, there would be arguments to follow through, but Queen 3 blocking the folding range, not blocking any of the value.
Also Jack 10, a very natural hand for Jinwoo Kim to have. The double gutter on the flop would have got there on the river with the 8.
Had it continued on the turn, of course, I really feel like maybe we even remove Jack 10 unless it's specifically Jack 10 of hearts, given the size of the barrel on the turn. And yeah, Ngoc Min Lay just recognizing that.
So now that I can comfortably prognosticate what's going to happen in this hand, Jinwoo Kim once again playing the Uno reverse card, as you so correctly said, Henry. Now up to 6 million in chips to Ngoc Min Lay's 4.1 million. And we're almost back to the point at which we started this heads-up table. And my, how the chips have flown.
The switcheroo. So both players have held the chip lead in this heads-up match. Jinwoo Kim back out in front. Ngoc Min Lay just exchanging a couple of words with Jinwoo there.
A rare smile from the man who's been completely focused at trying to close this out. Jinwoo Kim. Fair play by Gokmin Lee. I mean, aggression is the name of the game in poker in general, even more so in tournament poker, and if possible, even more so in heads up, especially at the end of a long grind. You want to catch your opponent making mistakes, making folds. As they say, when you're aggressive, which is to say you're betting or raising, it gives you two ways to win. You can have the best hand and your opponent can fold.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to look at that one-hand sample and just ask yourself why can be deemed unnecessary, but if you really unpack the entirety, and obviously I'm stretching here, by no means a heads-up specialist or qualified, but just from experience in the booth, you know, players are going to be stabbing with wider ranges in the form of c-bets, so check raises are going to be more effective. But when it comes to, you know, the hands that you want to be check raising with, you do have to stretch deeper. That Queen of Hearts, a key card. It does allow him to pick up equity on certain turns and continue barreling with equity. Some questions around the double barrel on the paired board on the turn, but hey, look, could be sat here being results oriented. Had Jinwoo had a hand like Jack 10-0 or 8-6 or 10-8, it would have been difficult for him to call that double barrel. So it's very easy to be and fall into that trap of being results oriented. As Vidor correctly pointed out, you know, aggression more often than not is going to come out on top in heads up. Especially at these stack depths where there's still plenty of playability. Overbet from Jinwoo. Gets Gokmin Lee off of a chop.
Jinwoo and Gokmin Lee, by the way, had one of the most interesting hands in the tournament. I'll skip the recap for you, Henry, but let's just say they both ended up with aces up with a king kicker on the river. And our man Jinwoo Kim managed to, I suppose, successfully represent the other card that was paired up, the 10, and get Gokmin Lee to actually fold the chop in a very, very big pot. And now, looking at him getting the chop to fold once again, the King 8 versus King 8, I was just reminded of what a deep history these two already have across the 2 days of play. As you so correctly said, you cannot look at any hand in isolation. The context of all the hands these guys have played against each other and observed each other play with other people.
Maybe Jinwoo Kim has just been traumatized by a famous line from Joe Stapleton that everyone loves a chop pot, and he now refuses to be in any highlight reels where that quote is quoted. First 3-bet out of the big from the local Vietnamese player. See if Jinwoo gives him any credit for a legit hand. We can see he does have very strong holding for heads up. So the players will be going on break in just under 12 minutes time. And now that, of course, you know, I feel like the first break is where they either make a deal or they just play it out.
I agree. It's now or never.
You either, I don't know, mate. Now, maybe I'm wrong, actually. I think there's still a significant edge to be had at this stack depth. If we're here in 2 hours' time, where the average stack is 20 bigs and, you know, a lot of it is just going to come down to card distribution and variance, maybe the boys will just be like, look, GG's, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure battling with you. Should we just chop it up and play for the trophy? Maybe leave a bit of change up top for the eventual champion. But at this stack depth, both these guys are going to be very confident in their games. We've seen that neither player backing down. Both of them just swinging for the fences. In a good way, of course.
That is absolutely correct. And you really have seen a lot of these discussions, Henry, having covered all the prestigious tournaments that you have in your commentating career. Now, my surface level reading, just look at this man, Jinwoo. He just strikes me as a man who thinks that he has an edge on every table he sits on.
Yeah, exudes confidence. Flops best on the ace jack 9, and no, the 3-bet, the 3x rather, from Ngoc Min Lei. Just some strategy adjustments. And Kim with one of those hands that, you know, again, feels like a mandatory pill. It's difficult to make pairs in heads up. But this is another one of those where you call flop. There's so many scary turn cards. Several draws out there, in the form of straight draws, flush draws. It's going to be so difficult to get this bottom pair to showdown across multiple streets, and that's one of them. The 10 of hearts does now suddenly give Ngoc Min Lei some equity in the form of an open-ender, would you believe? Also the 3x pre, one could argue, has a significant range advantage. Going to try and realize his equity here, 1.4 in the middle. Oh, behave.
How about that?
Behave, dealer. It's going to be close to tied again. 4 hearts on board. 4-liner with a gap. Giving Ngoc Min Lei the best hand, the jack high straight, and
look at this though.
Yeah.
Jin Woo has decided to turn his bottom pair on the flop into a bluff to represent the 4 hearts, to represent having a flush in his hand with the 4 hearts on the board. And Ngoc Min Lei now certainly not going to be loving life. And look at the size of that bet, a sizable 850K. That's
around
straight.
2/3 pot. Screams value.
That straight is now down to a bluff catcher. You may as well have something like bottom 2 pair.
Really tough spot for Ngoc Min Lei, given that he did 3x, so you can kind of narrow down the defending range of Jin Woo. Is going to be stronger than normal, at least compared to a 2x open. Still going to include all of those offsuit, Queen Jack, Queen 10, King Jack, King 10 with a heart. It does make the call, and how about it? They switch the chip lead once again. I hope you ladies and gentlemen at home are strapped in for the long haul here. I mean, average stack of 43 big blinds. Round of applause in the background for, it sounds like, for this high roller.
Yes,
Is that a little rail for Ngoc Min Lei there, Vidor?
I think it is, because I was trying to pay attention to his face with the applause in the back, and he cracked a smile as though acknowledging his fans out there. That's great to see, and why not? If you're at the final table heads up, maybe you make a few calls and say, hey, I'd love to have you for the potential winner's photo. Come on down. Watch me try and close out not only the high roller, but effectively the APT here. This is, of course, not only the final day of coverage, but the final day of play. Let's not forget the APT Taipei coming up at the end of the month. April 28th kicks off. If you haven't had a chance yet to lock in your seat for the main event, make sure you play on Natural 8. First Saturday was actually this Sunday. Saturdays every Sunday.
Yeah, I saw some serious overlay in that $30 satellite with the 10 seats guaranteed. Looked like, I want to say, 4-seat overlay, mate. So if that's anything to go by, next week, if you haven't already tried either satelliting your way into the satellite in the form of the $3 steps or just buying in directly, some serious value to be had as Jin Woo Kim looking to get some value from his trip 9s as Ngoc Min Lei keeps him honest for at least one street.
Whatever school of heads-up poker Ngoc Min Lei went to, he is not afraid of calling down with king highs, making moves with queen highs. Certainly does keep Jin Woo Kim honest. This time around, of course, Jin Woo Kim has the goods and the straight draw to boot. And Lei drawing dead here. The board got more dangerous on the turn. Bit harder to continue with king high. Does let it go. Still a dead heat, Henry. I'm loving this. We might be here for a while, but I am loving this.
How are you feeling about our prop bet, mate?
Not good, I'll be honest. I think I'm at about a 2-outer to win it at this point.
Drawing pretty slim, pal. It's going to be close. Either way, I'm all here for it.
Coming into heads up, 3-2 chip lead. Both players have just been so active. You'd think this would be a quick one, but the stakes that they're playing for are just massive. I mean, think about it. A buy-in of about $2,100, give or take, 55 million BND. $16,000 is the value of this heads up. And perhaps more importantly, the title, the trophy, the glory. Putting yourself in the annals of APT history. When you come back to the next APT, probably APT Type A for both these gentlemen, let's face it. These guys aren't going anywhere. Certainly regulars on the circuit. If not already, then from this point on. So when they do join us at the APT Type A later on this month, they join us as APT champions. One of them at least, and that's the glory they're playing for here, besides the money. Meanwhile, back to the action. Ngoc Min Le has absolutely smashed this flop, top and bottom. Fortunately for him, 10-4 is about as raggy as it gets on this board. And Jin Woo, unlike perhaps Ngoc Min Le, quick to release the sort of airball hands. Doesn't get as sticky with those queen rags as we saw Ngoc get earlier on.
Please don't ever use the word airball around me again.
Oh, I'm
please.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's not even explain why.
Certainly a trigger word for me. Listen, Vidor, if you asked me to bet on it, I would, out of who would win this high roller, but if I'm being completely honest, impossible for me to say who I think the favorite is here. I mean, both players just going after it. I don't see anything that stands out to me that's like, hey, okay, I think this guy's got it. My prediction is that it's going to either take a pretty big pre-flop cooler, or obviously I don't want to state the obvious, or post-flop cooler to wrap this one up, or just a couple of, back-to-back bluffs not going your way, and then all of a sudden you're down to sub 20. But for now, I mean, these guys really going after it. I mean, this is rough.
How about this one?
Queen 10-8, top and bottom for Jin Woo. His turn to smash the board, and more importantly, Ngoc Min Le has got a piece here in the form of middle pair.
Quick bet, quick call. The board as wet as it gets. But how about that brick turn? Hard to make a pair, as they say, particularly in Hold'em. Even harder in heads up. Ngoc Min Le, middle pair here on this board, or second pair now, I should say, is certainly going to be sticking around, unless the bet is huge, of course, and maybe this bet is huge. Double-handed, it seems like, Jin Woo Kim.
Size bet.
$1 million into a $1 million pot.
Yeah, he wants to play for it all, going to the river. I think it makes a lot of sense given the board texture, just how wet it is. You really want to polarize in this spot. Value and air balls.
Aha! You said it, not me. Quick call again, relatively speaking.
Slip.
Look at this, Henry. One of the bigger pots we've had so far. 3 million in the middle. About a 1 SPR behind. Lots could happen on the river here.
Well, if there's ever a river to potentially slow down the action, it's going to be the straight completing, flush completing King of Hearts. See the front door flush getting there, the King 9, King Jack, semi bluffs, the Ace Kings. 3 million in the middle. See if Jin Woo deems there is value to be had from his 2-pair. Did he announce all in?
I believe so.
I did. Okay. Jinwoo going for it all with his flop 2-pair. He's going to pass the chips forward to the dealer, get confirmation for Knockmin late.
Now this would be a hero call on any occasion, but at the final table, heads up for the high roller.
Yeah, it's just a lot of the semi-bluffs. But then you could argue, you know, those semi-bluffs that do improve, you know, the King-9, King-Jack that we were talking about, Ace-King, do they now jam for value on the King of Hearts River?
Yeah, Knockmin Lei essentially beating some sort of a...
Ace-9 with the Ace of Hearts.
Exactly, like a crazy bluff with air. Apart from that, the 1 million pot size bet on the turn could imply a lot of combo draws, a lot of which either got there or simply beat Knockmin Lei's 10-3. You'd think he'd find a fold here, but I've seen much crazier things. Not only heads up, at the end of the day, against an opponent like Jinwoo, who truly could be bluffing here, considering the style of play we've seen from him leading up to this heads up battle.
That's his final time bank chip. Getting flicked in, and we've already seen in the main event just how important those time bank extensions can be when it comes to making the right decision for huge amounts of equity. Does eventually find the fold. So Jinwoo Kim with one of the biggest pickups of this heads-up match so far. So the players are going to be going on a quick break. I don't think it's going to be the full 15. It's likely just going to be a stretch of the legs, a run to the bathroom, and then maybe, just maybe, Vidor, a discussion of a deal. I mean, look, 16,000 heads-up match. I know, maybe I'll be saying, listen, pal, do you want to take 5k each, leave 6k and the trophy up top, battle it out?
Yeah, I mean, perfectly acceptable thing to do, of course, but
Of course.
the way these guys have been focused and battling at it, fighting for every pot,
Yeah.
making it look like they're bluffing when they're not bluffing, when they might easily have folded, just goes to show they're in it to win it. Both players probably think they have some sort of an edge, which means we might be in for a long, fun heads-up battle here.
Yeah.
You know I love heads-up, and man, I've just been loving this. So
Nowhere to hide.
nowhere to hide.
50k plus for the winner. And that coveted APT High Roller Trophy. Don't go too far. When we come back, we'll be crowning ourselves our final champion from the Asian Poker Tour here in Phu Quoc. We'll see you guys shortly.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun, and the short stack, Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs, has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts. corner pocket, Rudnev gets the double. So the overwhelming chip leader going to raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is going to pick up one customer from the big blind, German Bukharov, playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop, 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6, 3, 2 spades. Gerdman flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hai Nam, reaching for a c-bet. Does come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop. He puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a fourth spade has rolled off on the river. And Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call? So Din, Duck, Trung are the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace Queen suited. Well, one seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark. So these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow. Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens. As he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards, comes in over the top. So we have a...
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Well, a warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here from the Corona Resorts and Casino. Henry Kilbane alongside Vidor Singhal for this heads-up match in the Asian Poker Tour High Roller. What we can only presume is going to be for the last time. Not to say that that's preordained, given the way that these guys have been playing. We could be here for a while, but with the blind level increase, the average stack now dropping down to, you know, less than 30 big blinds. So the next 3 levels, the next 2 hours, we may be crowning a champion here, Vidor.
Well, it's heads up. Anything can happen. We've seen the chips fly back and forth, maintaining the starting sort of ratio that the players came in with.
Yeah.
But not for lack of trying to change the course of events here. We've seen the two heads up players battle it out almost every hand, every street.
Swinging, man.
You feel like anything could happen, and that's what I'm here for. I love heads up. I love the high stakes, playing for $16,000 prize difference. As we cut to the table here, swing along with us as we follow the action, as we go down to see who is the final champion of the high roller event, closing out the APT here in Phu Quoc. What an event it's been, Henry. Absolutely amazing poker.
Yeah. Really just has been the cherry on top of what has been a tremendous series here in Phu Quoc. The Asian Poker Tour going from strength to strength in the form of turnouts for these main events and high rollers, and obviously the side events as well, just getting bigger from festival to festival. Such a diverse series as well, with players from all over the world. I mean, given that we're in Phu Quoc, Vietnam, we've got an Asian player here, obviously a local Vietnamese player as well, the local here in Ngoc Minh Le. We've also had players from Japan, Australia, Mongolia, Malaysian contingent, Chinese, Thai players, UK, Portugal we had today. I know there's obviously a ton of nationalities that I'm missing out on as well, but just amazing how diverse this series has become, really making a name for itself in Asia as the go-to tour, the go-to festivals.
And let's not forget, by the way, my home country of India.
Yes, apologies.
Oh, not at all, but...
How can I sleep on the Indian contingent? Arguably, I don't want to say anything too big, but typically the player caliber coming out of India may be a cultural thing, but I feel like in order to turn pro in India, there's a lot more than just becoming good at the game. You've got the family to convince as well, and whether you like it or not, it adds to the difficulties of turning pro in poker. I know myself just how difficult it is to have parents that aren't necessarily supportive at first, and it takes, you know, a decent amount of success before you can kind of convince them otherwise. So, yeah. You're
absolutely right. I've heard stories. One of the top pros in India, I won't name him just as I tell his story. I'll let him do that at some point when he visits us at the APT. But the way he convinced his parents is he accumulated, at the time, with the currency exchange rates, almost 100K in earnings, and then dropped them in cash onto the bed.
Oh,
said,
brilliant.
This is what I've been up to, and this is what I want to do with my life.
Love that. Jin Woo, stabbed flop, has picked up some equity, now beating some Jack X, some 9X, maybe even some Ace High that checked back from the big. But look at this. He's not slowing down. Maybe just realizing that this fourth pair is kind of fake equity, fake showdown, if you will. And the double barrel met with a pretty swift fold. A warm welcome back to the viewers watching from all over the world. Do let us know, as always, whereabouts you are joining us from. So let us know who you're rooting for here. There's a lot of local Vietnamese fans watching this festival, obviously, in Phu Quoc, Vietnam. Maybe for one last time, worth mentioning that overlay over on Natural 8 today. I believe there was about 3.5, 4 seats overlay into that Taipei main event. Had the day ones running. So just in case you needed further convincing, keep an eye on that one next week. Likely to overlay again, so some additional value to be had, and hopefully we'll be seeing you guys and girls in Taipei for what is going to be one of the biggest events.
And if I could just double down on, sorry to interrupt, Henry, I just remembered, speaking of the Indian contingent and Taipei, Michael Soisa, of course, the man in charge, CEO at the Asian Poker Tour.
Not Indian.
Not Indian.
just to confirm.
Honorary, but not Indian. But very good friends with a lot of the top Indian pros who do make their way, not only just to the APT, but all over the world, really. He did happen to mention at least 20 strong, the Indian contingent going to APT Taipei.
Okay. Let's go.
So how about that? Any Indian listeners listening in, watching right now, or perhaps in the future as they check out the world-class quality of poker we have going on here, you'll have some friends in Taiwan to eat some Indian food with when you're feeling homesick.
Don't tease me.
What do you think the Indian food scene is like in Taiwan? Oh man, that's something I'm going to check out.
I don't know, but I don't even want to guess as to how many pounds or kilos that I put on during my 3-week stint in Ludhiana. Like for my friend's wedding, everyone kept asking me if I'd eaten. And even if that was met with, yeah, I had breakfast, had lunch. Oh, it's okay, there's room for more. Here you go. 12-course meal just banged out on the table. I mean, it's...
we are famous for feeding in
man.
India.
Some of the best food in the world, honestly. Definitely high up there on my list. Go to. But, you know, when you travel and you taste the foods made in the home country of where it derives from, and then maybe find yourself in a place like Vegas or Los Angeles, it's just not quite the same, man. It's not quite the same.
Not at all. And I always wonder why some Indian mother, or aunties as we call other people's mothers in India, man, if they just like exported themselves to a different country, set up the kitchen that they have at home, and just started selling their wares, I mean, they would just crush, man. Home-cooked Indian food, an absolutely different ballgame. You, of course, went to the land of Punjab, where they love feeding. They love eating.
The spices. It was the spices that did it for me, man. The herbs and spices is... Min Lei going to bump things up. Try and get some value from this Queen Jack. We try not to get too sidetracked by the different flavors that different cuisines around the world have to offer. 38 big blinds, plays 25. Just shy of 54,000 for the eventual champion. Casual $16,000 heads-up match to wrap up this Asian Poker Tour Festival in Phu Quoc, Vietnam. Shout out once more to our sponsor, Natural 8. And once again, don't forget you can qualify into that main event from as little as $3 over on Natural 8. As Nok Min Lei has woken up with a monster on the button. I'll tell you this much, Fedor, he won't be folding to a 3-bet this time round. Should he face one? In fact, he's got a
little trappy.
Yeah, a little trap ski. Mixing things up. Knows that Jinwoo would have been fed some of that information. Now that the delay. Do you even English, Henry? It's been a long day. Now that the delay has caught up, both players will have friends, obviously, on the rail watching the stream, feeding them information. Shout out to their friends, by the way. Maybe a little 5% bull, 10% swap, if you will. Some financial interests into the outcome of this match.
Those swaps can really rescue a series sometimes, can't they?
You're telling me.
Ah, thinking back to some main event winners, huh?
I have no idea what you're talking about, mate.
And look at this, the ratio. Still about where we came into this heads up. You'd think that no progress has been made, but in fact, the chips have been swinging in both directions. And if I could just point out the crucial level jump in blinds that we just went through, 120K going to 160, sort of the biggest increment on offer when it comes to the big blind. The 33% increment from 120 to 160 is actually absolutely massive, as we see the stack depth now has gone down. The chip leader now with 36 big blinds, and when the stack depth gets low and heads up,
brief technical issues that we experienced just then. Mike's decided to just give our mouths a 30-second rest there from uttering maybe too much nonsense as Mok Min Lay gets a round of applause from Israel as he closes the gap yet again on Jinwoo Kim. I mean, what is this going to take, Vidor? Is this going to take Ace-King v10s? Is this going to take a big pair via big pair? Is it going to take maybe an overpair via flopped straight or a flush or a two pair? It really feels like neither player backing down and not giving up anything.
Or maybe, as you mentioned, Henry, we might be in it till the next break. Who knows? And now that I've committed to the idea that I'm here for the long haul, I just want more. Give me more. Give me more brutal street poker, which is what these guys seem to be playing. Of course, as I was mentioning with the big blind jump that we just went through, stacks much shallower than they were in the last break. Down 33% thanks to the increment in terms of big blinds.
Yeah, average stack now 30 bigs, just shy of 30 bigs actually. Oh, sorry, just north. Do apologize. Quick math, Henry.
It is late, Henry.
Jack deuce deuce checks through as the ace of diamonds rolls off on the turn. Does give Jinwoo some chop outs. 3 of them to be precise.
And by the way, as I think about how late it is, how about these players still battling maybe in the 11th hour of their day? What does it take to have this level of focus and commitment?
Yeah, the 11th hour of the 10th day of what can only be described as an intense grind. An intense but fun grind, I should say. As Mok Min Lay takes the chip lead. I mean, how about this, chat? They've both switched the chip lead. This is the 3rd time now Mok Min Lay has taken the chip lead. It's obviously Jinwoo Kim who came in to this heads-up match as chip leader.
If I was in their shoes, I'd be so fatigued at this point. I'd offer a coin flip for it, you know? Dead even heat here. 5 million apiece in chips. They've taken all the chips over 100 entries started this tournament with, split them right down the middle, and are now battling it out for all the glory. This is what it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. No deal, by the way, which means one of these guys walking away with 1.26 billion and denying the other the billionaire status that a deal might have achieved. Respect. Always respect a no deal heads up.
I gotta admit, you know, I think on the back end of 10 days of poker, I might have been the first of 4, the first of 5, the first of 3 to maybe just put that word deal out there to the rest of the table.
Click that deal button, as they say on the online streets.
These guys have been grinding, but just the audacity, if you will, to just be like, you know what? No, I've grinded for the past 10 days. I want an outright win. I want the 53k plus score on my hand and mob. I want the trophy. I just want it all. I haven't come this far to start offering up deals as Mok Min Lay goads Jinwoo to stabbing with 3 high, 1.6 in the middle.
Pure, keeping it pure. Like those guys who never run it twice. Just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just play some poker.
That reminds me of a few guys. I mean, look at this. This is just power poker. And it's just been the case. This isn't just a one-off. This has been throughout the entirety of this heads-up match.
My, oh my. And if I could just take advantage of us having that close-up shot there on Jinwoo Kim as he cut out those chips, double-handed, put them in the middle. 1.1 million is the bet. Even a slight smirk on his face. Sort of the sign of confidence usually, as though it was unintentionally let out.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, you know? Got to go down in a massive ball of flames, and Ngọc-Minh Lê.
A huge fold there.
Wow. I mean, if aggression like that can just get the underrepresented flopped top pair with the gut shot, a decent kicker, you know. I mean, there's worse value that Jinwoo could have been value owning himself with. Now regains the chip lead.
You're so right, and I'm telling you, man, it was the confidence of perhaps that smirk, the demeanor, the confidence with which Jinwoo cut out those chips seemed to have rattled Ngọc-Minh Lê into making a very big fold, and mind you, heads up, an even bigger fold. Top pair on the flop, as you said.
That's a big laydown. That's a big laydown.
Yeah, the redraw to the straight to boot. Ngọc-Minh Lê deciding he had some sort of reverse implied odds there if he was to continue in the hand.
Hand number 196 of the day. Closing in on that 200 hand mark since we kicked things off at 1 p.m. local time over 10 hours ago. Limited pot. These hands could collide on certain board textures. 10-9 v 9-8. Limited pot as we head to the Queen Jack 8 board. And what do you know? Jinwoo Kim has flopped the nut straight. Ngọc-Minh Lê has bottom pair. And a gut shot to go along with it. Little does he know, be drawing to a chop in the form of the gut shot needs running boat cards.
How do you think that feels, Henry? Just flopping the nuts at this stage, getting bet into.
Wow, check raise from Jinwoo. Got to fast play this. I understand this at the stack depth. Obviously, the wider ranges of heads up. Got to have plenty of semi bluffs. Want to make sure that's balanced with value as well.
And just think about the very last hand. He was getting completely out of line with 3 high. Gets an opportunity to essentially balance. Look at that. Strings along Ngọc-Minh Lê. Understandable bottom pair and the straight draw. This spot is ballooning up with Jinwoo in complete control. King doesn't change much, but does make the board a little more dangerous for bottom pair. That straight draw still in the mix for Ngọc-Minh Lê, and is that going to be enough to keep him in the hand? Jinwoo very likely to continue putting chips in the middle with the nuts here. Well, no longer the nuts, but second nuts.
1.6 million in the middle is the local Vietnamese player. It's the effective stack. Potential scare card for Jinwoo, allegedly. Ngọc-Minh Lê could still have hands like kings, ace king, king 10. That's obviously if Jinwoo didn't flop the nut straight. So had he check raised with a hand like jack x, queen x, maybe worlds where he would slow down on this perceived scare card, but does fire 900 into 1.6, setting up a very natural river jam.
Great point there, Henry. It does sort of define his range very differently when he continues to fire on the king. The backdoor club draw also does allow Jinwoo to represent some bluffs.
7 of diamonds completing the board. I think the great thing for Jinwoo is unblocking all of those pairs, of course. So many hands that he can extract value from.
And talk about balance, we just saw Jinwoo completely run over Ngọc-Minh Lê. Oh my god, he goes all in, and we have the first situation where we might actually be in that potential territory of closing this out. Were Ngọc-Minh Lê able to find a hero call?
It is a flopped bottom pair. Some of the semi-bluffs that check raise flop, king 10, king 9, ace 10, do get there on the turn, but Ngọc-Minh Lê out of time extension chips. We saw this in the main event, making a decision for the title and the 16,000 difference between first and second as he heroes it off with bottom pair.
It is over, ladies and gentlemen, and what a sick hero call. I mean, obviously incorrect in this instance, but Ngọc-Minh Lê clearly not afraid to put his tournament life on the line with that hero call, and with that, we have crowned a champion to the high roller, and it is in fact the man from America, Jinwoo Kim.
GG's.
GG's to
For
both
our
players,
champion. Yeah, of course. Ngoc Min Lei, the local Vietnamese hero, coming second in the high roller. We had a Vietnamese player come second in the main event, coming so close, but ultimately hitting the crossbar in this high roller. And that's our champion right there. We pointed him out early on day one, just had that air of confidence in himself at the poker table as we await our marketing manager Ray Chu to come up to the stage to crown and make it official, crown our champion. So we throw it over to Ray. GG's once again.
Absolutely. GG's to Jinwoo, and of course our runner-up finisher, Ngoc Min Lei as well. But take a bow, sir. That was an incredibly well-played tournament and a heads-up battle. As we cut here to Ray Chu, who will be crowning the champion of the high roller.
And there we have it. So we're here wrapping up the APT Phu Quoc here. This is the APT high roller event, and over the field of 102, one player rose above all the rest. So now give it up for this player from the United States, Jinwoo Kim. So here at Asian Poker Tour, we thank every one of you at home watching the stream and everyone who came out to play. We have our next series waiting for you. Please come to Taipei between April 28th and May 7th. It is slated to be the biggest event ever you have ever think about for APT, Asian Poker Tour. So for Henry Kilbane, Greg Goes All In, and Vidar Zingo here. Thank you for watching.
Oh, a very deserving champion there, going home with that coveted Asian Poker Tour high roller trophy and just shy of 54,000 US that came with it.
How about that? Walking away $50,000 richer. Good to see some emotion, by the way, finally from Jinwoo.
Yeah.
All the pent-up emotion, his stoicism, his calm composure, poise. We've been harping on it really for 2 days now. And man, did it pay off in terms of his poker talent as well. What a great champion. And of course, not to take away anything from our runner-up, Ngoc Min Lei from Vietnam as well. What an event, what a series, Henry. What a pleasure and privilege it's been to be here and commentate over it.
Yeah, I mean, I have to really second that, you know, sentiment, if you will, of just how epic it has been over the last 4 days. Not just from here in the commentary booth, but just the hustle and bustle of, you know, meeting some of the players, talking to them about where they come from, their background in poker, and the diversity of this series, man. I mean, just a privilege to meet players from all over the world, different cultures, different backgrounds, just coming to the same place for the game that we love, that is poker, whether it be No Limit Hold'em, whether it be Super Hold'em, PLO, whatever it is, you know, there's something for everyone and different buy-ins for different levels as well. And yeah, man, it's been an absolute blast.
Totally. I mean, like you said, the diversity was amazing. Every final table was a host of 6 to 7 flags that we had to basically parse through and test our geography. And that's what makes the APT so exciting, not just in terms of the culture, the players, even the style of poker as well. There's really nothing.
I'll tell you what, some of the plays that we've seen over the last 4 days have left my jaw on the floor in the commentary booth, and it just goes to show that, you know, some of the people here, theory goes out the window and they just stare a man down. You know what? I don't believe you. I'm all in.
Yeah, and how it pays off is just incredible to see. I mean, Jinwoo came our winner today at the high roller. Of course, thinking back to our main event winner, of course, Jack Ramsden.
Yeah.
They've just shown the power of aggressive, crazy sometimes, beautiful poker. I've loved watching every moment of it.
Oh, I've enjoyed every minute alongside you, Greg, and obviously on behalf of the commentators, we'd like to give you viewers a massive thank you at home. But from the entire team, the production crew, the marketing team, the social media team, the floor staff, the dealers, just everyone. Everyone here in Phu Quoc, part of the Asian Poker Tour family, of course, the players that show up to support us from one festival to the next, and of course you viewers at home that have kept us engaged in the chat with some of the shenanigans and kept us company throughout the series. We are looking forward to obviously hosting you in what is going to be the biggest event, I've said it, the biggest event in Asian Poker Tour history. And if you haven't already decided on whether you're going to be there with us, don't forget you can still qualify over on Natural 8 from as little as $3. That's one coffee. Skip a coffee one morning, register the satellite, and we'll see you from April 28th through May 7th in Taipei, Taiwan, for the biggest event in Asian Poker Tour history, the APT Taipei. From Vidor and myself here in the commentary booth for one last time from Phu Quoc, we wish you good night.
See you in Taipei.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming
Extremely Plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly Plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.